Chapter 81. The Little Rich Girl, Hua Yuxuan. Hello, that's 10,399 in total. How would you like to pay? At the checkout, Hua Yuxuan was a little taken aback when the clerk announced the price. She had enough money, but it was split up and she'd need to make several payments. Seeing Hua Yuxuan's hesitation, Du Heng smiled and reached for his gold card to give to the clerk, but Hua Yuxuan stopped him. I'll pay. Do you have enough?
Yes.
Hua Yuxuan pouted, then asked the clerk, Is it possible to pay in installments? My money isn't all in one place. The clerk smiled and nodded. Yes, of course. Du Heng chuckled, touching his nose. Let me take care of it. No, I have money. All right, little rich girl. After paying, Hua Yuxuan happily carried her shopping bag, hooking her arm into Du Heng's, and strutted out of the menswear store like a victorious lioness. Silly. Will you still have enough for your living expenses? Hua Yuxuan's face fell, but she stubbornly said, I don't care. I'll just freeload off Grandpa for food. Du Heng chuckled, gently pinching Hua Yuxuan's waist. Where does that leave me? It's because you're so important to me that I don't want you to have to support me yet. Du Heng shook his head. I'm raising you to be my future wife. Humph. Hua Yuxuan snorted softly, but this time didn't argue. Instead, she turned and pulled Du Heng into a menswear store next door. Aren't you out of money? Why are you buying me clothes? Who told you I was out of money? My little nest egg is more than you imagine. Hua Yuxuan looked visibly proud, and her adorable expression made Du Heng gently stroke her nose. Oh, little rich girl, where did it all come from? All from the allowance I saved by being frugal. Then you better keep it safe, maybe for when our children are born so we can buy them clothes and toys. Who said I was going to have your children, you bad guy? Hua Yuxuan playfully scolded him, then ran to the clothing racks to browse. After checking out a few more shops without finding anything suitable, Hua Yuxuan was feeling a bit down. Du Heng then led her to the first floor to check out the women's wear stores. They didn't buy much. They had taken a taxi, and buying too much would be hard to carry. They could always buy more later. Plus, it wasn't easy bringing too much stuff back. They kept shopping until 9:30 p.m. The mall was clearly getting less crowded. Even though it was the first night of the National Day holiday, which always attracted larger crowds, most people would still choose to head home around this time. Deciding not to shop anymore, Du Heng led Hua Yuxuan to the movie theater on the 4th floor. Hu Ling and Zhang Yang were already waiting at the entrance. They smiled and greeted Du Heng and Hua Yuxuan. Yuxuan, you guys are finally here. I thought you might shop for a little longer, said Hu Ling. Hua Yuxuan smiled and nodded. There wasn't anything else we wanted. Then let's go find some seats and rest for a while. There's still some time before they start checking tickets. Yangzi, go get some ice cream. Huh. Zhang Yang looked reluctant, scratching his head. Where am I going to get ice cream at this hour? Hu Ling rolled her eyes at him. Just go. There's always somewhere. If you can't find any, just grab some milk tea bottles from the milk tea shop downstairs. Oh. Poor Zhang Yang grimaced as he turned to get on the escalator downstairs. Hua Yuxuan and Du Heng exchanged glances and chuckled, watching Zhang Yang's retreating back. Lingling, isn't Zhang Yang a little pathetic? Hu Ling waved her hand. Yuxuan, you don't know. This guy doesn't know how to act around girls. His EQ is incredibly low. If I don't make him do things, he could stand there all night without moving. Hua Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. Du Heng nodded in agreement. That's just how Yangzi is. Hu Ling compliments him perfectly. The three of them smiled at each other and found some seats. Hu Ling clearly had some girl talk she wanted to have with Hua Yuxuan. Du Heng touched his nose and walked over to the wall, pretending to study the movie posters. He was, however, listening carefully to the two girls' conversation. Yuxuan, you two shopped for so long and didn't buy anything? We did. I bought a hang some clothes. The little rich girl is finally showing her colors, huh? No, it's just that a hang has been buying me things, and I haven't really spent any money on him. Plus, I noticed he doesn't really buy clothes for himself, so I thought I'd buy him an outfit. So, where are the clothes you bought him? Hua Yuxuan held up the shopping bag for Hu Ling to look inside. Hu Ling smiled when she saw it. A suit? Why would you buy something so formal? It's not a suit, it's a Zhongshan suit, the fitted kind. A hang looks really smart and handsome in it. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Yuxuan, look at you. You're done for. Du-hong just has to change clothes, and you're already this smitten. You're a lost cause. Hui Yuxuan's cheeks flushed. Aren't you smitten with Zhang Yang too? I saw you earlier. Even though he was standing there like a log, you were holding his arms so affectionately. Hu Ling giggled and nodded, then shrugged helplessly. Yangzi is great, he just doesn't use his brain much. He doesn't take the initiative, and I have to do everything. I'm a girl, you know? Du-hong didn't hear the rest of their conversation as the two began to whisper to each other, probably about more private topics. Du-hong felt a little bored. Just then, Zhang Yang returned to the 4th floor on the escalator, carrying a small red plastic bag containing ice cream. Lingling, I'm back? Okay. And the ice cream? I asked people down there, and they said there was no place nearby that sold ice cream. So I went to a small supermarket across the street and bought a few Haagen-Dazs. Will those do? Hu Ling batted her eyelashes at Zhang Yang and smiled. You're good. If you came back empty-handed, you wouldn't be sleeping on the bed tonight, or even the sofa. Huh. Zhang Yang scratched his head. Then where would I sleep? The hallway. And now? Now I might let you sleep on the bed. Okay. Why don't you seem the least bit excited? Are you a little scared instead? And did your mouth twitch up when I said you could sleep in the hallway? Shaking her head, Hu Ling knew that she'd been a bit too hard on him last night. Zhang Yang's thin frame was almost completely drained. She handed the Haagen-Dazs to Hui Yuxuan and Du-hong. Just then, the movie theater staff announced that their showtime was starting to check tickets. Du-hong went off again to buy 2 large tubs of popcorn and 2 large cups of soda with double straws. The 4 of them lined up to get their tickets checked before heading into the theater. Chapter 82. Back to School. In the following days, Du-hong took Hui Yuxuan to Laojun Mountain in Hunan, where they shouted joyously from the mountaintops. They also visited Fanawild, riding the Scream Valley ride, and Hui Yuxuan's smile never faded. 7 days passed, and today was the last day of the National Day holiday. Exhausted, the 4 of them disembarked from the plane. They got into the Rolls-Royce parked outside the airport and headed straight for the Royal Dragon Mansion, planning to drop off Hui Yuxuan first. Ahing, aren't you going to stay at my apartment with me? Hui Yuxuan looked at Du-hong with gentle, watery eyes, a hint of exhaustion in her large, fluttering eyes. Du-hong hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Go back and rest properly. We've been too tired these past few days. Hu Ling winked and gave Hui Yuxuan a thumbs up on the side. Zhang Yang gave Du-hong a knowing look. Hu Ling would simply throw him a flirty glance, and he would immediately tense up. The atmosphere in the car was a little strange. Mr. Li, who was driving, saw it in the rearview mirror and immediately understood what was happening. He remembered what his wife had asked him to do before he left, which was to tell Du-hong to eat more supplements and strengthen his body. He couldn't let his health collapse, because they had a long time ahead of them. After Hui Yuxuan got out of the car, the Rolls-Royce drove away. Hui Yuxuan only carried a shopping bag, a purse, and didn't need Du-hong to walk her up to her apartment. As soon as she lay down on the sofa at home, Hui Yuxuan received a video call from her mother. Without hesitation, Hui Yuxuan answered it. For the past 7 days, her mother had only reminded her to be careful and had barely asked about her and Du-hong. The moment she connected, her mother looked her up and down before giving a knowing smile and chuckled softly. Yuxuan, you're back at your apartment. Yes, I just got here. How was the trip? It was good. I had a lot of fun with Ahing. Her mother nodded, then hesitated before getting up from the sofa and walking to her bedroom. She closed the door, trapping Hui's father outside. Then she asked in a gentle voice, How's your body? Did that thing happen? Are you feeling any discomfort? Hui Yuxuan's cheeks flushed red, and she stared at the screen, unable to speak. She didn't know if her mother was interrogating her, and her words were all jumbled and hesitant. Her mother's smile didn't change. She said softly, Mom has been there. I can tell the facts between you and Du-hong. I don't want to interfere in you young people's business. I just care about your body. Hui Yuxuan breathed a sigh of relief and giggled. Mom, I'm very healthy. I don't feel any discomfort. Her mother looked at Hui Yuxuan and nodded, smiling. Did you take precautions? I don't want you having a child so soon. Hui Yuxuan was so embarrassed she couldn't lift her head. If her mother's questions had been a little veiled before, then now it was as clear as day. How could she not feel shy? Ahing is very careful. That's good. Did you guys go at it a lot? Mom, you silly child. Your mom is just worried about you. All right, it's good to know that your body is fine. How's that Do-hung boy doing? Aheng's doing great. Is that so? Her mother smiled knowingly. Has he seemed tired and weak these past few days? Huh? How did Mom know? I asked him to come up earlier, and he refused. He said he needed to go back to his dorm to rest, and I thought it was just because we were tired from traveling. After all, I was also very tired. Her mother chuckled and shook her head. He seems a little worn out. You need to buy him some supplements so he can take care of his body, understand? Okay. After hanging up, Hui Yuxuan's face was still flushed. It felt like she had been caught sneaking a piece of candy as a child. She felt guilty, but also very happy. Thinking about her mother's words, Hui Yuxuan found them to be quite sensible. Furthermore, remembering that Du-hung didn't want to come up, she felt that she really needed to buy Du-hung some supplements. With that thought in mind, she sent Du-hung a message. Aheng, I'm planning on buying some goji berries to make tea. Do you want me to buy some for you too? That was the art of speaking. Hui Yuxuan didn't want to hurt Du-heng's pride, so she pretended that she wanted to buy some for herself and was just buying Du-hung some on the side, reducing the damage as much as possible. However, in the Rolls-Royce, Du-heng's eye twitched and his mouth twitched as he read the message from Hui Yuxuan. It took him a while to compose himself. Massaging his lower back, he thought for a moment, then replied, okay. Simple and clear. They didn't need to beat around the bush anymore. He knew Hui Yuxuan's intentions. They both knew each other intimately now, and there was no need to be so roundabout. He couldn't let Hui Yuxuan's good intentions go to waste. Putting his phone down, he looked out the car window. Hu Ling was asleep on Zhang Yang's shoulder, but Zhang Yang was also asleep on his shoulder. Who could he complain to about this? He resisted the urge to slap Zhang Yang and massaged his temples, his eyes still bloodshot. He hadn't been getting enough sleep recently. He really wanted to just lie down on his bed and go to sleep right now. Du-hung returned to his dormitory alone. Zhang Yang had gone to drop off Hu Ling and hadn't come back with him, and there was no one else in the dormitory. Closing the dorm room door, he washed his face, turned on the AC, drew the curtains, climbed onto his bed, and closed his eyes. He quickly drifted off to sleep. He woke up at 7 p.m. He glanced at his phone. There were no new messages, and Du-hung breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that he'd slept too deeply to see a message from Hui Yuxuan. He didn't want to repeat what had happened last time when it had rained. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up. His temples felt a bit sore, and his head was groggy. He glanced over at Zhang Yang, who had come back at some point and was fast asleep in his bed. He shook his head, got off his own bed, and sat down at his desk. Just then, the dorm room door was pushed open and Wang Cheng returned, a smile on his face. His eyes lit up when he saw Du-hung. Du-ji, you're back. Chapter 83, Milk Tea and Chicken Soup. How was the trip? It was great. Have you been doing part-time work these days? Wang Cheng smiled and nodded. Yeah, I can only make 100 or so yuan a day, but it's fulfilling. I also met a lot of girls. There's one that I'm really hitting it off with. Oh yeah? What's she like? Are you interested in her? We only just met a few days ago, but she seems pretty great. She's from a nursing school, which is 10 bus stops from our school. I just got back from her school. Didn't you go for a part-time job? How did you end up going to another school? The leaflet distribution spot was near her school. When it was done, I took her out to dinner. So, you plan on pursuing her? Wang Cheng chuckled, nodding. He took out his phone and showed Du-hung a photo. Here, this is her. A soft and cute girl, just my type. Du-hung smiled when he saw the photo on Wang Cheng's phone. She's a lowly type. She's not very tall, right? She looks so small, like a middle schooler. Wang Cheng chuckled and took his phone back. She's not very tall. She's only a little over 1.5 meters. She looks like a porcelain doll, very cute. We met distributing leaflets on National Day. Does she like you? Does she have a boyfriend? I asked, and she said she didn't. As for whether she likes me, I don't know. I see. Well, I wish you good luck in winning her over. Hee hee. Thanks, Du-ji. What's going on with Yangzi? He's sleeping like a log. When did you guys come back? We got to the dorm at 2. I just woke up. Wang Cheng's eyebrows wiggled as he chuckled. Did the deed happen? Du-hung sighed and waved his hand. Yeah, it happened. Don't ask. All right, I won't ask. Du-ji, you're awesome. After their brief conversation, Du Hong reached for his phone, getting ready to order food. Suddenly, there was a knock on the dorm room door. When he opened it, he saw a delivery guy holding 2 takeout containers, one milk tea, and the other a meal from a local restaurant. Hello, the takeout for Mr. Du, phone number ending in 8888? Du Hong was puzzled. That's me, but I don't think I ordered anything. The delivery guy reconfirmed the phone number for both takeout orders and smiled. It's yours. There's no mistake. Du Hong was bewildered as he carried the food back to his seat. He'd been sleeping since he got back and hadn't ordered any takeout at all. What's the matter, Duji? Did they send the wrong order? I don't know. But the dorm number is 417, the phone number ends with 8888, and the name is Du, so it has to be mine. Did your sister-in-law order it for you? Huh. Du Hong was stunned. Then he thought that it was indeed possible. He sent a message to Hua Yuxuan. Yuxuan, did you order this? What? Du Hong was puzzled and quickly replied. Oh, never mind. Scratching his head, Du Hong looked at the takeout receipt, completely baffled. Just then, Hua Yuxuan called him on video chat. Du Hong quickly answered. When he saw Hua Yuxuan's suppressed laughter, Du Hong knew he'd been teased. Hee, I ordered you some chicken soup, you know. Try it. Du Hong opened the container. There was indeed chicken soup, as well as a steamed egg and fish with pickled cabbage. He felt a little touched. He was indeed hungry and had planned to order food, but Hua Yuxuan had already ordered it for him. He grinned, looking at the slightly lazy yet undeniably alluring Hua Yuxuan, who seemed to have just woken up and was still lying in bed. Have you eaten? Not yet, but I ordered takeout for myself. It hasn't arrived. Do you want me to come see you tonight? Hua Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. No need. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. I want to hang to be thinking about me. I dreamed about you all afternoon when I was sleeping. I miss you so much. Hua Yuxuan smiled dreamily, her eyes shining. I dreamed of you when I was sleeping too. You were taking me for a bike ride in the park. Oh. Du Hong glanced at the time. After thinking for a moment, he asked, why don't I come pick you up, and we can go to the park and I can take you for a bike ride? Hua Yuxuan's eyes lit up, but then her expression turned hesitant. I still have homework to do. It's due for my major class tomorrow morning. It'll be too late if I don't do it. Du Hong thought that was a pity, touching his nose as he smiled. Then next time, I guess. My motorcycle should be arriving soon too. Once I've got everything sorted, I'll take you out for a spin. Hee, okay. After hanging up, Du Hong took a sip of fruit tea to stimulate his appetite, then began to feast. Wang Chong was probably chatting with the girl, as his smile hadn't left his face. As for Zhang Yang, this guy hadn't even changed his sleeping position, even though the dorm room lights were on. After finishing his meal and drinking the delicious chicken soup, feeling the warmth in his belly, he burped contentedly. A smile gradually appeared on Du Hong's face. After thinking about it, Du Hong decided to call and ask when the motorcycle would be delivered. To be honest, he really didn't want to make this call, but he was the only one among his friends who rode motorcycles. Like last time, the phone rang several times before it was answered. The sky outside was already dark, but the other party seemed to be having a lot of fun. There was loud wind noise, and he didn't know where they were right now. Hey bro, what's up? Where's the motorcycle? It arrived yesterday. They're modifying it for you now. You wanted it to be a 2-seater, but that Kawasaki H2 can only seat one person, so we have to modify it to be able to bring people. Thanks. How much do I owe you? What are you being polite for? It's just a small thing. I'll get it delivered to you tomorrow. Just wait for the delivery. Okay. Oh yeah, bro. Where did you go for the National Day holiday? I was going to visit you at your place, but you weren't home. I went traveling with Yuxuan. Huh? Then you're still a veer. Before the other party could finish, Du Hong hung up. He didn't want to answer that question, nor even hear it. Rubbing his temples, he glanced at the photo Hua Yuxuan had sent. Her takeout had arrived too. She was wearing a pink rabbit suit, pure and sweet. In the photo, her eyes were big and adorable, and she was making a V sign at the camera. My takeout has arrived. Eat quickly, or I'm going to go over there and eat your grapes. Bad man, you can't come tonight. I'll send you a photo of me after I've eaten and finish my homework. I'll make you anxious. Aren't you afraid you'll suffocate me? Bad man, take care of yourself. I'm yours and I'm not going anywhere, so what's the rush? Hee hee, you said it yourself. Bad man, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm eating now. My motorcycle will arrive tomorrow. I'll take you for a spin tomorrow night. Okay. Chapter 84, Random Chapter Name. After this brief exchange, Hui Yuxuan didn't send any more messages and was probably starting to eat. Du-hung didn't send her any more messages. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out his textbooks and started doing homework. He also had homework due tomorrow. Even though he didn't care about his degree, since he'd come to school anyway, he figured he should at least study properly and get his degree first. Zhang Yang was finally woken up by hunger. In particular, the smell of chicken soup that Du Hong had drunk permeated the dorm room, making his stomach protest wildly. He climbed out of bed, made himself a bowl of instant noodles, and began to eat happily. The smell permeated the room, making even Du Hong, who had just eaten, want a bowl of instant noodles. But he knew that it was just an illusion. If he really made some, he definitely wouldn't be able to finish it. Wang Chong was less polite, asking Zhang Yang for a bowl as well and eating it. Slurp slurp. Ah, it smells so good. Du Hong, who was doing his homework, shook his head, wiggled his nose, and sighed helplessly. He had already finished his major course assignments and was now working on his calculus assignment. He'd been working it out in his head for a while, but the smell of instant noodles had completely cleared his mind. Du-ji, what are you doing? Doing homework. What else would I be doing? Huh? We have homework? I didn't know. Whoa. Wang Chong, who had been happily eating his instant noodles, suddenly widened his eyes. I remembered. There's homework, and there seems to be quite a lot. Huh? We have to do homework again. We're already in college. Why do we still have homework? The room grew silent. Even the sounds of Wang Chong and Zhang Yang eating noodles got quieter. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that they finished their homework. After all, it was only the beginning of the semester, and the knowledge they'd learned wasn't too in-depth. Aside from the large amount, it didn't take too long to complete. Yangzi, how's it going with the advertisers? It's okay. We can sign the contract after the Mid-Autumn Festival and put ads in the game. Du-hung nodded. Do you want me to take a look at it for you? Zhang Yang hesitated, then looked at Wang Chong and smiled. No, Du-ji. We can't bother you with everything. You've already done a lot for me. We can handle this ourselves. Ling Ling will also be with me. I'll call you if there's any problem. You just spend time with our sister-in-law. Du-hung looked at Zhang Yang deeply, then nodded lightly, not saying anything else. How's the new game going? When can it be released? Soon. I just need to optimize it a little for the next few days, and then we can play it. Great. I can't wait to make videos of your game. Hee hee, don't worry about it. After thinking for a moment, Du-hung downloaded a single-player game, Little Nightmares 2, which one of his fans had highly recommended on the stream chat. This game, how should he put it? It was actually very simple. Six and her useless man. After watching a few videos that other streamers had done, he got a little interested. Some of the horror scenes had a great sense of oppression, making it a good puzzle-solving, level-crossing, monster-fighting game. Du-hung played very seriously, immersing himself completely. He didn't notice that Zhang Yang, who had finished his homework and had nothing to do, had come behind him to watch him play, curious. He remembered how Du-hong had played Dead Cells, and his impression of him was that Du-hong had been exceptionally smooth, with fast reactions and very fast hands. Du-hong progressed quickly because he didn't focus on the plot. He was just trying to speedrun through the game. The plot didn't matter. Just as he was entering a scene to get a key, he knocked over a cabinet. The door opened, and the teacher began her neck-extending antics, giving him a bit of a shock. Holy crap! Why does that darn neck extend so far? The scream that came from behind him startled him so badly that his body tensed up. The background music in this scene was already a little dull. Combined with that sudden sound, he broke into a cold sweat and almost made the character run out of the box with a trembling hand. He took a deep breath and didn't say anything. If Yangzi wanted to watch, he could. However, in the scenes that followed, the sense of oppression plus Yangzi's loud cries made his skin crawl. Pausing the game, Du-hong rubbed his temples and took a few deep breaths. Hey, Du-ji, why aren't you playing? Did that mannequin just move? Yangzi. What, Du-ji? Du-heng's mouth twitched and his eyes darted wildly. His left hand subconsciously moved towards his phone, which was sitting on the table. He picked it up and put it down, picked it up and put it down, then finally decided to spare Yangzi. Didn't you say you wanted to watch that Conjuring series and The Ring? Yeah, I've always wanted to watch them, but I'm too scared to watch them alone. I'll watch them with you. Really? Great. As he spoke, Zhang Yang returned to his seat, brought his chair over, and sat down beside Du Heng. Du Heng smiled, exiting the game and opening Youku. He searched for The Conjuring, and then directly opened The Conjuring 2. After thinking for a moment, he decided that it wouldn't have any atmosphere if he watched it with the lights on. So, he turned off the lights. It had to be said that once the lights went out, plus the atmospheric music of the horror film, even Du Heng felt spooked. He looked at Zhang Yang. He was gone. Du Heng had just taken his eyes off the computer, so he couldn't quite see things in the darkness yet. After waiting a while, he noticed that Yangzi was actually hiding behind Wang Chong, who was playing on his phone in his seat. Du Heng massaged his temples and looked at Zhang Yang in the darkness, at a loss for words. Can you even see from over there? I can hear the sounds. Then why are you watching a horror movie? You can just listen to a book. I'm too scared. How about you listen with me, Duji? He rubbed his temples again, then turned off the film. He went to turn on the dorm room lights and returned to his seat. He put his headphones on, turned on music, and turned up the volume, making sure he couldn't hear anything from Yangzi. He nodded in satisfaction. He reopened Little Nightmares too. Although he couldn't hear the sounds, it didn't affect his game. Just then, Hanlei opened the dorm room door and walked in. He was a little stunned to see Du Heng and Zhang Yang, since he hadn't seen them for the past 7 nights. Duji, you're back? Duji. Hanlei called his name twice, but Du Heng didn't respond. He walked over to Du Heng and tapped his shoulder, startling him so badly that he jumped up from his seat, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. He turned around and sighed when he realized it was Hanlei. What's wrong? Hanlei was stunned when he heard the music blasting from Du Heng's headphones that could still be heard, even from where he was. After thinking for a moment, he smiled. Nothing much. Oh yeah, did you guys know that we have physical tests in 2 days? Huh. Chapter 85. Taking Hua Yuxuan for a motorcycle ride. You guys didn't know? Didn't the class monitor notify everyone in the group? Du Heng frowned slightly, took out his phone, and opened the class group where he had set notifications to silent. He saw the message from the class monitor, tagging everyone. At all members. The physical fitness test will be held on October 9th at 9 a.m. Please prepare in advance and notify each other. Below it were a string of complaints. Can we not participate? You have to. They'll be doing a roll call. If you don't participate, you'll lose credits. Failing will also affect your credits. If you can't participate due to health reasons, you'll need to show a medical certificate. If you don't have a medical certificate, you still need to participate. We're in college already. Can we have some peace? We have the 1,000-meter run. I could tolerate the lung capacity test, pull-ups, and sit and reach, but this 1,000-meter run is a breaking point for me. I'm begging you in blood to cancel the fitness test. After quickly skimming through the messages, Du Heng massaged his temples. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, immediately started complaining. Holy crap, we have to run 1,000 meters? I'll just lie down on the track. You want to bet? Why is there a fitness test? Doesn't the school have anything better to do? What is the point of a fitness test? Hanlei adjusted his glasses and said seriously, it's to urge us to exercise, not to stay cooped up in the dorm all the time. Damn, if they dare to cancel all our classes every night, I'd go run on the track every night with Lingling. Du Heng ignored Zhang Yang's complaints and sent a message to Hua Yuxuan after thinking for a moment. Did you know about the fitness test happening in 2 days? Hua Yuxuan didn't reply immediately. After a while, she replied, yeah, I knew. What about it? Du Heng breathed a slight sigh of relief. I thought you didn't know. Grandpa told me a long time ago. I even mentioned it to you during the National Day holiday, but you didn't hear me. Du Heng was bewildered. He didn't remember Hua Yuxuan mentioning this. When did you say that? I don't remember. A few nights ago, right after you got out of the shower, you looked all lit up. I softly told you to practice some restraint, and there would be a fitness test after the National Day holiday. Du Heng touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Haha, I forgot. I must have been too excited and drawn to you at the time. Humph. Anyway, are you okay? It seems like girls have the 800-meter run. Can you run that? I should be able to. Why? I heard that failing will affect our credits. That's just to scare you guys. Grandpa told me that it's to encourage students to participate in the fitness test, to make them realize that fitness training is important. They don't want to have students weaken their bodies after studying for a few years. All right. Secretly relieved, Du-hung thought for a moment, then said, if that's the case, why don't you just not participate? Relax, Aheng. I'm fine. I'm not so weak that I can't run 800 meters. Aheng will cheer for me, won't you? Okay, I'll be there. On Monday, Du-hung was playing defense against Hui Yuxuan on the South Stadium field when he received a call asking him to go to the West Gate to sign for his motorcycle. After thinking about it, Du-hung explained the situation to his PE teacher, who waved his hand and agreed. Du-hung then left class with Hui Yuxuan and headed towards the West Gate. When they arrived at the West Gate, they saw a tow truck slowly lowering a handsome-looking motorcycle. After signing for it, Du-hung looked at the modified Kawasaki H2 with great satisfaction. The license plate had already been installed, registered under his friend's name. But Du-hung himself had a motorcycle license, so he was allowed to ride this motorcycle. The weather was a bit cool today. With the slight breeze, it didn't feel too hot. After all, it was already the middle of October. Smiling, Du-hung put on his helmet, straddled the motorcycle, started it, and revved the engine a couple of times. He turned his head to look at Hui Yuxuan, who looked excited and laughed. Hop on. Let me take you for a spin. Okay. Putting on her helmet, Hui Yuxuan lifted her long leg and got on the back of the motorcycle, wrapping her arms around Du-heng's waist. She leaned against Du-heng's back, turning her head to the side, her face filled with sweetness inside her helmet. Du-hung smiled, turned his head, and opened his helmet, saying softly, hold on tight. Okay. Vroom, vroom, vroom. With a roar, the motorcycle sped off, accelerating quickly. Hui Yuxuan almost lost her grip on Du-hung, and her body lurched backward. She wrapped her arms around his waist, scared. Du-hung revved the engine intentionally. The motorcycle lurched several times, and Hui Yuxuan was so scared that she held him tightly. He grinned and chuckled at her fear. Hui Yuxuan's cheeks flushed slightly. She finally understood Du-heng's intentions. She gently pinched his waist and scolded him, Aheng, be careful. This is too dangerous. Du-hung slowed down. There wasn't a lot of traffic on the road, and Jinsheng University was already located in a remote area. Plus, it was noon, so there were fewer pedestrians. Turning his head slightly, Du-hung opened his helmet and called out, Don't worry, Yuxuan. Just hold on tight. I still want to grow old with you, so I won't ride too fast. Hui Yuxuan hugged Du-hung tightly, her face inside her helmet filled with a sweet smile. Aheng, you can ride faster. I'll hold on tight, just don't suddenly accelerate and then suddenly slow down. Really? Yeah. All right. Du-hung gently twisted the throttle. The motorcycle slowly accelerated. Adrenaline surged. Hui Yuxuan's heart pounded and slowly opened her arms, facing the wind. As the scenery rapidly passed her, she squinted her eyes happily. Aheng. Hui Yuxuan opened her helmet and shouted into the wind. Du-hung opened his helmet, turned his head, and replied, What's up, Yuxuan? I love you. Du-hung was startled, then grinned. He shouted back into the wind, Yuxuan, I love you too. Ha 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 ha. Aheng, go faster. Okay. Du-hung gently twisted the throttle with his right hand, leaning his body down. Hui Yuxuan held his waist tightly, her entire body pressed against his back. Hold on tight, Yuxuan. I'm going to accelerate. Yeah. Du-hung stared ahead. He twisted the throttle again, and the motorcycle sped up suddenly. Hui Yuxuan gasped in surprise and almost lost her grip on Du-hung. About 10 minutes later, at a bench by the side of the road, Hui Yuxuan leaned her head on Du-heng's shoulder as the motorcycle was parked in front of the bench. How was that? Aheng is amazing. I don't know how to ride. Want to go for a ride again next time? Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes playfully. No way. You were accelerating and slowing down, and I couldn't even hold on to you. Then I'll be more stable next time? Okay. Chapter 86. The Physical Fitness Test. Thank you. I'm very happy with the motorcycle. It was also modified nicely. There's just enough space for 2 people to sit. Don't be polite with me. I'm on the Sichuanabet Highway with some friends right now. Once I go back, I'll go to your school and see your girlfriend. I'm curious what kind of girl was able to capture your heart. We'll see. After hanging up, Du Hong gently pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist, looked at the time, and laughed. Are you hungry? Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes beautifully. I've been hungry for a long time. We still have classes this afternoon. It's all your fault. We went to your apartment while riding around. Now my legs feel a little weak, but I still have classes to go to this afternoon. Du Hong gently tapped her nose and laughed. Okay. I'll take you to eat. After eating, you can take a nap before going to school. Okay. On Tuesday at 8:30 a.m., the North Gymnastics Field and the outer areas of the stadium were already packed with students. What was worrying was that it was raining again today, not heavy rain, but a light drizzle. The school would clearly not cancel the fitness test with this kind of weather. The students were complaining, but clearly, it was useless. Du Hong was standing with his 3 roommates, waiting for the guys in front of them to do their pull-ups. 10 pull-ups to pass, 17 for an excellent score, and 19 for a perfect score. In order to attract everyone's attention, the class monitor, Wu Lixiang, had to stand in front of the class formation and explain through a megaphone. We need 10 to pass. I don't think I can do even 1. I doubt I can even reach that bar. It's just 10. It's nothing. Today, I'm getting a perfect score. Du Hong touched his chin and glanced at Zhang Yang, who was wearing a basketball uniform next to him. His arms and legs were so thin that Du Hong doubted he could even pass. He didn't tell his roommates that failing the fitness test wouldn't affect their credits. Soon, the first volunteer jumped up and grabbed the bar. He did 10 pull-ups easily, then dropped down and clapped his hands. That wasn't too hard. Really? Then I'll go. A few seconds later. Hey! Can't do it. I can't even do 1. The girls didn't have to do pull-ups. They had different tests. Du Hong, wanting to hurry and find Hui Yuxuan, went forward after that guy came down. He lightly jumped up, grabbed the bar, and did 20 without breaking. A sweat. He dropped to the ground, clapped his hands, nodded to the class monitor, and walked into the stadium, under the stunned gazes of the students. Holy crap. He's so strong. Why does he make it look so easy? He doesn't even look that muscular. He didn't even break a sweat? I'm just freaking stunned. I'm going to try it. I want a perfect score too. Du Hong didn't know what happened after that. He squeezed through the crowd and entered the stadium, which was packed with people, all lining up to do lung capacity tests, standing long jumps, and sit and reach. Du Hong looked around and didn't see Hui Yuxuan. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and sent a message. Where are you? He didn't get an immediate reply. She was probably in the middle of a test. The 800-meter run was definitely last. If she wasn't here, she was probably still outside. Du Hong was right. Hui Yuxuan was currently doing sit-ups, and Hu Ling was holding her legs. Although some guys were looking at her eagerly, Hu Ling was the class monitor and had to coordinate the order of the entire class. How could they miss such a great opportunity to be near their class beauty? However, Hu Ling didn't give them any chances. A few guys who had finished the pull-ups quickly ran over to watch Hui Yuxuan test, but Hu Ling immediately went over to hold Hui Yuxuan's legs. You can imagine how annoying that was. They could only stand on the side, staring, and watched Hui Yuxuan grit her teeth and do 26 sit-ups, reaching the passing line. Oh, Yuxuan is amazing. She's the only girl in the class who's passed so far. That's a must. Goddess Yuxuan has a great figure. She must exercise regularly. Hu Ling rolled her eyes at the guys and scolded. Don't you guys have tests to do? What are you doing standing here? We came to see Yuxuan's test. Yes. Yuxuan already has a boyfriend. You don't have a chance. Go test already. Don't stay here. Huh? Our goddess has a boyfriend? When did that happen? My youth is gone just like that? Hui Yuxuan ignored the guys. As she said before, there were hundreds, maybe even thousands, of guys chasing after her. She didn't make it on the school's campus beauty list because her grandfather had given the seniors who created the list a warning. One of the reasons she chose to live off campus was because she couldn't bear the constant disturbance. There were so many guys chasing her, and they were too crazy. It was seriously affecting her studies and life. Lingling, I'm going inside to do the lung capacity test. Go, Yuxuan. I still have to watch over here. Only after all the girls are done can I go inside. Okay, okay. After saying goodbye to Hu Ling, Wei Yuxuan walked towards the stadium and took out her phone to look at it. She had heard the notification when she was doing sit-ups, but she wanted to finish them all in one go, so she didn't have time to look. When she saw that the message was from Du Hong, the smile on her face blossomed. She was wearing a pink short-sleeved t-shirt today, black tight-fitting, exercise pants that went to her ankles, plus black shorts and white sneakers. Her slender thighs were enough to attract attention just by standing there. Not to mention that she was also wearing a pink headband. That was so her hair wouldn't get messy and interfere with her vision when she was doing the 800-meter run. She started a voice call, directly calling Du Hong. Aheng? Where are you? As soon as she spoke, someone tapped her shoulder. She was startled, but when she turned around, she saw the person she missed standing behind her, a faint smile on his face as he pretended to hold his phone to his ear. I'm right behind you, my dear. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled softly. At that moment, the guys inside felt like the mountain flowers were blooming, as if a spring breeze was washing over them, and they were all a little stunned. Du Hong wasn't much better. Hui Yuxuan was like a ripe peach, radiating extreme temptation. Touching his nose, Du Hong looked at Hui Yuxuan's outfit for the day, grinned, and gave her a thumbs up. Yuxuan looks so beautiful today, very energetic. Most importantly, you have such a great figure. If Aheng likes it, should I wear this more often? Du Hong touched his chin thoughtfully, and after a moment, he laughed. No need, because Yuxuan looks beautiful no matter what she wears. Hui Yuxuan rolled her eyes at Du Hong and looked at the long line of people waiting to test their lung capacity. She couldn't help but look troubled. There are so many people. How long will we have to wait? Du Hong smiled, took her little hand, and led her to the back of the line for the sit-and-reach test. It was hard to hug her waist with the crowd and teachers there. It's okay. We'll go one by one. There are fewer people here. Let's test this one first. Okay. I'll listen to Aheng. Chapter 87. Perfect scores, and more perfect scores. The youthful and beautiful Hui Yuxuan and the sunny and cheerful Du Hong stood together holding hands. They looked like a very well-matched couple. The two of them stood in the line and moved forward slowly, not in a rush. They chatted while watching the people in front of them do the test. People standing nearby all noticed them. There was no way not to. Du Hong was 185 centimeters tall, and Hui Yuxuan was 175 centimeters. They really stood out like a crane among chickens. Soon, the people in front were done testing. They had to take off their shoes, so they were still squatting on the side, putting on their shoes, and watching the results of Hui Yuxuan and Du Heng's tests. Du Hong didn't take off his shoes. He sat down on the testing equipment, swiped his student ID, and then stretched forward, reaching 21 centimeters. Although it wasn't a perfect score, it was already considered excellent. And he hadn't even taken his shoes off, and nobody had helped him press his back. From his expression, it looked like he still had more energy to spare. But anyway, knowing that it wouldn't affect their credits, he didn't care what score he got. Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment, but she also didn't take off her shoes. Almost no one had any faith in her besides Du Hong because her legs were too long. Long legs meant that her arms would also extend far. However, to everyone's shock, Hui Yuxuan simply pushed forward and reached 30 centimeters. Her expression didn't even change. Then she directly got off the machine and hugged Du Heng's arm, giggling. Aheng, am I amazing? Du Hong was also a little stunned. Although Hui Yuxuan had told him that she had done yoga, learned dance, and could even do the splits, and he had also experienced it, and he knew that her body was very flexible. It was really insane that she could reach 30 centimeters with her legs being so long. He gently scratched Hui Yuxuan's cute nose and laughed. Yuxuan, you're great. Hee hee. Hui Yuxuan wrinkled her nose and hugged Du Heng's arm as if it were only natural. Under the envious gazes of all the guys and the jealous gazes of all the girls, they followed Du Hong to the standing long jump testing area. Du Hong jumped a big jump of 2.95 meters, with half of his foot on the outside of the pad, leaving the teacher in charge of recording completely dumbfounded. Not to mention the other guys who were confident in themselves. For them, jumping a little more than 2 meters was their limit. Du Heng's distance was like flying. Hui Yuxuan's eyes lit up. The way Du Hong had jumped up and landed smoothly had a huge impact on her. It was the same for the other girls too. Many girls were pointing at Du Hong, and if it wasn't for Hui Yuxuan looking at them with sharp eyes, they would probably have rushed up to ask for his contact information. Especially when they saw Hui Yuxuan jump only 1.5 meters, these girls almost laughed out loud. Du Hong didn't hold back his laughter, and he was only stopped by Hui Yuxuan pinching his waist lightly. However, he still had a smug smile on his face. Well, those girls were almost all the same. Their dreams were bigger than the sky, but their legs were weak and powerless. There was even a girl who jumped a little more than 70 centimeters, who burst into tears and had to be taken aside to be comforted by a guy who was probably her boyfriend. There was nothing they could do. The news that failing would affect their credits was too scary. She jumped so little, and she would definitely fail. However, this had nothing to do with Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan. Anyway, they would find out later that failing didn't affect their credits. They took the lung capacity test, and Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan both got perfect scores. After the test, they held hands and went to the track inside the stadium. They would take the 50-meter dash and the long-distance run here. It would be 1,000 meters for the boys and 800 meters for the girls. There was nothing much to say. It was purely a test of explosive power and physical strength. Du Heng's leg explosive power was very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dunk. The final results were that Du Hong was excellent in the 50-meter dash, and Hui Yuxuan barely passed. It wasn't that Hui Yuxuan ran slowly, but rather, the person who set the scoring standards must have been out of their mind. Girls had natural physiological weaknesses, but their time in the 50-meter dash was only 1 second less than the boys. Therefore, many girls failed. Of course, there were some who got perfect scores too. They were the members of the school's track team. It would be strange if they didn't get perfect scores. After finishing the 50-meter dash, Hui Yuxuan stood under the viewing platform, hiding from the rain and breathing softly. Her face was a bit red. Du Hong stood beside her and gently stroked her back. Take a few deep breaths, and you'll feel much better. It's mainly because the weather today isn't good because of the drizzle. Otherwise, the 50-meter dash wouldn't have been so difficult. When he mentioned the rain, Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment before reacting. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Du Hong. Aheng, tell me, are you really the rain god? Why did it not rain yesterday, but it rained today? Du Hong awkwardly touched his nose, shrugged helplessly, and laughed bitterly. It's really not me. It's just a coincidence. It's almost the beginning of autumn, so it's normal to be entering the rainy season. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and chuckled. If Aheng is a rain god, then that makes me the rain god's girlfriend. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. Du Hong grinned, pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist, and looked at the people still testing on the track. After thinking for a moment, he said, Yuxuan, why don't you skip the 800-meter run? The weather is really not suitable for running. What if you fall? I don't think the principal wants to see you hurt either. Hui Yuxuan took a few deep breaths, her expression a little better. She waved her hand and said softly, Relax, Aheng, don't worry about me. I want to run the 800 meters. Even if I fail, I want to run it, because Aheng is running too, isn't he? I want to complete the test with Aheng. Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and said gently, Then, maybe I'll skip running too. It doesn't affect my credits anyway. He really thought so. If the weather were better, he wouldn't mind running, but running in this kind of rainy weather was really difficult, especially the feeling of weakness in the last lap. No matter how much you opened your mouth to breathe, you could feel the pain of your lungs burning. He didn't want to go through it again. Unexpectedly, Hui Yuxuan suddenly stuck out her tongue playfully. No way, Aheng. Grandpa said that you have to run the 1,000 meters, and that you have to get a perfect score. Du Hong was stunned. Your grandpa? Why does your grandpa want me to run the 1,000 meters? Hui Yuxuan shrunk back and whispered, Because he knows about us. Massaging his temples, Du Hong felt a bit of a headache. He was originally planning on just not running, but now, not only did he have to run, but he had to get a perfect score too. No matter how you thought about it, he would feel extremely painful after he finished running. As if she could see Du Heng's helplessness, Hui Yuxuan gently squeezed his hand and said softly, It's okay, Aheng. I'll be with you. Looking at the determined Hui Yuxuan, the expression on Du Heng's face became serious. He nodded heavily. I'll get a perfect score. Yuxuan, you have to try your best too. Okay, let's do our best. Chapter 88. Yuxuan fell down. The line for the long-distance run had already begun to gather, and soon people started running on the track. Hui Yuxuan looked at the people on the track, then turned her head to look at Du Hong and said softly, "Ahing, let's go too." Du Hong nodded and squeezed Hui Yuxuan's hand. "The boys and girls teams are separate. Just run slowly." Hui Yuxuan gave a sweet smile and nodded lightly. Because the boys' starting line was near them, Du Hong could only watch Hui Yuxuan slowly walk towards the girls' starting line. She had a smile on her face and waved lightly at Du Hong. Du Hong gave her a thumbs up. After Hui Yuxuan entered the line, he turned his head and looked at the people who were running. The people who charged too hard in the early stages were already running out of steam by the time they entered the second lap. They were overtaken by the people behind them and were left far behind. Du Hong shook his head as he watched. If you didn't have a certain level of endurance, you shouldn't charge so hard, or you'd expend all your energy and willpower. In the end, you'd just have to give up. The long-distance test took a long time, but because it was drizzling, the people waiting could only stand there, moving their arms and legs and doing warm-up exercises. Du Hong would occasionally glance at the direction of the girls' team. There was still no sign of Hui Yuxuan on the track, which meant that Hui Yuxuan hadn't started running yet. Just then, a few familiar figures finished their 50-meter dash and were walking toward them. They were his 3 roommates. After seeing Du Hong, they saw that there were no students on the track and ran over. "Du Ji, have you finished all the other tests?" Du Hong nodded. "Of course. What else would I be doing here? Waiting? That's the most physically demanding test." Zhang Yang said with a bitter face, "I'm done for. I can't do a single pull-up. My long jump didn't reach 2 meters. I couldn't reach my toes with sit-and-reach. My lung capacity wasn't even better than the girls, and I barely passed the 50-meter dash. Now, I have to run 1,000 meters? Hanlei adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "Yangzi, if you want to lie down later, just say so. I'll lie down and play dead with you. I think I might just kick the bucket without even saying anything. You want to bet? Where's our sister-in-law?" Du Hong pointed towards the girl's side. "She's over there. She hasn't started running yet." As soon as he spoke, the latest batch of girls started running. Du Hong saw the tallest girl in the group and immediately recognized that it was Hui Yuxuan. At that moment, the previous batch of boys also finished running. Du Hong ran over and grabbed a numbered jersey. He put it on and stood on the track. "You guys just finished the 50-meter dash, so take a rest. I'll run first. Du Ji, you can do it. ×3. Beep." The whistle blew. Du Hong glanced at the girls' team that was slowly getting closer. He saw Hui Yuxuan in the middle. After silently calculating the distance, he grinned. "I just said you can't sprint at the beginning, but my endurance and willpower are enough for me to complete the 1,000-meter run." With that thought, Du Hong burst forward like lightning, quickly reaching the first position, leaving the guy in second place far behind. Holy crap! Is that guy crazy? This isn't the 100-meter dash. How is he going to run that fast and still be able to run? He probably just wants to show off by sprinting for a bit. He'll slow down soon. What's the point? Does he have the strength to run the entire distance? Don't tell me he's going to end up just walking the entire last part. However, what shocked them was that Du Hong kept sprinting for an entire lap, for 100 meters. Although his speed slowed down, he still steadily kept the first position, leaving the person in second place almost half a lap behind. Du Hong kept up his breathing. 3 steps in, 3 steps out. Although he was breathing the rain-soaked air, he felt a dryness in his throat. He glanced at the girls' team. Hui Yuxuan had already reached the front of the group. Du Hong grinned and chased after her at a steady pace. Damn, he's not slowing down? Is he for real? Is this guy from the school's track team? During the previous sports meet, there was a guy who ran like that. But that guy didn't start with a sprint either. He just maintained the same speed the entire time. That guy's amazing. Du Hong overtook many girls who were already too tired to keep running. Just as he was about to catch up to Hui Yuxuan, he saw a girl trying to overtake Hui Yuxuan. She then stumbled and fell down. The key thing was that she fell on top of Hui Yuxuan, knocking Hui Yuxuan down as well. "Ah." The girl said sorry and got up and ran away. Hui Yuxuan wanted to get up, but she felt a pain in her knee. She looked down and saw that her pants were ripped and scarlet blood was flowing out. Tears welled up in her eyes. People ran past her, but no one stopped to ask if she was okay. She pushed herself up with both hands, but her legs suddenly buckled and she fell to the side. Just then, a concerned voice shouted, and she only felt a pair of strong hands pick her up. When she looked again, she saw Du Hong looking at her with worry. His chest was heaving like a bellows. When Du Hong saw Hui Yuxuan fall, his eyes turned red. Screw the rhythm. Screw the breathing. Screw the fitness test. They could all go to hell. He started sprinting desperately. He caught her just as Hui Yuxuan was about to fall. I'll take you to the infirmary. Without waiting for Hui Yuxuan to say anything, Du Hong picked her up and ran towards the stadium exit. On his back, Hui Yuxuan finally let the tears she had been holding back fall. A hang. Du Hong was sweating profusely. His chest was heaving. His vision started to blur, but he didn't slow down. He ran out of the exit, and under the curious stares, he took firm steps towards the infirmary. Ahang, put me down. You haven't finished running? I'm not running anymore. Screw the fitness test. I said I wouldn't let you get hurt again. Don't speak. I'll take you to the infirmary. Hui Yuxuan's tears flowed uncontrollably, falling onto Du Heng's back. He couldn't tell whether they were Hui Yuxuan's tears, or the rain, or his sweat, because his clothes were already soaked. Rushing into the school's infirmary, Du Hong frantically called for a doctor to treat Hui Yuxuan's injury. Hui Yuxuan's pants were rolled up, revealing a bloody wound. The wound was full of scratches, with blood seeping out every now and then. It broke Du Heng's heart. Yuxuan, bear with it, the rubbing alcohol will hurt a little. As soon as he said that, Hui Yuxuan was shivering in pain. She held onto Du Heng's arm tightly. The doctor was using rubbing alcohol to clean the wound. After spraying it with Yunnan Baiyao, the doctor gave a simple bandage. The doctor then prescribed some anti-inflammatory drugs and gave the remaining Yunnan Baiyao to Du Hong. Be careful not to let the water soak it, and don't eat anything that might irritate it. Prevent the wound from getting infected. Okay, thank you, doctor. You don't have to be so worried. It's just a surface wound. Go home and eat some black fish soup. It will heal quickly. Okay. After paying, Du Hong brought Hui Yuxuan out of the infirmary. Du Hong couldn't bear to watch Hui Yuxuan hop along, so he hesitated and said, I'll take you back to your apartment. You can't get rained on. I'll go buy an umbrella first, and you wait for me here. Okay. Chapter 89. The Physical Fitness Test Ends. Royal Dragon Mansion, 1117. Du Hong helped Hui Yuxuan onto the sofa, then went to get her a glass of water. He opened the packet of anti-inflammatory medication and handed it to her. Here, take this, and be careful the wound doesn't get infected. Hui Yuxuan's eyes were still wet with tears. She took the glass of water and the medication, and then drank the medicine with the water. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat for lunch? Du Heng's breathing had already returned to normal. Earlier, when he was carrying Hui Yuxuan to the infirmary, he had felt like it was hard to breathe, and his vision had turned dark. That was a symptom of hypoxia. After all, he had sprinted for 2 laps, and then carried Hui Yuxuan so far. Hui Yuxuan stared at Du Hong dreamily, her eyes sparkling. She grabbed Du Heng's hand, pulled him to sit beside her, and then leaned against his chest. She thought back to the anxious moment that Du Hong had earlier, and she felt extremely moved. Du Hong really cared about her very, very much. Ahang, I love you. Du Hong was startled for a moment. That wasn't the question he'd asked, but that didn't stop him from responding. He lowered his head and kissed Hui Yuxuan's red lips, who had gently closed her eyes, and said seriously, I love you too. So, what do you want to eat? I'll eat whatever Ahang orders. Looking into Hui Yuxuan's large, watery eyes, Du Hong shook his head helplessly, took out his phone, and looked through nearby restaurants. The doctor said that drinking black fish soup will help you recover faster, so let's order some black fish soup first, and then 2 light stir-fries. Okay. Hui Yuxuan stared at Du Hong dreamily, her eyes hazy. She realized that she had completely fallen for him. After he finished ordering takeout and put down his phone, he was met with Hui Yuxuan's bright eyes. Du Hong was stunned for a moment, then gently scratched her nose and smiled. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Hui Yuxuan suddenly giggled. Was Ahang scared earlier? Yeah, it felt like my head was about to explode. But you didn't finish the 1,000-meter run. Grandpa might be angry, but I'll explain it to Grandpa. If Grandpa still criticizes you, I won't talk to him anymore. Du Hong smiled wryly, gently pinching Hui Yuxuan's waist. The principal will understand, Because you're his precious granddaughter. Okay, that's what I think too. Just then, Hua Yuxuan's phone rang. It was a call from Principal Hua. She gestured to Du Hong to be quiet and then answered the phone. Hello? Grandpa. Yuxuan, are you okay? Grandpa heard that you fell while running. Where did you hurt yourself? My knee was scratched. A heng took me to the school infirmary for a simple cleaning, disinfection, and bandage. Now I'm resting at my apartment. You silly child. Didn't Grandpa tell you not to be reckless? Why won't you listen to me? Grandpa, you asked a heng to get a perfect score. I didn't want a heng to run alone, so I ran with him. Sigh. My granddaughter has grown up. Grandpa's words don't mean anything. No, Grandpa, don't overthink it. Okay. Grandpa won't overthink it. Are you at your apartment now? Grandpa will come over and check on you. No need, Grandpa. I'll be fine by myself. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then her grandfather spoke. That Du Hong boy is with you, right? Hua Yuxuan shrank back, glanced at Du Hong, and whispered, Yes, Grandpa. A heng brought me back. There was another moment of silence. Hua Yuxuan thought that her grandpa was going to get angry, but then he spoke again. He's quite good. I heard that he gave up the test to carry you all the way to the infirmary. Yes, Grandpa. Okay. Tell him that he should go to my office after class tomorrow morning. Huh? Grandpa, why do you want a heng to see you? Just tell him. Okay. After hanging up, Hua Yuxuan turned to Du Hong and stuck out her tongue. Did a heng hear everything? Du Hong touched his nose and nodded, smiling wryly. Yeah, I heard it. I just don't know what your grandpa wants to talk to me about. Why don't I go with you tomorrow? If I'm there, Grandpa won't do anything to you. No, I'll go by myself. I can't let your grandpa look down on me. Okay. Looking at Hua Yuxuan's torn pants, Du Hong hesitated for a moment before saying, Why don't you skip class tomorrow? Your leg probably isn't comfortable for walking. Relax, Ling Ling will be with me. I'll be fine. Really? Don't worry. Thankfully, it was just a superficial wound. After eating their takeout and resting for a while, Hua Yuxuan changed into her pajamas and was soon asleep in Du Heng's arms. The light rain outside was still drizzling down, and the sky was gloomy. It was the perfect time for a nap. The two of them slept until the evening. The school's physical fitness test was already over. By the time it had finished, everyone knew that the rumor that failing would affect their credits was fake. While relieved, they were also speechless. The school had tricked them. It was so annoying. The two of them didn't get up immediately after waking. Du Hong looked out the window, and after thinking for a moment, he said, I don't know if the English class is still on tonight. It's still raining, and your leg is not comfortable right now. Tonight, I'll stay here and watch TV with you. Okay. Oh yeah. Do you remember me telling you that my mom wanted to meet you? Hua Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded. I remember. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival in a few days. How about we go to your house on the Mid-Autumn Festival? That's a great idea. Then we can go to your house to meet your parents, confirm our relationship soon, pick a day to get our marriage certificate, and then find a time to take our wedding photos. Oh yeah, we also have to set a date for our wedding. Looking at the serious Du Hong, Hua Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled softly. We're still in school, Aheng. You're thinking so far ahead. Du Hong shrugged. It's not my fault. It's because you're too beautiful. I can't rest easy until I've married you home. Hua Yuxuan was successfully amused. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Her cute expression made Du Heng's index finger twitch. He lowered his head and gave her a deep kiss. After a long while, they separated. Du Hong grinned at the blushing Hua Yuxuan and said, I'm not just thinking about that. I'm also thinking about you giving birth to a pair of twins, preferably a boy and a girl. Hua Yuxuan rolled her eyes at Du Hong and scolded him playfully. Who said I was going to give you children, you bad guy? That won't do. You have to be the mother of my future children. No one else will do. Du Heng's serious domineering attitude made Hua Yuxuan feel sweetness to her core. The smile on her face never disappeared. She snuggled into Du Heng's arms and didn't want to get up. Aheng, you're so good to me. Chapter 90. Hua Yuxuan's cousin. Yuxuan, I'll take you to take some photos this weekend. How does that sound? Hua Yuxuan blinked her large eyes a few times and then nodded lightly. Okay, but Aheng, why do you suddenly want to take photos? Du Hong touched his nose and grinned. The photos we took at Slender Westlake are still my wallpaper, but I want to change it to better-looking and clearer ones. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled softly. Ahing, you always have such strange reasons. Du Heng shrugged and chuckled. I can't help it. If I can't take wedding photos, then I'll take a collection of photos for now. If Yuxuan is willing, we can take some wedding photos. Hui Yuxuan's cheeks flushed. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly smiled happily. Okay, I'll take wedding photos with Ahing. Du Heng smiled and pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist. He looked at her knee and said softly, How is it? Does it still hurt? Hui Yuxuan smiled and shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. It only hurt when I first fell, and when I was rubbing the alcohol on it. It's okay now, but it seems like I can't bend my leg, otherwise it still hurts a lot. I told you not to run. Look what happened now. Hee hee. Hui Yuxuan smiled slyly. It's also good now, because Ahing is taking care of me. Du Heng laughed bitterly and shook his head. He glanced at the time and then looked outside. The sky was already dark, and the rain seemed to be getting heavier. Just then, Hui Yuxuan's phone rang. It was a voice call. After looking at it, she was stunned for a moment. She gestured to Du Heng to be quiet and then answered the call. Hello? Hello? Big sister Yuxuan, are you at school? Yeah. What's the matter? I want to go play at your school this weekend. Can I come visit you? Hui Yuxuan was startled for a moment, because Du Heng had just mentioned going to take photos this weekend. Big sister Yuxuan, do you have something planned for the weekend? Yeah, I kind of do. Is it a date with your boyfriend? Yeah. How did you know? Huh? You really do have one. I was just asking. That's great. I'll go meet big sister Yuxuan's boyfriend. Hui Yuxuan felt helpless. Du Heng could hear the voice from the phone, and he was rubbing his temples and had a headache. Big sister Yuxuan, don't you want me to come? No, it's just... Then it's settled. Hee hee. I'm going to visit you this weekend. I want to play around Jinsheng University for 2 days. Hui Yuxuan gave Du Heng a helpless look. He nodded, and Hui Yuxuan understood. So she replied, Okay, do you want us to pick you up? How are you going to pick me up? By taking a taxi? We have a car. We can pick you up. Are you going to be at the train station? Yes, the train station. By the way, you have a car? Is it your brother-in-law's? Isn't your brother-in-law still a student? He's a student. You'll know when you get here. Okay. I'll arrive at Jinsheng on Friday night. Then I'll wait for you at the train station to pick me up. Okay. After hanging up, Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled. Du Heng gently pinched her waist and laughed. What are you laughing about? As soon as Ahing said we were going to take photos, someone wants to come interrupt us. It seems like we won't be able to take photos. Maybe we should wait for another time? It's okay. We'll take them this week. By the way, who is he? He's my aunt's son. His name is Chen Zihao. He's lively and has a great relationship with me. Du Heng nodded. It's okay to let him come with us. He won't mind seeing us taking photos, especially wedding photos, right? Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment and then said, Xiaohao is outgoing and very easy to get along with. If I tell him, he shouldn't go around talking about it. Then that's good. Looks like I have to prepare a gift for him to shut his mouth. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and chuckled. But what will you give him as a gift? Du Heng smiled confidently. It will naturally be something that boys like. By the way, how old is he? He just entered his 2nd year of high school. Okay. On Friday at 6 p.m., Du Heng drove the night 15 with Hui Yuxuan to the train station. Originally, he had planned to ride his motorcycle to pick up Chen Zihao, but he was worried that he wouldn't recognize him and would miss him, so he decided to bring Hui Yuxuan along. It was clearly impossible for 3 people to ride a motorcycle, so he had to drive out this overly large car. Inside the car, Hui Yuxuan looked at Du Heng curiously. The latter had a confident look on his face. He clearly had a lot of faith in the gift he had prepared. Ahing, what exactly did you prepare? It's a secret. Hui Yuxuan pouted, rolled her eyes at Du Heng, and then stopped asking. She took out her phone and sent Chen Zihao a message. Xiaohao, have you arrived yet? Almost. Big sister Yuxuan, have you left yet? We've left. If you get off the train first, just wait at the exit. Don't wander around. Okay? Okay. After putting down his phone, Chen Zihao turned to look at the girl next to him and smiled. Xiaonan, my sister is coming to pick me up by car. What are you going to do? Do you want to come with me? The girl named Xiaonan had a single ponytail and a pair of large, watery eyes under her blunt bangs. She thought for a moment, then smiled sweetly, revealing two small dimples on her face. No need. My grandfather should be coming to pick me up too. What if he doesn't come? Then I'll take a taxi to his place. It's fine. I come to Jinqing often, and I know the way to his house very well. Okay. Chen Zihao was clearly interested in the girl named Xiaonan. He wanted to show off, but after all, Hui Yuxuan's boyfriend would be the one driving. He hadn't been arrogant enough to order his never-seen brother-in-law to do anything. The train slowly pulled into the station. Many people inside the train stood up. These were all the people getting off at Jinqing Station. Chen Zihao and Sun Xiaonan also stood up from their seats. Both of them were carrying backpacks. Once the train stopped and the doors opened, they followed the crowd forward. Suddenly, Sun Xiaonan squatted down, and her forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, my phone is gone. What's wrong? My phone is gone. It was just in my pocket, and now it's not there. Did you put it in your bag? Check carefully. Sun Xiaonan quickly took off her backpack and squatted on the ground, rummaging through it. As she was searching, tears welled up in her eyes, and the sweat on her forehead dripped down her cheeks. It's not here. Chen Zihao panicked. How is it not there? Think carefully. Did you drop it somewhere? I don't know. Sun Xiaonan started sobbing, her shoulders shaking. She didn't notice that under her original seat, a phone lit up, displaying an incoming call. The caller was listed as Grandpa. Chen Zihao was at a loss for words. He squatted down, gently patting Sun Xiaonan's back. It's okay. It's okay. You said your grandfather might be coming to pick you up, right? We'll go to the exit and look for him. It's no big deal that your phone is gone. Just report it lost. My grandfather is not coming to pick me up. I lied to you. Chapter 91. Chen Zihao's surprise. I feel bad making you take me to my grandpa's place. Chen Zihao scratched his head. Now, it wasn't like he couldn't take her, but he was still hesitant. After a moment, he said softly, My sister's boyfriend has a car. When they get here, I'll ask them. My sister is really easygoing, and I imagine anyone who's her boyfriend must be a good person. But that doesn't seem right. You've never even met your sister's boyfriend. What if it causes them to argue because of me? Chen Zihao thought about it, and it did make sense. After hesitating, he pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Sun Xiaonan. Then you can take a taxi. Take a taxi to your grandpa's. You can always buy another phone if yours is lost. Sun Xiaonan's eyes were red. She didn't refuse Chen Zihao's kindness and reached out to take the bill. The taxi pickup area at the train station wasn't the same as the exit. Of course, you could get a taxi outside the exit, but because of the heavy traffic and the no parking rule, most people getting a taxi from the train station went directly to the taxi waiting area. Sun Xiaonan didn't immediately go to the waiting area. She lowered her head, twisting the bill in her hands, looking a bit awkward. Seeing this, Chen Zihao asked softly, What's wrong, Xiaonan? Why aren't you taking a taxi? Could I borrow your phone to make a call? I want to tell my grandpa that my phone is lost and ask him to wait for me at home. What's so embarrassing about that? Chen Zihao said, handing her his phone with a smile. Go ahead. Just then, a call came in. Chen Zihao glanced at it and smiled at Sun Xiaonan. It's my sister calling. I'll take this call, and then you can use my phone. Sun Xiaonan nodded, and Chen Zihao answered the call. Hello, sis? What? You're here? That was fast? No big deal. Chen Zihao glanced at Sun Xiaonan and then said, A classmate of mine needs to go to her grandpa's, but she lost her phone. Oh, really? Ha ha ha. That's great. Thanks, sis. Thanks, bro-in-law. Okay, then. Hanging up the phone, Chen Zihao smiled happily. He looked at Sun Xiaonan, who still didn't know what was going on, and said excitedly, My sister and her boyfriend are almost here. My sister said they'll take you to your grandpa's first. Sun Xiaonan nodded and handed the 100 yuan back to Chen Zihao. Then I'll give you this money back. Keep it. Without a phone, it's hard to go anywhere. You can't be without any money. I only have this cash on me, otherwise I'd give you more. Sun Xiaonan lowered her head, twisting the money in her hands. After a long moment, She whispered, "Thank you." Haha, it's nothing, nothing. Just then, an oversized SUV sped towards them from a distance, approaching their location directly, startling them both. They quickly backed away. This was the drop-off area where cars were allowed to stop. The SUV pulled up in front of them. Chen Zihao thought someone was getting out to take the train, but then the car window slowly rolled down, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty. Chen Zihao's eyes widened, and he gasped out loud, "Yuxuan Jia? Sister Yuxuan." Inside the Night 15, Du Heng smiled, touching his nose. He couldn't help it. Chen Zihao, sitting in the back seat, kept staring at him with an expression of pure adoration. Chen Zihao was only a sophomore in high school, right in the middle of his youthful enthusiasm. You could only imagine the impact of such a huge SUV on him, not to mention that he was sitting inside it, and the owner was actually his cousin's boyfriend. Following the car's navigation, Du Heng drove towards the neighborhood Sunshine and had described. "Bro-in-law, what does your family do?" Hearing that bro-in-law made Du Heng feel great. He turned on the right turn signal and changed lanes, chuckling. "We're in business." "Bro-in-law, what's the name of this car?" Night 15. Chun Zihao hadn't heard of the name, but that didn't stop him from searching. He took a sip of the Sprite sitting on the console in front of him, opened his browser, typed in Night 15, and, after reading the description, was stunned. Holy crap, it's a limited edition? Not believing his eyes, Chun Zihao searched for the car's price and then instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Holy crap, so many zeros. 10, 100, 1,000, 15 million? Chen Zihao was in a trance. Sun Xiaonan, curious, glanced at the price on Chen Zihao's phone. Her big eyes immediately widened, and she covered her mouth with her small hand, utterly shocked. Gulp. Swallowing dryly, Chen Zihao's eyes were shining as he looked at Du Heng driving in the front. Bro-in-law, how's your relationship with my sister?" Du Heng was taken aback for a moment, glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was covering her mouth and giggling, and chuckled. "You can ask your sister." Chen Zihao immediately looked at Hui Yuxuan. The latter rolled her eyes and said softly, "It's very good, even better than you imagine." Chen Zihao nodded in satisfaction. He leaned towards Sun Xiaonan, who was still speechless with shock, and said softly, "It seems my bro-in-law's family is very wealthy, and he's got a great relationship with my sister." "But how is that related to you?" "I'm happy for my sister. My sister is so beautiful. It would be a shame if she didn't marry a rich man." Sun Xiaonan nodded. "Your sister is really beautiful, even more so than those made-up ladies on TV, and most importantly, she has a great figure." Although they were talking about Hui Yuxuan, Chen Zihao felt a surge of pride. He puffed out his chest and grinned. Du Heng drove steadily but also quickly. Even though it was dark, the car's 4 headlights lit up the road as if they were 4 suns in the night sky. Cars coming from the opposite direction didn't dare use their high beams, because as soon as they turned on their high beams, Du Heng would turn on all 4 of his high beams in return. They couldn't handle it. Adhering to the principle of, "I won't provoke anyone, but if someone provokes me, I will return the favor twofold," Du Heng was still very courteous driving his Night 15. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the neighborhood where Sun Xiaonan's grandfather lived. They had already called on the way, so her grandfather was waiting at the gate of the community. He was startled to see Sun Xiaonan get out of such a unique and oversized car. But after seeing that Sun Xiaonan was okay, and happily waving goodbye to the people in the car, he felt relieved. Leaving the neighborhood, Chen Zihao finally couldn't resist. He stood up from his seat, leaned towards the driver's seat, and chuckled. "Bro-in-law, how did you and my sister meet?" Du Heng touched his nose, feeling a little awkward. Hui Yuxuan was already laughing. There was no way around it. The way they first met was indeed a bit embarrassing to talk about. After thinking for a moment, Du Heng said softly, "Your sister and I were destined to meet by fate." Chapter 92. Dare you speak ill of my bro-in-law? After saying that, Du Heng shut his mouth, leaving Chen Zihao staring blankly. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed. "No way, bro-in-law. Isn't there like a world-shaking or extremely romantic story or anything?" "Yeah, I said it was arranged by fate. Isn't that world-shaking enough?" "All right." Chen Zihao was like a deflated balloon, slumping back into his seat, taking a sip of Sprite, burping, and looking out the window. at the quickly receding scenery. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Sis, am I going to stay at your place tonight? Or where?" "Of course, you're going to my place. Where else would you go?" "But wouldn't I be bothering you?" Hui Yuxuan's face turned a bit red. She glanced at the grinning Du Hong and gently shook her head and said, "What are you talking about? A Heng sleeps in the dorm tonight, and you sleep on the sofa in the apartment." "Oh, okay." The car was temporarily silent. After thinking for a moment, Du Hong looked at Hui Yuxuan. "Yuxuan, are you going to tell him about tomorrow, or should I?" Hui Yuxuan hesitated for a moment and then turned to look at Qin Zihao, who was in the back seat taking pictures of the car's interior and seats with his phone. "Xiaohao, Aheng and I are going to have a photo shoot tomorrow. What are your plans? How about I buy you a ticket to the amusement park, and you can have fun for the day?" The biggest amusement park in Jincheng is owned by Aheng's family. Holy crap, bro-in-law's family has an amusement park? Hui Yuxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That wasn't the main point of her sentence. "So, are you going to the amusement park tomorrow?" "Definitely not going." "Huh? Why not?" "I want to see you and bro-in-law have your photo shoot." Hui Yuxuan looked helplessly at Du Hong, who shrugged just as helplessly. "But a photo shoot can be tiring. Won't you be bored?" No, don't worry. I'll just be watching on the side and won't bother you." "Okay, then." Arriving at the entrance of Imperial Dragon Manor, after parking the car on the side of the road, Hui Yuxuan got out of the car with Chun Zihao. "Wait, I have a greeting gift for you." Du Hong smiled as he opened the trunk and took out a huge gift box, handing it to Qin Zihao, whose eyes were glowing. "Thank you, bro-in-law." "Haha, then you guys go on up. I'm heading back to school. Also, Yuxuan, your knee isn't completely healed yet. Be careful not to get the wound wet when you take a shower." Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, nodded to Du Hong, and turned to lead Qin Zihao, who was struggling to carry the gift box with both hands, upstairs. Watching Hui Yuxuan's figure disappear around the corner, Du Hong touched his nose, smacked his lips, shook his head and sighed. He got back in the car and drove away. Normally, he would have some time with Hui Yuxuan before leaving, at least a goodnight kiss. Unfortunately, today he didn't even hold her hand. In the elevator, Qin Zihao watched the floor numbers slowly approaching the 11th floor. He was so excited he almost jumped. He couldn't wait to open the gift box and see what his rich bro-in-law had sent him. As soon as he opened the door, Qin Zihao changed into his slippers, turned on the lights, and ran to the sofa with the gift box. Then he began to unpack it. Hui Yuxuan put on her slippers and closed the door, following him over. She was also curious about what Du Hong had given Qin Zihao, especially since the box was so big and seemed to be very heavy. Qin Zihao opened the outermost layer of the box and looked at what was inside through the gap. He instantly went into a trance. Holy crap! Qin Zihao's hands were shaking with excitement. Even though he hadn't seen the whole thing, just a glimpse of the Lego logo was enough to make him excited. As the gift box was completely opened, the whole greeting gift was revealed. The Star Wars Death Star, and the 10,188 version. Holy crap! Qin Zihao was only able to say holy crap with excitement. Hui Yuxuan, who was beside him, didn't have much of a reaction after seeing the whole gift. She didn't care much for these kinds of things, and she didn't understand why so many boys got so excited when they saw them. Qin Zihao, in a trance, touched the packaging for a long time, and finally took out his phone and started snapping pictures, which he then sent to his class chat group, attracting a crowd of male students and some female students. Holy crap! Qin Zihao, where did you get that? 10,188? Awesome! How much did you pay for it? Envious. Qin Zihao tapped away on his phone, replying, "My bro-in-law sent it to me." Well, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The replies turned into a chorus of jealousy. "I also want a bro-in-law like that." "Me too +1. Me too plus 10,086. Qin Zihao, ask your bro-in-law if he's looking for a girlfriend?" "Zhao Shuyun, how could you say that?" Qin Zihao grinned, replying, "Don't think too much about it. My sister is very beautiful. You don't have a chance." "Really? No picture, no truth?" "Yeah, no pictures, no proof. Post a picture, post a picture." "Nice try. My sister's stunning beauty is only for my bro-in-law to see." "Damn. So let's make a deal. When you come back, we'll build it together. I've wanted the Star Wars Death Star for a long time, but my dad won't buy it for me, He says it's too expensive. No problem, no problem. Looking at Chin Zaheo, who was so happy that his eyebrows were flying, Hui Yuxuan sent a message to Du Hong. Ahing, Xiaohao really likes the gift you gave him. I'm glad he likes it. Drive carefully. Let me know when you've arrived at the dorm. Okay. Putting down her phone, Hui Yuxuan didn't pay any more attention to Chin Zaheo, who was still excited. She put down her bag, took her clothes, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Chin Zaheo continued to brag in the class chat group. You guys don't know. When my bro-in-law came to pick me up, he was driving a super huge SUV. It looked like an armored car. Huh? Is your bro-in-law a soldier? Picking you up in an armored car? Are you stupid? Even if you're a soldier, you can't drive an armored car out. Haogu, enough said. I'll follow you from now on. What was that? Can I build the Death Star with you? No problem, no problem. What kind of car was it? Chin Zaheo directly sent a screenshot of his earlier search to the group, and the group instantly exploded. Holy crap. Holy crap, crap. Such a big car? It really looks like an armored car. Is it just me that noticed the price? Limited edition worldwide? 15 million? Your bro-in-law is rich. I heard that a lot of rich people change girlfriends like they change clothes. Is it possible that your sister will break up with your bro-in-law soon? What are you saying? It's true that my bro-in-law is rich, but he's definitely not that kind of person. And my sister is not the kind of person to look for a boyfriend like that. Closing the group chat, Chun Zaheo felt a little unhappy. After thinking for a moment, he decided that tomorrow he would send Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan's photos to the group to make these jealous people open their eyes. Dare you speak ill of my bro-in-law? I'll make you all jealous. Chapter 93. The Photo Shoot. After returning to his dorm, he sent a message to Hui Yuxuan reporting that he was safe, then went to the bathroom to take a shower. These days, Wang Chang's relationship with the nursing schoolgirl he met through his part-time job had been progressing rapidly. In his words, the two were not far from confirming their relationship. He was just looking for the right opportunity to confess. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 6 a.m., Du Hong was woken up by his alarm clock. Today was Saturday, and it should have been a great time to sleep in, but they were scheduled to take photos for their portfolio today. He had hired a photographer for a high price for the purpose of taking the clearest and most perfect photos. They were scheduled to start shooting at 9 a.m., but Hui Yuxuan needed to put on makeup, and he also needed to get ready. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, it took a lot of willpower for him to sit up on his bed. He leaned against the bed's railing and almost fell back asleep. Because the curtains were closed, the dorm room was very dark. You could hear Zhang Yang snoring in the quiet room. Zhang Yang's bed was diagonal to Du Hong's. After washing up, taking his car key and mobile phone, and glancing at the weather, Du Hong brought his and Zhang Yang's umbrellas, just in case. There was already one in the car. Even if it rained, 3 umbrellas should be enough. Hopefully it wouldn't rain. Even Du Hong was starting to feel a little uncertain. When he arrived at the Imperial Dragon Manor, he saw Hui Yuxuan wearing long pants and a coat, with a sleepy-faced, yawning Chen Zaheo standing by the road. Chen Zaheo had been up until after 2 in the morning working on the Death Star. At this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot veins. Even so, when he saw the slightly oversized Night 15 drive towards them, he was instantly revived, his spirits immediately lifting. Du Hong parked the car in front of the two and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Hui Yuxuan, with a smile on her face, shook her head gently. "Not yet. Let's have breakfast together." "Okay, wait while I find a place to park the car." After parking the car, the three found the nearest breakfast shop, ordered 3 servings of tofu brains, some small steamed buns and braised eggs, and chatted as they ate. "Bro-in-law, thank you so much for the gift last night." Du Hong raised his eyebrows, glanced at Chun Zaheo's bloodshot eyes, and nodded with a smile. "I'm glad you like it. Today, your sister and I are going to be having a photo shoot, and one set will be wedding photos. Just don't go around saying that." "Okay, I won't go around saying it, bro-in-law. Don't worry." Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and laughed. "You won't get to have any fun when you come with us to the photo shoot. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you and your sister to my family's amusement park." "Haha, okay. Thanks, bro-in-law. Bro-in-law is awesome." The left bro-in-law, the right bro-in-law, made Du Hong beam with delight. He raised his eyebrows at Hui Yuxuan, who just gave him a beautiful eye roll in return. After breakfast, They headed to the pre-arranged wedding photography studio. The reason it was a wedding photography studio was that when Du Hong searched online, all that came up were wedding photography advertisements. Anyway, these photography studios also offered photo portfolio services, so Du Hong chose one to discuss it. When they arrived at the photography studio, it was still not even 8 a.m. At the Golden Lady Wedding Photography Studio, when the store manager saw Du Hong, her eyes lit up. This customer had come in and directly ordered the highest package. Although he looked very young, that didn't matter because he was obviously rich. She didn't recognize the Night 15 at the entrance, but it didn't look cheap at all. For a student to drive a car like that, it was obvious that his family was very wealthy. Of course, these kinds of people were also very quick-tempered. If they didn't get a good shot, they would definitely get angry. And the one who would be in trouble would be her. To prevent this from happening, and also to take good care of this wealthy customer, the manager directly arranged for the best photographer and makeup artist on her team to serve Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan today. Because they would be shooting a total of 8 outfits, including indoors and outdoors, and most importantly, there was an additional wedding photo shoot. Du Hong ordered 2 of these, and both were the highest level package. No wonder the store manager was so enthusiastic, personally pouring tea and water. Chen Zihao, who had tagged along to watch, also experienced the kind of treatment that a wealthy person would receive. A mature-looking shop assistant, who was wearing clothes that were cut very low and a tight-fitting skirt that barely covered her bottom, stood by his side with a smile, waiting to be called on. Du Hong took a sip of his soda water and asked, "When are we starting? Should we start with indoor or outdoor scenes?" The store manager glanced at the time and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment, sir. The makeup artists aren't at work yet. They start at 8 a.m. You came a little early. I didn't expect you to arrive as soon as we opened." Du Hong nodded, thought for a moment, and asked, "Then how about we pick out the clothes first and the wedding dress? Let Yuxuan choose carefully." "Okay." The store manager gave a look to an assistant, who understood, and walked ahead leading the way. The store manager gestured to them to follow, and then began to explain. "The clothes here are only for display. For the actual shoot, you will need to go to the shooting base. That's where we keep the actual outfits." Du Hong nodded. "I understand the rules. Are we going to take the company shuttle to the shooting base later?" "The shooting base is very close by. You can drive there yourself. Once the makeup artists get here, they will go with you in your car to the base. That way it's faster. The shuttle will take longer to arrive." "Okay." Chapter 94. The most beautiful photos, no matter how they're taken. Inside the Golden Lady photography base, Hui Yuxuan was taken into the makeup room by 2 seasoned makeup artists. Du Hong also had some light makeup applied. The makeup artist wanted to fix his eyebrows, but he refused. "It's fine. My eyebrows are okay. They don't need to be that thick. You guys can fix it in post-processing. There's no need to fix my eyebrows." The makeup artist was helpless. This customer was the one that the store manager had repeatedly told them to take good care of. If they upset him, he could just leave, and she would have no one to cry to. So, Du Hong's makeup was quickly done. They didn't even use foundation, since he was already pale and didn't need to use it to improve his complexion. Hui Yuxuan's side was similar. She was already very beautiful, so the 2 makeup artists discussed it for a long time and, combined with Hui Yuxuan's usual makeup habits, they gave her a light makeup look. Her eyes curved beautifully, full of charm. Outside, Du Hong was bored as he looked at the various styles of clothing hanging on the racks on both sides. Chen Zihao was next to him, and his hands hadn't stopped for a moment as he tapped away on his phone. Suddenly, Chen Zihao looked at Du Hong and asked tentatively, "Bro-in-law, can I bring a classmate to the amusement park tomorrow?" Du Hong raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Is it the one from the train station last night?" "Why, yes." "Sure, just tell her to go directly to the amusement park." Chen Zihao scratched his head. Bro-in-law," Xiaonan lost her phone. "If she goes to the amusement park alone, she might not be able to find us." Du Hong was stunned. This was new information. He looked at the somewhat awkward Chen Zihao and then, after thinking for a moment, said, "Do you like this girl?" Chen Zihao's face turned a little red. I kind of do." Du Hong looked at the expression on Chen Zihao's face. After a long moment, he nodded with a smile. "It's true that it's difficult for a girl to be outside without a phone. How about this? Last night I gave you a greeting gift. I haven't given anything to this girl yet. Let's just give her a phone. I'll buy one for you, too. How about a matching pair for you two? Huh. Shin Zaheyo's eyes widened. And no, there's no need. I can't let you spend so much. I'll be satisfied as long as you're good to my sister. Du-hung waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, It's settled. I'll drive and pick you up tomorrow morning. Before we go to the amusement park, we'll go and get each of you a phone. It just so happens I also want to get a matching pair with your sister. Shin Zaheyo was a little embarrassed. Bro-in-law, I don't think that's very appropriate. It's okay. Just think of it as an early blessing for you too. Chun Zaheyo lowered his head and whispered, Thank you, bro-in-law. Du-hung chuckled and said, Do you remember what I told you last night? Chun Zaheyo thumped his chest. I remember. I won't go around saying it, bro-in-law. Don't worry. Good. Just then, the door to Hua Yuxuan's makeup room opened and one of the makeup artists came out and called, Mr. Du, the lady's makeup is done, and she's put on her outfit. Would you like to take a look? Du-hong and Chin Zaheyo looked at each other and walked over. Then they saw a figure wearing a bright red cheongsam slowly walking out. Because they had been told not to wear high heels, the makeup artist had thoughtfully found some flat shoes for Hua Yuxuan. Her slender hands were folded in front of her, and her perfect figure was undeniable at that moment. The high-collared cheongsam highlighted her flawless, white neck. Above it, her pure, fair face and her fiery red lips were slightly parted, and her watery eyes blinked. Her hair was done up, and it was obvious that the makeup artist had done a fantastic job. At least, Du-hong was stunned. Chin Zaheyo was also a bit dumbfounded. Seeing that Du-hong was looking at her, Hua Yuxuan gracefully turned a circle, showing her perfect side to her lover. Du-hong grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Yuxuan, you're so beautiful. Chun Zaheyo also grinned and gave a thumbs up as he praised, Yuxuan Jie, you're so beautiful. More beautiful than the celebrities I see on TV. And my bro-in-law is so handsome too. Hua Yuxuan was amused and giggled, covering her mouth. The two makeup artists next to them were almost starstruck. Wow, beautiful lady. Your smile is so beautiful. I want to take you home. Hua Yuxuan's face blushed a little. This was when you could see the advantage of light makeup. Because with heavy makeup you couldn't see if someone was blushing. Hua Yuxuan's shy appearance made the two makeup artists laugh happily. Especially seeing Du-hong give her a thumbs up in satisfaction made them even happier. One of the makeup artists turned to Du-hong and said with a smile, Sir, I'll take you to try on your clothes. Okay. Handsome guy and beautiful lady, get a little closer, yes, smile. Click, click, click. Handsome guy and beautiful lady, give each other a kiss. You hold the lady's waist and face each other. Remember to close your eyes, right? Hold it there. Click, click, click. The photographer was ecstatic. Since both of them were so good-looking, every shot he took was a beautiful picture. Especially the natural aura on their faces, Du-heng's slightly overbearing aura of a strong man and Hua Yuxuan's pure and flawless fairy-like quality made him feel at ease. The package included 198 photos plus 188 extra, but he felt he needed to take at least 1,000 or 2,000 photos today to make it worth Du-hong and Hua Yuxuan's time. As for whether Du-hong would spend money to buy the extra photos for 80 yuan apiece, that was a no-brainer. The manager specifically told him that this was a rich customer, and if he took good care of him, the monthly performance would be set. 80 yuan per photo. How much would 1,000 photos cost? 80,000 yuan. This didn't even include the cost of the albums and frames, and 2 more packages would add more than 30,000 yuan. After taking pictures for half an hour, they changed to a few scenes. Then they changed their clothes and took pictures at a few more scenes. A few hours had passed, and Hua Yuxuan was so tired she could barely stand up. Du-hong glanced at the time, waved his hand and said, You've all worked hard. I'll treat you to lunch. The car I called is already here. After we eat, we'll go directly to shoot the outdoor scenes. The photographer and the makeup artists looked at each other and smiled. In the morning, Chun Zaheyo's phone battery had died. His phone was full of pictures of Du-hong and Hua Yuxuan. The original pictures he had taken were all deleted. Oh, there was one picture he hadn't deleted. It was the photo he took with Sun Xiaonan on the train. Du-hong had called a minibus. After everyone boarded, they went straight to the 5-star hotel. This generous move shocked the photographer and the makeup artist again. Eating the delicious food, looking at the luxurious decor in the hotel's private room, and then looking at the affection that Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan were showing each other. The photographer secretly decided that this afternoon he would definitely take the most beautiful pictures, and at the same time threatened the art designer to fix the photos perfectly. Chin Zaheo took the opportunity to charge his phone during the meal, and also fully charged his power bank. The outdoor scenes in the afternoon would include wedding photos, and those were what he most wanted to take, and what Du Hong was looking forward to the most. Chapter 95. Hui Yuxuan stunned everyone. Mr. Du, for this afternoon's outdoor shoot, I'd like to do something a bit different, said Li, the photographer, as he sat down in the row behind Du Hong on the minibus heading to the photography base. Oh, Du Hong responded, intrigued. How so? I'm thinking of doing various styles. I heard you drove a large off-road vehicle here. We could use that as a background, but that would require the beautiful model to wear something a bit revealing, for a wild and untamed look. Du Hong stroked his chin, considering this. He glanced at Hui Yuxuan beside him, who gave him a sweet smile and a gentle nod. All right, Du Hong decided. If that's the case, then let's add more luxury cars. Luxury car backgrounds? That could work too. Shooting in an open field would indeed create a good feel. But where can we find luxury cars now? Du Heng's lips curled into a smile, and he pulled out his phone and made a call. Uncle Li, have a few people drive some of my dad's sports cars to a location. I'll text you the address shortly. Yes, sports cars. Bring several. Classic cars? Bring those two for now. Hanging up, Du Hong turned to the photographer, who was now staring blankly at him, and confidently waved his phone. Problem solved. The photographer nodded subconsciously, then exchanged a look of astonishment with the makeup artist next to him. Du Heng's overbearing charm captivated Hui Yuxuan. Her eyes glazed over as she took his arm and leaned on his shoulder. Hong, isn't this a bit too flashy? She whispered. Du Hong gently pinched her delicate nose and chuckled. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. I have a lot of luxury cars at home. They're just gathering dust in the garage. Now, they get to be used for a photo shoot by their future mistress. They should be happy. Hearing the words, future mistress, Hui Yuxuan felt a surge of sweetness within her. She held Du Heng's arm tightly, not wanting to let go. After sending the outdoor shooting address to Uncle Li, the group arrived at Madame Jin's photography base. Some of the wedding photos were to be shot indoors at the base. In reality, Du Heng's package should have included a travel shoot, but he explicitly stated that he didn't have time. So they had to choose a location closer by, and it was apparent that the leading lady didn't have much energy left. As soon as they returned to the base, work began. The two makeup artists pulled Hui Yuxuan away to get her ready in a wedding dress. Though he knew the style of the wedding dress that she had picked earlier, Du Hong was still eager to see Hui Yuxuan wearing it. They had chosen a total of 3 wedding dresses, a white ball gown style, a white long dress style, and a red traditional Chinese style. A little over 10 minutes later, Hui Yuxuan emerged from the dressing room, dazzling everyone. The two makeup artists behind her had their eyes shining, clearly not expecting that the wedding dress would look so beautiful on Hui Yuxuan. Her slender waist was accentuated, her full breasts were almost bursting out of the dress, and her delicate shoulders were completely exposed. Her clearly visible collarbones and slender neck were simply perfect at that moment. Many people who were there to take their wedding photos couldn't help but stare at Hui Yuxuan. Du Hong laughed as he stepped forward, pulled Hui Yuxuan, who was blushing, into his arms and gave her a deep kiss. The two makeup artists clapped their hands together enviously, their eyes full of stars. The photographer, momentarily stunned, was prompted by his professionalism to record the moment. That was exactly the natural feeling he was looking for, unpretentious and unashamed to show their love. Chen Zaheo grinned and secretly snapped a photo with his phone, then casually put his phone back in his pocket and started clapping. A burst of enthusiastic applause echoed through the hall. Wow, so beautiful. These two are truly a perfect match. She's so pretty. The bride looks so gorgeous in that wedding dress. She has such a great figure. Look at her collarbones. I'm so envious. I'm skinny too, and I have collarbones, but even with a push-up bra I can't get that kind of effect. After a long moment, their lips parted. Du Hong held Hui Yuxuan by the waist, looking at the woman who had perfectly embodied beauty, while she gazed back at him, enraptured. The applause from the crowd didn't make her feel shy but rather more happy and sweet. Looking at the beautiful Hui Yuxuan, Du Hong said with a smile. I really want to marry you right now. You're too beautiful, Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan's eyes were full of love. Her cheeks finally flushed. I wish I could be your bride just like this. Your grandpa gave me a stern warning a few days ago. He said I at least have to wait until you graduate. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled, remembering the day Du Hong returned from her grandfather's office with a wry smile, complaining to her. Principal Hui didn't want his precious granddaughter to get married and have children before graduation, so he gave Du Hong a deadline. At least wait for Hui Yuxuan to graduate. As for whether he graduates or not, he didn't care and was too lazy to bother with it. After all, if Du Hong wanted to, he could buy a graduation certificate right now with money. The reason he was still attending school was simply because Elder Du didn't want him to rely on money for everything and lose sight of his own value. It was also for him to experience the joy of life. Photographer Li walked over with a smile and said, Time is limited. Let's start shooting. All right. They shot scene after scene, and this first wedding dress yielded hundreds of photos. It wasn't that the photographer was being deliberate, it's that every single photo was perfect, even when only Hui Yuxuan was in the frame, chuckling with her hand over her mouth, or when Du Hong scratched his head awkwardly because he had made a wrong move. Hui Yuxuan stunned everyone again when she changed into the red traditional Chinese wedding dress. With small sunglasses and a little pipe, she had an added playful cuteness to her. The photographer naturally didn't miss any detail, and the camera never left the two of them. The last set with the white long gown was finished around 4 p.m. The photographer had changed several large memory cards and batteries. He was exhausted, but his enthusiasm never faltered. Du Hong glanced at the time, then gestured with his hand and said, Let's move on to the outdoor location. The outdoor shoot was only for the wedding photos, not any other outfits, so it should go quickly. But due to the photographer's suggestion, they decided to also shoot a sexy, wild set. They boarded the minibus and arrived at the outdoor shooting location, which was inside a scenic spot, featuring mountains, rivers, pavilions, and a horse ranch. After getting off the bus, the photographer looked around but didn't see any luxury cars. Besides a few other shooting teams, there were no vehicles in sight. Mr. Du, has the car not arrived yet? Du Hong smiled and pointed in a direction. Aren't they here? Everyone looked, and they saw a convoy of extravagant vehicles slowly approaching. Holy crap! Chapter 96, Extravagant Wedding Photo Shoot. A matte black Lamborghini led the way, followed closely by a Bugatti Veyron, then a Ferrari and a Bentley. There was also a classic car with an unfamiliar brand, clearly from a bygone era, and lastly, a 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce Phantom bringing up the rear. It was no exaggeration to say that this car convoy was worth at least 200 million yuan. This kind of car convoy attracted everyone's attention as soon as it arrived. Whether it was the sleek supercars in front, the vintage classic car, or the Rolls-Royce with a winged golden figurine on its hood, all were far too eye-catching. Not to mention they had all come together in a convoy. The other shooting teams had forgotten about their own shoots and were all staring as this convoy approached and finally stopped in front of them. Gulp! The photographer swallowed dryly, his hands shaking with excitement. The two beautiful makeup artists standing next to him were completely smitten, with stars beginning to pop out of their eyes. The driver's side door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and Uncle Li, wearing sunglasses and a suit, slowly stepped out. Young master, young mistress. Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, then her face instantly turned red. Du Hong, on the other hand, didn't care and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Li. It's no trouble at all. The master and madam wanted to come along as well, but they didn't want to disturb your and the young mistress's time. It's good they didn't come, or my dear wouldn't be able to relax. After speaking, he looked at the still somewhat dazed photographer and said with a smile, Are these cars enough? If not, I can have them bring a few more. This is enough. More than enough. Haha. I was thinking it would be nice if there was just one. But having so many means that we'll need to put this beautiful lady to work, he exclaimed. Du Hong pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and chuckled. Then let's take some beautiful pictures. Okay. While the crew busied themselves, Chun Zaheyo's eyes were wide open. Any one of these cars was a super luxury car, and his brother-in-law had just pulled up with several. Luxury cars combined with mountains and water created a completely different mood. Not to mention Hui Yuxuan's beautiful face in her wedding gown. This shoot was on another level compared to the other teams in the area. There was no comparison at all. After shooting another few hundred photos, poor Yuxuan was too exhausted to stand. Although she had mostly been in one place without moving around much, standing for a whole day was still tiring. Du-hung thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Let's wrap it up for today's shoot. Thank you all for your hard work. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and then we can all go to karaoke. I'll cover everything. Just have fun." The photographer collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted and covered in sweat, with several mosquito bites. He smiled and looked at the photos on his camera, then gave Du-hung a thumbs up. "I guarantee that this is definitely the best photo shoot I've done in all these years." Du-hung nodded with a smile, then "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go. We'll all ride in the Rolls-Royce. The others can drive the rest of the cars back." "All right." After returning to the base and changing back into their clothes, Du-hung left with Hua Yuxuan and Qin Zihao. Uncle Li was entertaining the photographer, who was exhausted. Most importantly, Hua Yuxuan didn't have any energy left to go to dinner and karaoke. She just wanted to sit down or lie down. Arriving at Royal Dragon Manor, they took the elevator to the 11th floor and went to Hua Yuxuan's room. The three of them changed into slippers and sat down on the sofa. Hua Yuxuan fell asleep soon after sitting down. Du-hung looked at her and gently picked her up, carrying her to the bedroom. He placed her on the bed, turned on the air conditioning, and covered her with a blanket before exiting the bedroom and closing the door, then returning to the sofa. Qin Zihao looked at him with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. Du-hung rubbed his nose. After thinking about it, he picked up his phone and said with a smile, "Are you hungry?" Yuxuan is exhausted. She must be hungry too. Let's order takeout. What do you want to eat? I want pizza and milk tea. Okay. He ordered a large 12-inch pizza and 3 original milk teas. After putting down his phone, he fell asleep on the sofa not long after. He was also exhausted. Although Qin Zihao was tired as well, he wouldn't fall asleep as soon as he sat down. During the day, when he was tired, he would find a place to sit and rest. Du-hung and Hua Yuxuan had really been standing all day and had to keep finding the right angles and poses, listening to the photographer's instructions. It would be strange if they weren't tired. Without disturbing Du-hung, Qin Zihao looked at the photos of luxury cars on his phone and the photos of Du-hung and Hua Yuxuan in front of the cars, and he chuckled to himself. Last night someone dared to say my brother-in-law treats my sister like a toy? I'm so jealous of you guys. Then, he quickly edited the photos, covered the license plates, and posted them to the class group chat, which had no teachers in it. Wow, so beautiful. Who is this woman? She's so pretty. This guy is pretty handsome too. Holy crap, is that a Rolls-Royce in the back? Wait, how did the background become a Lamborghini? Holy crap, and there's a Ferrari and a Bentley? Where did they get this convoy from? Are they that rich? Is that beautiful lady your sister, by any chance? Qin Zihao grinned and replied, "That's right, this is my sister, and the handsome guy next to her is her boyfriend. The cars you're seeing are all his. My brother-in-law took my sister to take wedding photos today." He told a small lie, not saying that they were for a photo shoot. He wanted to make those lemons jealous. Just then, Sun Xiaonan, who was on the internet using someone else's phone, actually said something. Qin Zihao's sister is really beautiful, and her brother-in-law is very handsome and super rich. Holy crap, really? Aren't rich people all playboys? Are they really already doing wedding photos? How old is your sister? My sister is 21, a sophomore. Preparing to get married while in sophomore year? What do you know? Getting a marriage certificate in university gives you credits. What's wrong with my sister and my brother-in-law getting their certificate early if they have a good relationship? Envy. So pretty, Qin Zihao's sister is prettier than a celebrity. That's right. When is Haogu coming back? Let's play Dead Star together when you come back. I'll be back tomorrow. Waiting for you. After thinking for a moment, Qin Zihao pulled up Sun Xiaonan's chat window and sent a message. Tomorrow my sister and brother-in-law are taking me to an amusement park. They said to bring you along. Do you want to come? Sun Xiaonan quickly replied. She was clearly looking at her phone. Is that okay? I'm just a stranger to them, right? My brother-in-law said he can bring you along. That amusement park belongs to him. It's no big deal to have one more person. Okay, then I'll take a taxi to the entrance to find you guys tomorrow. No need, my brother-in-law said he'll drive to pick you up first, and then take me shopping too. Oh. Chapter 97. Do Hung can cook? Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the apartment door, scaring Chin Zaheo, who was chatting with Sun Xiaonan. It was already dark. To avoid disturbing Du Hong, he hadn't turned on the lights, and the room was dark. Glancing at Du Hong to make sure he hadn't moved, Chen Zaheo ran barefoot to open the door. He took the takeout, and then closed the door quietly. He used his phone's light to put the pizza and milk tea on the table. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wake Du Hong up. Bro-in-law, bro-in-law? Wake up, the takeout is here. Eat something. Du Hong, in a daze, felt someone calling him. After a moment, he sat up straight on the sofa. His head was a little sore. He rubbed his temples, glanced around the dark room, and finally stopped at the only source of light, which was Chin Zaheo's phone. Is the takeout here? It just arrived. Bro-in-law, eat something. I'm going to wake Yuxuan Jia up. I'll go. As he spoke, Du Hong got up from the sofa, walked to the entrance, and turned on the light. The sudden light was a little blinding. He squinted his eyes for a while before he could see things clearly. He gently pushed open the bedroom door, smelled the pleasant fragrance, walked to the bedside, and looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was sleeping soundly, stopping there. After thinking for a moment, he quietly exited the bedroom and closed the door. Did my sister wake up? Let her sleep. When she wakes up, I'll cook her some fried rice. Huh? Bro-in-law can also cook fried rice? But there's no oil, salt, soy sauce, or rice here, just pots and pans. Du Hong considered it, stroking his chin. After looking at the time, he said with a smile, there's still some time. Let's go to the supermarket. We'll buy all the ingredients and some vegetables. We won't make fried rice, we'll just make some dishes. Bro-in-law, you can cook? Du Hong smiled and touched his nose. Aunt Shui makes great food. I learned a few simple recipes from her. It's not very delicious, but it's edible. Aunt Shui? She's my family's nanny. Oh, so are we going to the supermarket now? Is Yuxuan Jia not going? Let her sleep. When she wakes up, it might be just in time for the food to be ready. Hee, okay. Yuxuan, are you willing to marry me? I do. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and said happily. Then, she slowly woke up. Her stomach was a little hungry. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at the night scene outside the window, and then looked at the time. Then she remembered that she had been taking photos with Du Hong today. She had slept so deeply that her memory was a bit fragmented. Grr. Her stomach started to grumble. She had eaten lunch early and hadn't eaten until now. It was no wonder she was hungry. She glanced at her phone. Du Hong hadn't sent her a message. She rubbed her eyes again and got out of bed, put on her slippers, and opened the bedroom door. The smell of cooking wafted over, the aroma of a mixture of scallions and meat, and also the smell of eggs. Instantly, the hungry bug in Hua Yuxuan's stomach was awakened. Wow, bro-in-law, Coke can be used like that? This Coke chicken looks so delicious. Can I try one first? Go ahead. Hee, okay. A few seconds later. Wow, it's so delicious. This chicken is so tender, and it's all so flavorful. It's sweet and salty, and has the fragrance of scallions. It's delicious. If it's good, have some more. There's enough. Okay. Hearing the familiar voices, Hui Yuxuan walked around the corner. Then she saw Du Hong, who was busy at the stove, and Chin Zaheo beside him, eating chicken wings with his hands covered in sauce. A hang. Du Hong paused for a moment, then turned around. When he saw Hui Yuxuan, his eyes lit up. Yuxuan's awake. I woke up because I was hungry. Here, eat some Coke chicken to fill your stomach first. I'll be done with this tomato egg soup, and then we can eat. Okay. Hui Yuxuan took a middle wing and took a bite. Feeling the feedback from her taste buds, her eyes narrowed in happiness. It's so delicious. A hang is so amazing. He can cook. Chin Zaheo on the side also gave a thumbs up. Although he had given many thumbs up, Du Hong continued to break his understanding, making him admire him more and more. Du Hong chuckled and took off his apron. The egg soup was done. There were 4 dishes and a soup, and a pork rib soup in the pressure cooker. They could drink that after the meal. After eating 1 chicken wing, Hui Yuxuan's eyes were already sparkling. The way she was looking at Du Hong was so passionate. She really wished she could get married right away. Let's eat. I hope the food suits your taste. Okay. They sat down at the dining table and poured some juice into their cups. Hui Yuxuan looked at the dishes on the table, and the smile on her face became even sweeter. Du Heng smiled and introduced the dishes one by one. The tomato egg soup is pretty simple. Coke chicken wings, sweet and sour pork ribs, shredded. Pork with fish flavor, and this ants climbing a tree. There's also a steamed egg in the rice cooker and pork rib soup in the pressure cooker. Hui Yuxuan was already starstruck. Her eyes almost turned into stars. Du Heng touched his nose, grinning. Eat quickly, while it's hot. It won't taste as good when it's cold. Okay. Hui Yuxuan didn't have a big appetite, but she finished a whole serving of sweet and sour pork ribs in one go. The Coke chicken wings became the possession of Qin Zihao, who moved the plate in front of himself. Poor Du Heng only ate a bit of shredded pork with fish flavor and ants climbing a tree, and drank some tomato egg soup to fill his stomach. This meal was very comfortable and warm. Hui Yuxuan had another bowl of pork rib soup. Her cheeks were rosy, and she looked at Du Heng with her big watery eyes. If Qin Zihao wasn't there, she could have jumped into Du Heng's arms. A Heng's cooking skills are great. Du Heng nodded with a smile. I'm glad you like it. I was worried you wouldn't like it. Delicious. I want to learn to cook too. I want a Heng to love my cooking. Looking at the enthusiastic Hui Yuxuan, Du Heng's lips curved upwards. He nodded gently and said with a smile, Go for it. After they finished eating, Du Heng had to go back to the dorm. Qin Zihao didn't go down with him. He knew that if his cousin went down, she would be with her bro-in-law for a little while. Downstairs, Hui Yuxuan was a little reluctant for Du Heng to leave. But it was already 10 p.m. If Du Heng didn't return, he might be locked out of the dormitory building. A Heng, how did you suddenly think of cooking? It was nothing, just a sudden whim. I wanted you to wake up to a hot and delicious meal. Hui Yuxuan was extremely touched. She hugged Du Heng's arm, put her head on his shoulder, and walked along the road with Du Heng, towards where the Night 15 was parked. By the way, are you going with me to pick the photos in a few days? Hui Yuxuan made a soft humming sound and nodded gently. Du Heng touched his nose and chuckled. Actually, it's okay if you don't go. Anyway, I'm going to want all of the photos. I think every photo must be beautiful. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and rubbed against Du Heng's arm. I'll listen to a Heng. Okay. Chapter 98. Qin Zihao. Others show off their kids in romance. I show off my bro-in-law. Before Du Heng's dishes were even on the table, Qin Zihao had already taken pictures. Now that he was full, and Du Heng had gone back, it was time for him to show off his bro-in-law again. He sent the pictures to the group, and then sent a message. A table of food cooked by my bro-in-law. There's still a steamed egg and pork rib soup that haven't been brought out, and it tastes pretty good. Tonight, I ate 3 big bowls. Saying 3 bowls was an exaggeration. The truth was that he had eaten 2 bowls of rice, 7 chicken wings, and had also drunk a bowl of pork rib soup. But he dared to say it. Wow, it looks so delicious. Your bro-in-law is so rich, and he can cook too? Did your sister make it? That's impossible, right? Would a rich person cook? Don't they have nannies at home? I feel like your sister is so lucky. Such a rich boyfriend, and they're taking wedding photos and getting ready to get married. I wish I could meet someone like that in the future. Looking at the long list of comments in the group, Qin Zihao tapped away on his phone and replied, My bro-in-law really did cook it. I have a few photos of him working in the kitchen. I'll send them so you can see them. After that, he selected a few photos from the album and sent them to the group, also accidentally sending a photo of himself and Du Heng. In the photo, Du Heng was wearing an apron and holding a spatula. Qin Zihao was holding a chicken wing, and he had sauce on his mouth. That was how real it was. It had to be said, Qin Zihao was good at manipulating people. By taking a gradual approach, those guys who doubted him before were all speechless. They could only watch him show off his bro-in-law. And also show off his ugly photos? Wow, your bro-in-law looks so handsome up close. A heartthrob. Is your bro-in-law hunched over? I remember you're 180 centimeters tall, right? Is your bro-in-law taller than you? Tall, rich, and handsome? Envious. Why is my bro-in-law a lazy man who knows nothing but gaming? And he's got a beer belly? Why is your bro-in-law cooking? Why doesn't your sister cook? Pfft, I knew you'd ask that. My sister took wedding photos all day and was exhausted and fell asleep. Bro-in-law didn't want to disturb her, and wanted her to have a hot meal, so he cooked himself. I'm sorry, I admit I'm jealous, but can you blame me? So envious of your sister. Can you ask your bro-in-law if he's missing a younger brother? If not, can you ask if he needs a son, or even a grandson? Get lost. Damn, can't you even ask? Looking at the envious comments in the group, Chun Zaheyo's lips curved upwards like crazy. After thinking for a moment, he pulled up Sun Xiaonan's WeChat and sent her a message. Tomorrow there will be a surprise. Go to sleep early. Bro-in-law should come pretty early tomorrow. Okay. Looking forward to it. After returning to his dorm, Du Hong sent a message to Hua Yuxuan to report that he was safe. He was greeted by the curious gazes of his roommates. Du Hong rubbed his temples and tossed them his phone. Take a look for yourselves. Okay. The three of them couldn't wait to get together. When Zhang Yang saw the first photo, he yelled out, "Holy crap! So beautiful! This should be an unedited picture, right? That's pretty good." Huh? Wedding dress? Dugu, is this a photo shoot or a wedding photo shoot? Are you going to send us invitations in a few days and call us for the wedding banquet? I'll call it now. I'll sit at the kids' table, and the pig's trotters are mine. Hanlei pushed his glasses up and said seriously, I don't drink. I'll also sit at the kids' table, and the beef is mine. Why don't the three of us just sit at the same table? Anyway, Dugu doesn't need any more money, right? Ha 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 ha. Du Hong turned around and hesitated for a moment, but still explained. This is just a photo shoot, and the wedding dress is just one of the sets. It was a sudden idea to take them. I'm not getting married. If I really get married, then I'd have to do a travel photo shoot, and at least do it at some scenic spots where couples go to check in. Zhang Yang gave a thumbs up and praised, Dugu, you're awesome. Just thinking about it makes me feel like it will cost a lot of money. I'll just do it like you and be done with it. I'm afraid that if I go out on a travel photo shoot, I won't be able to come back. Du Heng's eyelids twitched wildly, and his lips also twitched. Zhang Yang's concern wasn't without reason. These days, Hu Ling had been buying him a lot of goji berries and other things to nourish his body. What was worse, this guy had been looking so smug and arrogant. Huh? Isn't that Du Ji's Lamborghini? Why did you bring it to take photos? Holy crap. Ferrari, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce? So many? Du Hong had just raised his hand and wanted to explain, but Han Lei pushed his glasses up and said with a smile, Sudden idea. We all know. Du Heng's hand stopped in midair. After a moment, he finally put it down. After thinking for a while, he turned on his computer and started to play games, ignoring the three people talking behind him. As long as he pretended he couldn't hear it, then his three roommates would be as quiet as mutes. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 8 a.m., Du Hong woke up and washed up. He had slept a little late last night. It was mainly because the new game recommended by his fans was a bit difficult, and he had been playing on his computer until the battery ran out, and he still hadn't finished the whole story. He was dizzy from all the zombies and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Although it was like that, it didn't hinder anything. After washing up, he sent a message to Hua Yuxuan, and then took his car keys and went out. When he left, Wang Chong and Han Lei weren't in the dorm, and Zhang Yang was still deep asleep under the blanket. He drove to Imperial Dragon Manor. From far away, he saw Hua Yuxuan with Chen Ziheo standing by the roadside waiting. The two of them were holding breakfast in their hands and were eating. Obviously, they also hadn't been up for long. Without saying much, he picked them up, then headed towards the neighborhood where Sun Xiaonan's grandfather lived. On the way, he had Chen Ziheo send Sun Xiaonan a message. When they arrived, Sun Xiaonan had been waiting at the gate of the community for a while. Now that everyone was together, the rest was simple. The first thing to do was to go to the mall to buy phones, and also buy some clothes and shoes for Chen Ziheo, and also buy some for Sun Xiaonan, just in case. He didn't know if she would accept Du Heng's kindness. In the back seat of the car, Chen Ziheo was a little excited. One reason was that he was happy to go to the amusement park. The other reason was that Sun Xiaonan seemed particularly close to him today. He didn't know if it was just his imagination. What is this surprise you mentioned? Can you tell me now? Chen Ziheo grinned, glancing at Du Hong, who was driving seriously in front, and Hua Yuxuan, who was looking out the window. He leaned close to Sun Xiaonan's ear and whispered, My bro-in-law is going to buy phones for both of us. Huh? Your bro-in-law is going to buy phones for both of us? Sun Xiaonan's eyes widened. She glanced at Du Hong, who was driving, and said softly, "Why does he need to buy one for me?" I said you lost your phone, so he said he'd buy one for you. After thinking about it, he also wanted to buy one for me. He also said that he and my sister were going to buy phones, and the two of them were going to buy a matching pair. Oh. Sun Xiaonan lowered her head. Her face was a little red. She twisted her clothes and said softly, "What about ours?" Chen Zihao scratched his head and chuckled. "Bro-in-law said he'd buy matching phones for us too. But don't think too much about it. There's no other meaning behind it. It's just that your phone is lost, and my bro-in-law doesn't want you, a girl, to be without a phone. It's not safe." Sun Xiaonan twisted her clothes. After a moment, she gently nodded. "Thank you." Chapter 99. Couple phones? No need to thank me, thank my bro-in-law. It's him buying it for you, not me. Sun Xiaonan nodded gently, not saying anything else. Du Hong drove steadily and quickly. The main thing was that there weren't many cars on the road at 9 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and there were very few people. When the road conditions are good, it's natural to drive fast. Before long, they arrived at the largest mall in Jincheng, which was also the one owned by Du Heng's family. After parking the car in the underground parking garage, near the exit, a parking space that had clearly been cleaned up was empty. It had a clear sign stating that only staff vehicles were allowed to park there. Then, Du Hong parked his car in that parking space. He was joking. The staff were his staff, and it wasn't too much for the owner to park there, right? They took the elevator to the first floor, looking at the shops on either side as they walked. Because it was 9 a.m., there weren't many people in the mall. Looking at the somewhat empty first floor, Du Hong asked, "Yuxuan, what kind of phone do you like?" Hui Yuxuan shook her head gently. "Whatever a Heng chooses is fine. I'm okay with anything." Nodding, Du Hong looked at Chen Zihao and a slightly shy Sun Xiaonan. "How about you two? Do you have any ideas? Just tell me, no need to worry about anything." Sun Xiaonan lowered her head. She was an outsider, so she couldn't make any requests. Chen Zihao thought for a moment, glancing at the surrounding shops. Suddenly, a red logo in the distance caught his eye. He pointed directly at the store. "Let's buy a Huawei. It's a domestic brand, and the performance is good." Du Hong followed the direction Chen Zihao was pointing. After stroking his chin for a few seconds, he decided that they would buy Huawei. The four of them walked into the Huawei store. A sales clerk came up to them and asked enthusiastically, "What are you looking for today? What's the name of the newest Huawei phone?" The sales clerk pointed to the demonstration model on the table and said, "That's this one, the P50 Pro. There are 4 colors to choose from. It has 8 GB of RAM, a Kirin 9000 processor, and can run the Harmony OS 2.0 operating system." Du Hong nodded. He picked up the demo model on the table and looked at it for a few moments before checking the price. It was fine. It might be a little expensive for others, but it really wasn't anything to him. "Do you have them in stock? I want 4, the 526G model, 1 of each color." The sales clerk was a little stunned. This person had looked at it for a moment and then just went ahead and bought it and wanted 4 of them at once. "What's wrong? Don't you have any?" Yes. You're very lucky. We just got 4 of them this morning, 1 of each color." "Wait a moment. I'll go get them from the warehouse." Du Hong nodded and continued to stroll around the store with Hui Yuxuan. Chen Zihao's face was red with excitement. He glanced at the price tag. Wow, 7,999 yuan. Sun Xiaonan also had wide eyes, but she quickly reacted, pulling on Chen Zihao's sleeve and said softly, "Chen Zihao, isn't this a little too expensive? We don't need such expensive phones. I think this one for 1,399 yuan is fine." Chen Zihao thought about it, and it did seem like that. After thinking about it, he went up to Du Hong, "Bro-in-law, Xiaonan and I don't need the P50 Pro model. It's too expensive." Xiaonan said that one for 1,399 yuan is fine. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and smiled. "It's okay. We said this was a gift, so it's a gift." Then he leaned close to Chen Zihao's ear and whispered, "I can only help you so much. The rest is up to your performance after the college entrance exam." Standing up straight, he raised an eyebrow at Chen Zihao, who was still a bit confused, and then laughed as he continued to stroll around the store with a giggling Hui Yuxuan. Chen Zihao scratched his head and returned to stand beside Sun Xiaonan. "How about it? Should we switch to this 1399 model? My bro-in-law said this is a gift for both of us. He said we should just take it without overthinking it. But it's too expensive. Chun Zaheo shrugged. You saw the photos I posted in the group last night. The combined price of 4 phones is still not enough for the cost of the side mirror on one of my bro-in-law's luxury cars. Sun Xiaonan smiled sweetly. There were 2 adorable dimples on her face. She gently nodded and curiously picked up the demo model to look at it. After a while, the sales clerk returned with 4 white boxes and walked straight to Du Hong with a smile. I've brought your phones. Du Hong nodded with a smile and pointed to the Bluetooth headphones in front of him. Give each phone a pair of Bluetooth headphones. We'll pay for them ourselves. It wouldn't be too much to ask for you to provide a phone case and screen protector as a free gift, right? The sales clerk nodded enthusiastically and said with a laugh, No problem, no problem. Do you want them now? Or? We want them now. No need to package them. We'll be using these phones now. We'll just pay and go. Okay, please come with me. Inside the Night 15, Du Hong focused on driving. In the backseat, Chun Zaheo and Sun Xiaonan were playing with their new phones and discussing things, extremely excited. Hui Yuxuan was also playing with her new phone, looking at her pink phone, then at Du Heng's black phone in the center console, and she laughed. Ahing, why didn't you choose the gold color? The gold one was with Chun Zaheo, and the white one was with Sun Xiaonan. If you insisted on saying they were couple phones, it was still a bit awkward. While driving, Du Heng said with a smile, It's okay. We can just put on tempered glass screen protectors and get a couple phone cases, right? Hui Yuxuan was stunned for a moment, then she laughed. Then why did we need to buy new phones? Why not just buy a pair of couple phone cases? Actually, I wanted to buy you a new phone. I saw a crack on your phone screen. It must have been when you recently dropped it, right? Hui Yuxuan was stunned again, then smiled sweetly and nodded gently. She took her old phone out of her bag. There was indeed a crack at the edge. It was not on the screen protector, but on the actual screen. Du Heng had told her not to thank him, as it would make them seem like strangers. So Hui Yuxuan just looked at Du Heng with a smile and didn't say much. Yuxuanjia, can I borrow your phone for a bit? Chun Zaheo leaned forward, looking at the phone in Hui Yuxuan's hand with a smile. Go ahead. Okay. I want to take a picture of my and Xiaonan's phones together and then send it to the group to make them jealous. As he spoke, Chun Zaheo took a few quick photos and then forwarded them to himself. After returning the phone to Hui Yuxuan, he went back to his seat and chuckled, posting the pictures in the group. Bro-in-law bought a phone for Xiaonan and me. Okay, he had indeed started showing off his bro-in-law again. P50 Pro? I'm literally breaking apart. The two together cost more than 10,000 yuan. Your bro-in-law is so generous. I can understand why he bought one for you, but why did he buy one for Sun Xiaonan as well? It looks like there's some important gossip here. Haogu, you're awesome. I'll help you build the Death Star when you get back. Envious. I just woke up and saw this. Chun Zaheo, are you trying to make me jealous all day? Chun Zaheo grinned as he replied, No, no, no. You'll be jealous every day from now on. Chapter 100. Finally, Chapter 100. When they arrived at the amusement park, Du Heng drove straight through the employee entrance, took out 2 gold tickets and handed them to Chun Zaheo. He smiled and said, With this ticket, you can have priority access to all the rides and it's unlimited. You can also take any gifts you like. You two can go have fun by yourselves. Chun Zaheo's eyes lit up. He took the gold tickets and looked at Sun Xiaonan. Then they smiled and ran off. Du Heng made a gentlemanly gesture, lowered his head and said softly, I wonder if I have the honor of inviting this beautiful lady to enjoy the amusement park with me? Hui Yuxuan was amused by Du Heng. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she nodded gently. She placed her hand in Du Heng's, allowing him to pull her into his arms, put his arm around her waist, and lead her into the park. This time, Du Heng didn't take Hui Yuxuan to play any thrilling rides. The two played for a long time at the spinning teacups and bumper cars. Du Heng also bought 2 ice creams and sat with Hui Yuxuan on a bench watching others play in the park. He didn't feel bored at all. Glancing at the roller coaster that zoomed past, Du Heng, after thinking for a moment, looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was happily eating her ice cream. Yuxuan, the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 2 days. Does your dad have anything he likes? Hui Yuxuan pondered for a few seconds before saying, He doesn't really have anything in particular that he likes. My dad likes drinking tea, but he doesn't smoke. He occasionally drinks alcohol, but my mom usually doesn't let him. Is that so? Du Heng considered it, stroking his chin. He was thinking about what gift to bring for his first visit to her home. Hoo-hoo, Yuxuan Jia. Bro-in-law. Ha ha ha. The roller coaster zoomed past again. Chen Zihao, who was sitting on it, saw Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan and called out to them loudly, although his voice was quickly drowned out by the wind and the surrounding noise. Because they were not far away, Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan still saw him. The two waved back with a smile. Does Aheng's parents have anything they like? My parents? Du Hong frowned. He really didn't know the answer to that question. In his memory, his father was only interested in looking at the financial charts on his computer every day, and his mother liked to drink coffee and sunbathe, but she didn't have any special hobbies. My parents don't have any hobbies. If I had to say, my mother might want to hold a grandchild. As Du Hong spoke, he raised his eyebrows at Hui Yuxuan, making her cheeks blush and giving him a playful glare. How are you going to bring that to your parents? Aheng, quickly think. What are your parents like? Du Hong smacked his lips, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Really, I don't know. If you want to bring a gift to my parents, then just bring some mooncakes. It doesn't seem wrong to bring mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Huh? Just bringing mooncakes is too simple. It's okay. My parents will be very happy just to see you. They just want to meet you. Hui Yuxuan nodded gently, her eyes wandering, obviously lost in thought. She wouldn't just bring mooncakes. That would be too disrespectful to Du Heng's parents. Then what else would be good? Buy some fruit? The more she thought about it, the more her head hurt. Hui Yuxuan finally shook her head. Her small lips pouted. It was her first visit to his house, so she didn't have any experience at all. The roller coaster zoomed past again, and Du Hong saw Chen Zihao and Sun Xiaonan again. They hadn't even changed positions. They had played it again. Sun Xiaonan's face was pale, her eyes were tightly shut, and her hands were gripping the safety bars tightly. He couldn't understand why she was so scared yet wanted to ride it again with Chen Zihao. How are your cousin's grades? Hui Yuxuan, who was feeling gloomy, was taken aback and then laughed. Xiaohao, his grades are great. I heard that he's always in the top 10 of his class. He chose science and gets full marks in math and physics every time. That's why my aunt and uncle were okay with him coming out to play. Du Hong nodded, but when he thought that he always got full marks in math and physics but was only in the top 10 of his class, he got curious. Are the others in his class very good? Yeah, they're pretty good. There's also a super student who gets full marks in every subject except for Chinese. Wow, they're awesome. Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. Xiaohao isn't bad either. As long as he keeps it up, he shouldn't have any problems going to Kyoto University. After all, the local cutoff scores are lower. His teacher has a lot of confidence in him. Impressive, impressive. I can't believe your cousin is so impressive. By the way, does his family live in Kyoto? Yes, my aunt's husband's family are registered residents of Kyoto, so Xiaohao is also considered a Kyoto resident. Du Hong nodded. What time are their return tickets? They're at 3 p.m. Then we can take them to the train station early. Okay. At 2:30 p.m., the Night 15 arrived at the passenger drop-off point of the train station. Go on and get your tickets. Come back to play again next time. Chen Zihao waved his hand and laughed. We'll be seeing each other again soon. Remember what you promised. Don't worry, bro-in-law. I won't go around saying things. On the morning of the Mid-Autumn Festival, at 9 a.m., Du Hong drove Hui Yuxuan to her high-end apartment complex, Waterfront Gardens. After registering their license plate and phone number, they entered the complex and parked the car. Then they took a bunch of things and took the elevator. Yuxuan's family is pretty rich. Why don't you live in a villa? No way. My parents are teachers, and although my grandfather is a principal, his salary isn't high either. And this apartment is very nice to live in. Du Hong touched his nose, and after thinking about it, he said with a smile, if we get married, the first thing I'll do is buy a big house for your parents. Hui Yuxuan laughed. Relax, my parents might not want to move out. We'll talk about it after it's bought. Hui Yuxuan shook her head gently, not saying anything else. The elevator reached the 28th floor. The elevator doors opened, and Hui Yuxuan led Du Hong to the door of 2802. She took out her keys, opened the door, and then she was stunned. Because there were other people at home besides her parents. Oh, Yuxuan is back? Oh, this must be Yuxuan's boyfriend, right? Hui Yuxuan blinked her eyes, glanced at the stunned Du Hong beside her, and smiled wryly. Auntie, why are you all here? Mom didn't even tell me. We just arrived not too long ago. Your mom hasn't had time to tell you. Hui Yuxuan's aunt was elegant, dressed plainly, and wore a pearl necklace around her neck. It was obvious that she had also been a great beauty when she was young. At this time, Hui's mother walked over with a smile. You must be Xiaoheng, right? Come on in. Oh my, look at you. Why did you bring so many things? It was only then that Du Heng reacted. He hurriedly nodded politely and said, Hello, Auntie. I'm Yuxuan's boyfriend. My name is Du Heng. Chapter 101. The Instant Turncoat Father Hua. Entering the house, they discovered it was quite spacious. The living room felt bright and airy, with an extra-long chaise lounge on the sofa that didn't make the room feel crowded. A quick glance revealed 3 bedrooms and a storage room, easily 150 square meters in size. 2 men were already sitting on the sofa. One of them, smiling warmly, looked up as Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan approached, then stood to greet them. Yuxuan, you're back. And you must be Du Heng, right? Hello. I'm Yuxuan's uncle-in-law. Uncle-in-law. Hello, sir, Du Heng politely responded, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa with a stern expression, who bore a resemblance to Hui Yuxuan. Daddy, Hui Yuxuan giggled as she ran to the man's side, wrapping her arms around his and shaking him gently. The man's stern face instantly melted, transforming into a wide grin, his lips practically reaching his ears. Oh, my precious daughter is back. Hello, sir. My name is Du Heng, and I'm Yuxuan's boyfriend. The man glanced at Du Heng, and the wide smile on his face faltered, his expression more strained than a cry. With his daughter watching him hawk-like from beside him, he wouldn't dare give Du Heng a bad look. Make yourself at home. Please, sit down. Du Heng smiled and nodded, placing the large pile of gifts he was carrying onto the table. Chen Zihao, who had been almost invisible until now, chuckled awkwardly and moved closer, scratching his head slightly. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, my parents found out about you. Chen Zihao felt a little ashamed. Just last week he had promised not to spill the beans, and here he was, facing the consequences of his loose tongue. This face-slapping was happening way too fast. Actually, it wasn't really his fault. The moment he showed up in front of his parents, wearing clothes Du Heng had bought for him and carrying a new phone, he had already blown his cover. Things had escalated quickly after that. Chen's mom's gossip radar had gone into overdrive, badgering Chen Zihao with questions, even threatening to call Hui Yuxuan if he didn't spill. Helpless, Chen Zihao confessed everything, and photos of Du Heng and Hui Yuxuan from his phone were unearthed. And that's why Chen's parents were here now, ostensibly to celebrate the holiday, but really to meet Du Heng. The entire family sat around Du Heng, which made him feel slightly uncomfortable. He glanced at Hui Yuxuan, who was slyly sticking her tongue out, and a brilliant idea struck him. He stood up and smiled. I brought some gifts for uncle and aunt. I hope you like them. Everyone except Hui Yuxuan watched with curiosity as Du Heng began pulling various wrapped packages from the bags on the coffee table. He looked like a treasure hunter as he emptied them one by one. These are mooncakes for uncle and aunt, since it's Mid-Autumn Festival today. This is an LV for aunt. Yuxuan said you like light colors, so I chose a sky blue one. And this matching pearl bracelet. These are health supplements, for beauty and anti-aging. These are some clothes. I asked Yuxuan about your sizes, so please see if they fit. And this, I got you a Supreme VIP card for a high-end spa nearby. You can go there for spas and massages whenever you like. No need to pay. The card should have enough credit for several years, and I can always add more. As Du Heng continued to pull out gifts, Chen's parents were completely dumbstruck. The LV bag alone had been shocking enough, but a multi-year VIP spa membership was just on another level. Father Hua, however, was feeling quite different. Du Heng had been handing out gifts for a while now, and yet, not a single item was for him. What was this? Hui Yuxuan, seeing her father's expression slowly fall, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She lightly nudged Du Heng, who was still explaining the gifts, and nodded in Father Hua's direction. Du Heng understood. After introducing one last gift, he turned to Father Hua, smiling, Uncle, here are some books for you, as well as some good wine and health supplements, and some clothes too. I hope you like them. Father Hua took the books Du Heng handed him, smiled as he glanced at them, and then his eyes lit up instantly when he saw the wine Du Heng produced. Mutai. Du Heng chuckled and nodded. Yuxuan told me you like Baijiu. So I got you this. Haha, good. Very good. Father Hua beamed. It was clear he was a secret drinker who was usually kept in check by Mother Hua. Shall we have a few drinks at lunch? Absolutely. Chen Zihao secretly gave Du Hong a thumbs up. He had just arrived and had already managed to win over Father Hua, who had intended to put on a stern face. His brother-in-law was indeed awesome. Chen's mom and Hua's mom exchanged knowing smiles. You guys talk. Your aunt and I will go prepare the food. Yushuan, go to the supermarket by the entrance and buy some soy sauce, will you? Take Du Hong with you and explore the neighborhood a little. Hua Yushuan smiled sweetly, stood up, and took Du Hong's arm. Du Hong was still a bit stunned. Then Dad, uncle-in-law, you guys talk. I'll take a Hong to look around. Go. Remember to buy some soy sauce. Mother Hua said with a soft smile and waved her hand. And so, Hua Yushuan led a still slightly dazed Du Hong out of the apartment. Shouldn't I stay and chat with them? Hua Yushuan giggled. My mom is worried you won't be comfortable. Sending me out to buy soy sauce is just an excuse to get you some fresh air. They don't want to make you feel pressured. Du Hong rubbed his nose. This feeling was great. He smiled and casually put his arm around Hua Yushuan's waist, and together they entered the elevator, headed downstairs. 2802. Hua's mom closed the door after Hua Yushuan, and Du Hong entered the elevator. Why make Du Hong go with our daughter? I still had some things I wanted to ask him, Father Hua said in a disgruntled tone. Hua's mom rolled her eyes at him. What is there to ask? You already have your good wine. Can't you shut your mouth now? Were you not awkward when you went to my home? Have you forgotten? Father Hua's face scrunched up in embarrassment. Recalling the past, he sighed, covering his face in embarrassment. Chen Zihao, amused, moved closer to Father Hua and snickered. Uncle, what's up? Tell us. No, nothing. Haha, I know about that. Chen's dad laughed happily. When your uncle-in-law first went to your aunt's home, your aunt's dad yelled, sit down. And he immediately knelt down on the floor, unable to speak properly. He was so embarrassed, ha. So everyone was happy except him, the odd one out. Putting that aside, this young man, despite being so wealthy, is also very respectful. Most importantly, the love he has for Yushuan shines from his eyes. You two will be having good times in the future. We haven't thought that far ahead. After all, we're doing well as is. We only hope Yushuan won't suffer by being with him, especially being the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family. Du Hong is good to her, but what about his parents? Hey, did you not think about which wealthy families in Jinqing are named Du? Chapter 102. Is it really that Du family? Wealthy families named Du in Jinqing? Father Hua frowned slightly. Could it be that Du family? Which one? Which one? Chen Zihao asked excitedly. Yes, brother-in-law, which one? The Du family that does international trading, the one whose patriarch is about the same age as our family's patriarch. The top dog of the province? Father Hua nodded thoughtfully. Could it actually be his family? Impossible, right? It should be a different Du family. Chen Zihao raised his hand and laughed. I know. Brother-in-law's family has an amusement park and many luxury cars. One of the Rolls-Royce has the license plate 8888. Just from that, you can't tell if it's that Du family. Chen's mom blinked. If it is, then that's incredible. Yushuan's boyfriend is more than just a rich second generation. Should we ask? It wouldn't be right to ask him directly. How about you ask Yushuan privately? Father Hua pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. He glanced at Mother Hua, who understood and planned to pull Hua Yushuan aside to ask her when she came back. But regardless of that, this is a good thing. Yushuan's boyfriend seems humble and polite, and he doesn't seem to be faking it. Most importantly, they are truly in love with each other. If Yushuan has a good home with him, you should be happy. Father Hua nodded, a smile finally forming on his lips. He looked at the mutai on the table and chuckled. Does the old man know about this? Are you saying ask the old man? Ask and see. Forget it. Even if the old man knows anything, he wouldn't tell us. He's too stubborn. In the neighborhood, Hua Yushuan was holding tightly onto Du Heng's arm as they walked towards the entrance. She looked at the familiar buildings, the familiar roads, and the somewhat unfamiliar people. A smile bloomed on her face like a flower. Heng, are you nervous? Du Heng rubbed his nose. A little, but it's okay. Hua Yushuan gave a sweet smile. Actually, My mom sent you with me to buy soy sauce so you could get out of there. You didn't need to sit there with my dad and them having awkward small talk. Du-hung nodded, laughing. I figured it out. There was half a bottle of soy sauce on the kitchen table. I noticed when I scanned around. Hui Yuxuan laughed, covering her mouth with her hand. She thought for a moment, then asked, By the way, Ahung, if my parents ask about your family, what should I say? Just be honest. There's no need to hide anything. Okay. They bought a bottle of soy sauce at the supermarket. When paying, Du-hung noticed the milk candies by the counter and smiled as he picked up a pack to pay for them too. Once they were out of the supermarket, Du-hung opened the pack and offered a piece to Hui Yuxuan. Here. Hui Yuxuan was surprised for a moment, but she took the candy happily, putting it in her mouth and savoring its milky aroma and delicate sweetness. She smiled sweetly. What does Ahung think of my family? Du-hung smiled and nodded. They're great. Your dad was a bit stern at first, but as soon as I brought out the wine, he smiled. It's clear that he really likes alcohol, but your mom keeps him in check. As for your mom, she's very gentle and intelligent. That's what I think too. Everyone says my dad is rigid, but it's not that he's rigid. It's that he's been a teacher for so long, and he has gotten used to being stern. Du-hung nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly looked at Hui Yuxuan and laughed. Don't tell me you're going to become a teacher too? That would mean you would always have a serious face like your dad. Hui Yuxuan chuckled. She waved her hand. Don't worry, I did have that idea before, but after I met you, I changed my mind. Now I'm waiting for you to take me around the world, so no time for teaching. Du-hung grinned, rubbing his nose. You know what? You can just focus on being beautiful at home. You don't need to earn that little bit of salary. Hui Yuxuan looked seriously at Du-heng's face. After a long moment, she nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I don't have so many ideas right now. I just want to be with you. If Ahung doesn't want me to work, then I won't work. Du-hung chuckled, gently pinching Hui Yuxuan's waist. You're so obedient. Why else? Good. Back at 2802, Du-hong could immediately sense a subtle shift in the atmosphere. It seemed like there had been a discussion, and now they were looking at him with a more scrutinizing gaze. He exchanged glances with Hui Yuxuan, but he didn't dwell on it. He smiled and placed the soy sauce on the kitchen table, then went straight to the sofa, sitting down and watching the TV program, becoming lost in thought. Chen Zihao on the side was hesitating, looking like he wanted to say something but didn't dare, and his dad just stared at him each time, making him uncomfortable. Du-hung raised an eyebrow, looked at Chen Zihao, who looked like he was holding himself from speaking and his face was turning red, and started to laugh. I don't think I have added you as a friend, have I? Chen Zihao was surprised for a moment, then he laughed and quickly took out his new phone, opened the QR code. After adding each other, Du-hong sent a message. What's up? You look like you want to say something but you can't? Chen Zihao secretly looked at Chen's dad, who was engrossed in the TV show Awakening Era, not paying him any attention. Brother-in-law, you're so clever, thinking of this way. Spit it out. When you went to buy soy sauce with Sister Yuxuan, my parents were discussing your family. And, brother-in-law, can you tell me, are you the grandson of the top leader of Jinxing province? Du-heng's eyebrow twitched. He looked at Chen Zihao and smiled, not replying but nodding, and said, Yes, Du Jiangwo is my grandfather. Holy crap. The reason why everyone was staring with surprise was that Hui Yuxuan was helping in the kitchen, and Hui's mom pulled her aside to ask about the matter, and Aunt was also listening by. When they heard Hui Yuxuan's confirmation, the two of them were so shocked that they couldn't speak. It really is. Father Hui's jaw dropped in surprise. Is there a problem? Father Hui laughed. He was even more satisfied with Du-hung now. No. I originally thought you were just the child of a rich family, but it turns out you're the grandson of Old Man Du. This is great. At least now, Yuxuan won't be bullied by you in the future. Du-hung rubbed his nose, not quite understanding what this meant. Father Hui patiently explained, We all know Old Man Du's character. He is old friends with our family patriarch. We meet often. He is very strict with his family, right? Du-hung nodded. He finally understood. They must think that Old Man Du was very strict with his family, so he wouldn't dare to misbehave outside, harming Hui Yuxuan. Well, actually, uncle, my grandfather doesn't really control me, and whatever I do, he's a 100% behind me. Chapter 103. What makes Du-hung so great? Of course, Even though my grandfather listens to me in everything, I won't do anything out of line. Please rest assured, Uncle, I will be good to Yuxuan for my entire life. I will never let her be harmed. Father Hua smiled and nodded. Although this was only their first meeting, he was very satisfied with Yuxuan's boyfriend. If their patriarch didn't absolutely forbid Hua Yuxuan from getting married and having children right now, he would have called Du Hong's son already. Calling him uncle was too much of a formality, right? After the family background was laid bare, Du Hong clearly felt that Father Hua became much more amicable with him. Even Chen's dad was often glancing at Du Hong. Last week, Zaheo was troubling you and Yuxuan, and you bought him new clothes and shoes and a new phone. Du Hong smiled. Zaheo is very interesting. I was shopping with Yuxuan, and we bought things for him too. Uncle, don't take it to heart. Chen's dad chuckled. We still have to thank you. His clothes alone must be worth over 10,000. It's fine. Zaheo is to my liking, so I bought it. Maybe we'll be family soon, so we don't need to talk like strangers. Chen's dad nodded, smiling, and looked at Father Hua. They were both very satisfied with Du Heng's humility and polite way of speaking. He didn't claim credit for himself to gain favor, and he pointed out that they would be family in the future, which means he had already decided on Yuxuan. The TV volume was low. Soon, the men were immersed in the drama. The scent of food wafted from the kitchen. Clearly, the three women had started their work. Looking at the time, it was only 10:30 a.m. They had already started preparing food so early, so it wouldn't just be 4 dishes and a soup. The aunt, who was picking the vegetables, peeked her head out and smiled at the 4 men who were getting along well on the sofa. Your boyfriend has already become one of them. Hua Yuxuan leaned against the doorframe and smiled softly. Ahong is indeed very likable. Oh ho ho, you are already starting to boast about him? Auntie. All right. Annie won't say anything. Why don't you tell us what are the good points of your boyfriend? First of all, having money doesn't count, and being willing to spend money on you doesn't count. The aunt had her own considerations. Someone who had $10,000 and is willing to spend $100 on you is different from someone who has only $100 but is willing to spend all of it on you. Du Hong was very wealthy, so being generous with spending and buying things for Hua Yuxuan couldn't be considered as him being good to her, but rather that he's willing to spend money on her. Mother Hua also stopped what she was doing, lowered the heat, put the lid back on the pot, wanting to hear Hua Yuxuan's answer. Hua Yuxuan pondered for a moment and smiled, her eyes full of sweetness. Ahong always puts me first. When it rains, he makes sure that I don't get wet even if he gets soaked. He doesn't force me to do anything. He also doesn't fool around. He is also a game uploader with 5 million followers. Although he loves to play games, he's rarely played since we got together. I think his followers must be very speechless. Hua Yuxuan's face was filled with a sweet smile. The more she recalled, the more she felt that Du Hong was good to her. The aunt and Mother Hua were listening carefully. When they heard that Du Hong was an uploader with 5 million followers, they were a bit shocked. When I got injured, he even forgot his appointment with his grandfather and carried me from the sports field all the way to the infirmary. He just finished sprinting for several hundred meters, and when the doctor arrived, he was standing there, putting his hands on his knees, panting hard. He was clearly very tired, but he was still concerned about the injury on my knee. Was it the time when you said you fell during the 800-meter run? Yes, Ahong was doing a 1,000-meter run then. Mother Hua nodded, her eyes full of tenderness. Is there anything else? Hua Yuxuan smiled sweetly. Yes, sometimes Ahong is a little bossy. He always wants to dress me up beautifully, but he always forgets to buy clothes and shoes for himself. He listens to whatever I say. He will definitely reply when I send him a message, and if he replies late, he will tell me what he was doing. Oh right, Ahong is also a good cook. His sweet and sour spare ribs and cola chicken wings are so delicious. I've been learning how to cook recently. I want Ahong to like my food. Mother Hua and Auntie carefully observed Hua Yuxuan's expression. The sweet smile on her face couldn't be hidden. The two of them exchanged a knowing look, smiled and nodded, finally feeling at ease. Yuxuan is going to Ahong's house tomorrow, right? Hua Yuxuan's face fell. She nodded. Yes, it's my first time at Ahong's home. I don't know if his parents will like me. Mother Hua and Auntie exchanged looks and smiled. They gently patted Hua Yuxuan's shoulder. Don't worry. Ahong's upbringing is so good. He's so polite. His parents must be easy to get along with. What have you prepared for them tomorrow? I've ordered 2 boxes of high-end mooncakes, and I'll pick them up before I leave tomorrow. I have bought some health supplements at the apartment to take with me. Is that all? Hui Yuxuan looked helpless. Yes. I asked Ahung if his parents had any hobbies. He told me that his uncle basically does nothing, except making money. His aunt likes to drink coffee, but only likes freshly ground coffee, and it has to be imported coffee beans. Mother Hua was speechless for a moment. After thinking for a while, she stood up, removed the pot lid, flipped the fish in the pot a few times, and put the lid back on again. The fish aroma immediately filled the kitchen, making them salivate. That's a little difficult. If Ahung's parents don't have any specific likes, it will be hard to make sure what you bring suits their taste. Annie smiled and said, "You all are obsessed. You don't know that when Du-hung said that, he didn't want you to bring anything. After all, with his family's situation, no matter what you bring, it's just a gesture. I think his parents also want to see you." Huh? Auntie, how did you know? Ahung did tell me that. Annie has been through it. Of course I know. You don't need to worry about it. Just take those gifts that you've prepared. Oh. Oh right, Ahung is still a freshman this year. You are a year older than him. Have you thought about what you will do after you graduate, and you have to be separated for a year if you go on internship? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and whispered, Ahung has thought about it. He wants me to find an internship in Jincheng, or not even go on an internship. Or he wants me to just not go for a master's degree, and then we'll get married when I graduate. So what do you think about it? Chapter 104. Winning at cards, losing at the drinking table. I don't want to go for a master's degree. I want to work as a teacher in a kindergarten after I graduate. Kindergarten teachers have a lot of free time, and they don't need to work overtime at night. They also have winter and summer vacations. Most importantly, I want to learn how to interact with children. Why do you want to learn to interact with children? Hui Yuxuan's face blushed slightly, and she lowered her head and whispered, because Ahung said that he wanted twins, preferably a boy and a girl, so I think he might like kids. TSK, TSK, TSK. This level of thinking, not bad? Annie clicked her tongue and laughed. Mother Hua also smiled and shook her head. She stood up, turned off the heat, and poured the fish into a dish. You are only a sophomore this year, and you're already thinking about getting married and having kids. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. I said that it's a plan. No one can tell what will happen in the future. But this is my plan for my internship during my senior year. I want to find an internship at a kindergarten near school. I don't need to get paid for it. Look at that. No wonder Du-hung likes you so much. You two are thinking about the other person. You are really a great couple. The topic continued. The scent of the dishes kept drifting from the kitchen, reaching the living room. The men, who were watching TV, smelled the aroma and couldn't help but glance at the kitchen. Du-hung rubbed his stomach. Although he wasn't hungry, the aroma alone was making him want to eat. Annie's cooking is so good. The aroma is so wonderful. It's as good as Shui's. Who is Shui? Shui is my family's nanny. She's been with us since I was a child. Shui is a great cook, and my parents love her, so my parents pay her an annual salary of 1 million, just to keep her around. Gulp. How high of a salary? The whole family together probably doesn't earn as much as your nanny does. Du-hung was a bit embarrassed. He hadn't considered this and had just blurted it out. He scratched his head and smiled. Although her salary is high, she lost her freedom. She needs to stay at my house every day and take care of my parents. My mom is very picky. Father Hua nodded, smiling. He and Father Chin exchanged a look and didn't take this to heart. With this food aroma, they didn't have the mood to watch TV. Father Chin glanced at the time. It was still some time before dinner, and he thought for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Let's play cards. Do you know how to play, Xiaohong?" Play what? Running fast or landlord, any is fine. Du-hung smiled and nodded. He was about to stand up from the sofa when Father Chen and Father Hua didn't move. Instead, they took out their phones and opened a game. I'll open a room. You guys can come in. Password is 2802. A mobile game, landlord? Du-hung was a little confused. Were the elders so hip now? Yes, what else? With paper cards, you have to shuffle the deck. Isn't this much more convenient? It can also prevent cheating. Du-hung shrugged, downloaded a mobile version of Landlord, and logged in. His shining rank and the countless beans clearly indicated that he was a master. Time to eat. Time to eat. Huh, what's wrong with you two? Annie came out and announced it was time for dinner, carrying the dishes to the table. She looked at Father Hua and Father Chin, who were slumped on the sofa, contemplating their existence, and couldn't help but ask, "It doesn't make sense. How could I lose with my great hand? It's not scientific. Too strong, too strong." Only Du Hong stood up smiling, putting his phone back into his pocket. "I'll help bring the dishes." This was not his fault. He already let them win, but he couldn't do it too obviously. Even if he was letting them win, he could still win easily. That was the difference in their skills. In plain terms, he was smarter. He could calculate what cards Father Hua and Father Chin had, and he could remember what cards had been played. Plus, his luck was also not bad. So he kept winning, and Father Hua and Father Chin were so beat up that they began to doubt themselves. He went into the kitchen and carried out the home-style dishes, including braised chicken with edamame, beef with potato, braised fish, shredded, pork with dried tofu, pork stomach, beef stomach, and large intestines, along with some vegetables, which were obviously prepared for Hua Yuxuan. The table was full of dishes. They sat around the table. Hua Yuxuan sat on Du Heng's left and Chen Zihao on his right. Du Heng opened the mutai and poured a bit for Father Chin, Father Hua, and himself. He picked up his glass to start the toast. The women didn't drink alcohol, they used orange juice instead. Du Heng toasted them all one by one. After going through the circle once, his face was starting to turn red. The alcohol was starting to hit him. Father Hua and Father Chin chatted about their daily lives, also talking about Chen Zihao's studies. Talking about this, Father Chin felt very proud, and he drank 2 more glasses. Hua Yuxuan looked worriedly at Du Heng. The latter poured another glass and stood up to toast Father Hua. Father Hua laughed and took a sip as a response. He also smiled and said, "Drink less. Yuxuan looks like she's worried about you." After sitting down, Du Heng looked at Hua Yuxuan and grinned, and she said softly, Heng, drink less. Don't damage your stomach." "It's okay. I'm happy." Before he could finish his sentence, he fell on the table asleep and immediately started snoring. Heng, Heng? Hua Yuxuan shook Du Heng a few times. She could only hear him mumbling in his sleep, I can still drink. I'm not drunk. Hee. Today, I'm happy." Father Hua and Father Chin looked at each other and laughed. They were old hands at drinking and could tell at a glance that Du Heng wasn't a drinker. The alcohol was hitting him too hard. He fell down immediately. They usually drink alcohol a little at a time. Not only do they drink, they also eat food, so that the alcohol would be reduced and they would have a full stomach. "Zihao, take your sister to help him to his bedroom and let him rest." "Okay." Chen Zihao put down his chopsticks and stood up. He grabbed Du Heng's arm and led him to the second bedroom, while Hua Yuxuan followed behind, worried. Watching Chen Zihao bring Du Heng into the bedroom, Mother Hua glared at Father Hua and complained, "Why did you make him drink so much? You two, you're really something. He barely had a bite." "Sis, it's not our fault. He drank it himself. We didn't say anything." "Yeah, wife. Xiaoheng drank too fast because he was too happy. I even persuaded him to drink less, right, brother-in-law?" "Yeah." Looking at the two singing the same tune, Mother Hua and Annie were speechless. These two were acting confused when they clearly knew better. They could tell right away that Du Heng didn't really drink. He didn't even really know to drink. When he was toasting, they could have just said that he didn't need to drink so much. "Did you two lose at cards and refuse to accept it? So you tried to find your way back on the alcohol table?" Chapter 105. Mother Du's Anxious Wait. "Groom, do you take this bride to be your wedded wife, to have and to hold, from this day forward?" A wedding officiant stood on the stage, smiling at Du Heng. Du Heng looked at Hua Yuxuan, who was as radiant and pure as a celestial being in her white dress, and nodded with a smile. "I do." As he spoke those words, Du Heng slowly opened his eyes. It was dark all around him, his head throbbed, and his throat was dry. He tried to turn over, but his hand brushed against a soft arm. His eyes widened in an instant. By the dim light he could see that it was a sleeping Hua Yuxuan. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He had clearly drunk to oblivion. He didn't know how he had gotten to bed, nor when Hua Yuxuan had joined him. Heng, you're awake?" Hua Yuxuan was awakened by Du Heng's touch. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. The dim bedroom was filled with her delicate fragrance. Du Hong pinched his temples and let out a soft hum, realizing his throat was as raspy as an old bucket. Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and laughed as she got out of bed, slipped on her slippers and said, "I'll get you a glass of water." With that, she opened the door and left the bedroom, leaving Du Hong on the bed, rubbing his temples. When that didn't seem to work, he started rubbing his temples instead. A few moments later, Hui Yuxuan returned with a glass of water. The bedroom light was turned on. It took a while for Du Hong to adjust and see clearly. He took the water and gulped it down in a few swallows. After drinking it, he felt much better. Hearing the quietness in the living room, Du Hong turned to Hui Yuxuan, who was still a bit sleepy, and smiled. "Where did Uncle and them go?" "They went out." Nodding, he picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 6:30 p.m. He got out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and went to the bathroom to relieve himself. He washed his face and felt completely awake. His head was still a bit dizzy, and there was a ringing in his ears. He shook his head and smiled wryly. "I'm not used to drinking. I thought my alcohol tolerance was decent, but I guess I'm not that great." Hui Yuxuan thought of the miserable expressions on Father Hua and Father Chin's faces at lunch and couldn't help but laugh. They were just like little kids. After being scolded by Mother Hua, they had become like well-behaved babies, drinking carefully. If you can't drink, then don't drink in the future. Drinking juice is fine too. "No way, I must practice it. Your dad loves drinking, but he's usually controlled by your mom, so I'll bring good alcohol every time I come over and have a few drinks with him. I don't believe I'll get drunk every time." Hui Yuxuan felt helpless. She didn't try to persuade him anymore. She smelled the alcohol on Du Hong and said with a laugh, "Go take a shower. You stink of alcohol." Du Hong tugged at his clothes and smelled them. He could indeed smell the alcohol. He didn't refuse and took a shower. However, he didn't change his clothes because he had nothing to change into. Father Hua's clothes were too small for him. They had a simple dinner later. They stood on the balcony looking at the moon. Unknowingly, it was already 9 p.m. Du Hong looked at the time and immediately called for a driver. He was afraid that he might still be drunk and it would be dangerous to drive. Most importantly, he didn't want Yuxuan to be in danger. "Uncle, Auntie, Yuxuan and I are going back. Yuxuan needs to get her stuff from the apartment tomorrow morning." He stood up, exchanged a look with Hui Yuxuan, and smiled. "The driver I called has arrived, so we won't take up their time any longer." "Are you going back already? Why don't you stay longer?" "We have to go, it's getting late. We've caused you trouble today." "Oh dear, don't say that," Mother Hua said gently, looking at Hui Yuxuan, who had a sweet expression as she held onto Du Heng's arm. "Yuxuan, if you do anything wrong at his house tomorrow, just point it out. Don't let his parents be unhappy." Du Heng looked at Hui Yuxuan and said with a chuckle, "It's fine, Auntie. You don't have to worry. My parents are very nice people. They are not the unreasonable, wealthy mothers-in-law you see in dramas. And they really like Yuxuan. They've long wanted me to bring her home, but there was never an opportunity." Mother Hua nodded with a smile. "That's good. Well, you should go back then." "All right, this is the moon cake I bought for you, since today is Mid-Autumn Festival." Du Heng didn't refuse and smiled as he took the mooncake gift box. "Then we'll be leaving first. Uncle, Auntie, you don't need to see us off." After saying goodbye to Father Hua, Mother Hua, her aunt, and uncle-in-law, they got into the elevator and headed straight down to the first floor. The driver was already waiting by the entrance of the neighborhood. After calling him to come, they waited next to the Night 15. A short while later, a middle-aged man on a small electric bike arrived. After confirming it was Du Hong, he looked at the overly large Night 15 with concern. "Is this car a bit too big?" Du Hong laughed and waved his hand. "It's fine, just drive normally. Just get us to our destination." "Okay." The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Hui Yuxuan woke up early and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She slept too late last night and hadn't showered, so she felt sticky. She also had to go to Du Heng's house today, so she couldn't make a bad first impression. Du Hong woke up at 8 a.m. Hunger had woken him. He looked at the large bed and didn't see Hui Yuxuan. The bedroom door was closed. He glanced at the time, put on his clothes, and went to the living room, where he found Hui Yuxuan putting on makeup. It wasn't heavy makeup, just a little powder and some lipstick. Looking at Hui Yuxuan, who was wearing black leggings with a long-sleeved pink shirt, with her hair in a ponytail, a bun, and her big eyes with long lashes, Du Heng's lips curved into a smile as he quietly walked towards her. He had clearly forgotten that the mirror could see him. However, Hui Yuxuan pretended not to see him and was just hugged by Du Hong from behind with a giggle. Hung is up to this so early. Du Hong let go of her and rubbed his nose as he looked at Hui Yuxuan's white neck and said with a smile, "Remember to put away the jewelry I gifted to you. Don't wear them." "Why not?" "Because my mom will definitely take you to buy them." Huh. Bisui Garden, a luxurious villa complex, which is where Du Heng's family lived. Villa A, 17. Mother Du was restless, sitting on the sofa one moment, then getting up to walk to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look outside the next, sighing from time to time. Father Du was sitting on the sofa looking at a stock market chart. Mother Du's pacing was disrupting his focus. "Wife, can you be still for a bit? Just sit down, okay? Our son said he would come back. He will come back." "I know, but I can't calm down. I get excited thinking about Yuxuan coming to our home. Oh, what do you think of my clothes today? Do they make me seem too serious?" Father Du looked at Mother Du, who was wearing a long black dress, and laughed. "I think you should change. Your pink pajamas look pretty good, at least better than this one. Wearing all black makes you look too serious." Chapter 106. The Ignored Du Hong and Father Du. In the end, Mother Du changed into something more casual. At least she didn't look as serious as she did in her black clothes. Still, she was restless. She would get up and go to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look outside, then walk back and sit down again, sighing from time to time. Finally, an overly large SUV slowly drove up to the road in front of the villa and parked. The car door opened. A person who was very familiar got out from the driver's seat, went straight to the passenger seat, and helped the woman sitting there get out of the car. "Oh, our son is back." "Huh? Where? Let me see. Father Du moved faster than one would expect from someone his age, got up from the sofa and ran, wearing slippers, at a 100-meter sprint pace, to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look outside, then smiled happily. Maternal love is like water. Paternal love is like a mountain. All went to hell at this moment. They ran to the entryway, opened the door, and welcomed Du Hong, who was walking towards them with Hui Yuxuan by his side. "Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Hui Yuxuan." "Hello, Uncle Andy," said Hui Yuxuan. Father Du and Mother Du's eyes both lit up. They quickly said, "Oh, what a beautiful girl. Come, quickly come in with Annie." Mother Du snatched Hui Yuxuan from Du Heng's arm and dragged her to the entryway where she made her change into slippers before going inside, leaving Du Hong and Father Du staring blankly at the door. Father Du let out a soft cough and said, "Well then, son, let's go inside." Du Hong laughed and nodded to the maid Xue, who was standing behind the door. He gave all the things he was carrying to her, then went inside with Father Du. Mother Du brought Hui Yuxuan to sit on the sofa, looking with delight at this beauty in front of her, showering her with compliments nonstop. "Yuxuan looks so radiant, with such great skin. You take great care of yourself, right?" Hui Yuxuan nodded, smiling. It was already stunning when she didn't smile, but when she smiled, her beauty was even more breathtaking. It made Mother Du's eyes sparkle. Mother Du held Hui Yuxuan's hand and said with a smile, "Oh, Yuxuan's smile is so pretty. My son has great taste. He even found such a beautiful girl." Hui Yuxuan covered her mouth and smiled softly, raising her eyes to glance at Du Hong, who was walking over to sit down with a speechless look. The latter had no choice but to protest. "Mom, do you not have space for me in your eyes anymore? You didn't even glance at me when I came back." Mother Du was surprised for a moment as she looked at Du Hong. "Didn't we say hello to you at the door?" "It would be better if they hadn't said hello at all." Xue walked over and put the items on the coffee table, then stepped to the side to make tea for Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan smiled and picked up the gift box on the coffee table and said, "Auntie, this is the mooncake I bought for you. I didn't come yesterday for the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I'm giving it to you today as a gift." Mother Du said happily, "Oh, just you coming is good enough. Why did you have to bring anything?" She then gave Father Du a look, and the latter understood and quickly spoke, "Well, Yuxuan, just treat this place like your own home. No need to be polite or anything. We support your relationship with Xiaohong. You don't need to worry about being a daughter-in-law of a wealthy family. There isn't that in our family." Mother Du secretly gave Father Du a thumbs up, casting a flirtatious look that made Father Du get a chill down his spine. He subconsciously went to rub his lower back, but remembering his son and his future daughter-in-law were there, he just adjusted his position with his hands on his hips, using the gesture to rub his lower back. He received a glare from Mother Du and a speechless Du Hong, who massaged his temples. He was choking on the old dog food they had served him. Father Du smiled awkwardly, and then thought it would be best to go back to looking at the stock market chart. There was no place for him here anyway. Mother Du didn't care. She held Hui Yuxuan's hand and chatted about everything under the sun, occasionally bringing up Du Heng's embarrassing childhood stories, laughing happily with Hui Yuxuan. Du Heng became the second awkward person. Luckily, Shui was still very considerate. She walked over and placed a glass of water in front of him and another one in front of Hui Yuxuan. Seeing that there was no space for him in the conversation, Du Heng picked up his glass and took a sip. The tea was slightly bitter, but it was clearly good tea. There were still gifts that hadn't been introduced, but Hui Yuxuan had no opportunity to do so because Mother Du kept pulling her into conversations. As they were chatting, it was already time for dinner. When all of the delicious dishes were brought to the table, their aromas permeated the living room. Mother Du pulled Hui Yuxuan to sit at the table. Looking at the beautiful dishes with their great aroma, Hui Yuxuan opened her eyes wide in surprise. Yuxuan, eat whatever you like. I told Shui to make it to your liking. Try them, and see if you like them. Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and nodded softly. Thank you, Annie. Oh, no need to be polite with Annie. You will be calling me Mom soon anyway. Why so polite? Hui Yuxuan felt a warmth in her heart and looked at Du Heng, who was still sitting on the sofa, looking up at the sky speechlessly. Don't you want to ask Uncle and Ahong to come eat too? Mother Du glanced at them, then waved her hand dismissively. Those two are not enthusiastic about eating. Let them be. We'll eat first. They will come when they are hungry. X3. Du Heng and Father Du exchanged a look and immediately got up from the sofa and walked to the table with seriousness. Father Du picked up a chicken leg and put it in Du Heng's bowl. Son, eat more. We too don't have anyone to care for us. We should take care of ourselves. Du Heng laughed as he picked up a piece of beef and put it in Father Du's bowl. You're right, Dad. Eat more. What great food. Shui's cooking is getting better than before. Ha ha ha. X2. X2. Hui Yuxuan laughed, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook. Her big eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Mother Du rolled her eyes at the two who were acting out, picked up a chicken wing and put it in Hui Yuxuan's bowl. Don't worry about them, Yuxuan. Eat the chicken wings. Chicken wings are tender. Chicken legs are too tough and don't have good texture. The two who were awkwardly laughing instantly stopped. Du Heng looked at the large chicken leg in his bowl, and it instantly lost its flavor. Luckily, Hui Yuxuan gave him another chicken wing with a smile, which made him feel a little better. He raised his eyebrows at Mother Du and happily ate his chicken wing. Father Du grinned, and then saw Mother Du's expressionless face, nearly choked on the beef he had just put in his mouth. Luckily, the beef was very tender, and he just swallowed it down in one go, then made a face while he quickly drank some cold water. It was too hot. Yuxuan, how about Annie take you to buy something after dinner, okay? Hui Yuxuan was surprised for a moment. She looked at Du Heng, who shrugged his shoulders. As expected, Mother Du would definitely take her to go buy things. However, the one thing that Du Heng didn't mention was that Mother Du was even better at spending money than he was. Chapter 107. Extremely satisfied Mother Du. When he sat inside the 9-meter-long Rolls-Royce driven by Uncle Lee, Du Heng refused. In his mind, he was yelling. He hadn't even touched Hui Yuxuan's hand, because the latter had been held by Mother Du the entire time, never giving him an opportunity to approach. Father Du shrank into a corner like an abandoned doll, only hugging himself to feel that little bit of warmth. He didn't want to come, but Mother Du had commanded, and he could only follow along like a puppy. The reason was that they needed someone to carry their things while shopping. As for why he had to follow after hearing those words, there was a deep story there. It could be a book. The direction of the Rolls-Royce was not where Du Heng's family's shopping mall was located. It seemed that they were going to in time, since that was where the truly luxurious items were sold. As expected, Uncle Lee silently drove the car to In Time Center located in the city center. The traffic was heavy there and slightly congested. Uncle Lee slowly followed the car in front for a while before entering the underground parking lot of the mall. As soon as they got out of the car, Mother Du pulled Hui Yuxuan and ran, she easily found her way to the elevator. Because the parking lot was very stuffy, Mother Du did not like that kind of environment. So she led Hui Yuxuan straight into the elevator and went straight to the first floor. Du Hong and Father Du hurried but couldn't catch up. They looked at the elevator going up slowly and fell into contemplation. Dad, I think you should write a will soon. I'm worried you will suddenly have a heart attack one day. You little brat, are you cursing your dad? My mentality is excellent. At that moment, Mother Du called. Where are you? Why didn't you follow us? We're waiting for the elevator. Huh? Didn't you guys get into the elevator with us? After hanging up, Father Du fell into contemplation once again. He looked at the elevators that were going up and thought, I'm going to write my will tonight. I was joking with you. Why did you take it so seriously? They took the elevator to the first floor, and they saw Mother Du and Hua Yuxuan in the first jewelry store on the right. Mother Du was holding Hua Yuxuan's hand, looking at a necklace covered by a transparent glass case, which was priced at 280,000. Mother Du immediately called a shop assistant over, had them take the necklace and let Hui Yuxuan try it on, and then she directly decided to buy it. Good Lord, she had already spent 280,000 in less than 3 minutes. Hui Yuxuan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Who wouldn't want a mother-in-law who was this enthusiastic? However, Hui Yuxuan had underestimated Mother Du. This was just the beginning. Since they had come to in time, they had already planned to spend a lot of money. Poor Hui Yuxuan could only be dragged by Mother Du from shop to shop. Whatever looked good, she would just buy, not even needing to try it on. Auntie, what will we do if I buy it, but it doesn't fit? Mother Du waved her hand dismissively. If it doesn't fit, just put it in the wardrobe. If the wardrobe is too full, we'll just get a bigger house and add more wardrobes. You may not wear the clothes, but you must have them. Helpless, Hui Yuxuan had no choice but to accept this fact. Mother Du was really good at spending money. Thinking about it, Du Hong was required to spend 50 million a year, which was not a small sum. There were so many people who could never earn this much money in their entire lives. Of course, this wasn't much for Father Du. Mother Du didn't care about it even more. Du Hong and Father Du followed behind, carrying large bags and small bags. People passing by would look at them, pointing and whispering. Father Du held his head high, with a sense of pride, while Du Hong was helpless with a hint of suffering, sighing from time to time. This was the first time he was shopping with Mother Du in time. Although he had been to his own family's mall before, those were all for buying his clothes, shoes, phones, and watches. Now, he had become a porter, completely losing his right to be human. Luckily, Hui Yuxuan would occasionally cast an apologetic look at him. Every time she did that, Du Hong would puff out his chest and nod calmly. Looking at Father Du, Du Hong finally understood. So Father Du had long seen through it all. Son, you'll get used to it. Okay, I didn't say anything. They got a little tired from shopping. Actually, it was Father Du who said it first, that he couldn't carry any more. Wife, let's go to Haiti for a while. I can't carry any more. We should take these to the car first. Mother Du looked back and nodded. She pulled Hui Yuxuan and walked towards Haiti, found a spot to sit down, and called the shop assistants over to order some milk tea and desserts. Du Hong and Father Du exchanged a look inside. They carried everything to the parking lot on the second basement level. At the milk tea shop, Mother Du looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was innocent and sweet, and liked her more and more. She kept seeing her as her future daughter-in-law. She didn't hide her affection at all. That was why she had bought so many things for Hui Yuxuan. Hui Yuxuan felt a little embarrassed by the staring. Her face turned a bit red as she looked down. Yuxuan, Andy plans to buy a villa for Xiaoheng in Bisui Garden. I think A18, next to our villa, is very nice. It has the same floor plan as ours, and since it is so close to us, we can look after you. What do you think? Hui Yuxuan blinked her large eyes. This was a question she couldn't answer. It wasn't that she didn't know whether it was good or not, but that she felt it was a bit wasteful, but she didn't want to say it directly. Mother Du smiled understandingly and said, If not, you can just live with us? Your uncle and I don't mind. It's just that you two lovebirds are so lovey-dovey. I'm afraid your uncle and I will disturb you, and that would affect us having grandchildren. Hui Yuxuan's ears turned completely red. She lowered her head, stuttering and unable to speak. Mother Du stopped there and didn't say anything more. At that time, the milk tea and desserts were delivered. Hui Yuxuan looked at the food and saw that there were only enough for 2 people. There wasn't any milk tea for Du Hong and Father Du, and there was also very little dessert. She blinked her big eyes. Before she had time to speak, Mother Du had already guessed what she was thinking and said carelessly with a smile, "I told the shop assistant that they are for takeaway. Those 2 cups will be ready soon. Don't let them rest. We are running out of time. We still need to buy things for you." Blinking her big eyes, for a moment Hui Yuxuan didn't know what to say. She had already witnessed Mother Du's decisive character. She was great to her, but was she a bit too neglectful of Du Hong and Father Du? Auntie, Ahung and Uncle are running around. They must be tired. Let them rest for a while and have some milk tea and desserts. I'll order them some desserts. After speaking, Hui Yuxuan got up without waiting for Mother Du's agreement and went to the counter to look at the menu. Mother Du looked at Hui Yuxuan's back and liked her even more. The wrinkles around her eyes from the smile deepened. So good. Chapter 108. Wang Ba's original name is Wang Chu Chu. Because Hui Yuxuan helped Du Hong and Father Du order milk tea and desserts, the 2 were able to rest for a little while. They had been shopping since they got out of the car, carrying a lot of stuff and not allowed to complain. They had to rush the things to the car, and after returning they were already a bit tired. If they couldn't rest, then it wasn't much of a problem for Du Hong. Father Du probably couldn't handle it. His pale face showed that he was not well. He lacked exercise. After resting, they continued to shop. Although Hui Yuxuan wanted to stop Mother Du would always find some reason, such as it was their first meeting, and she needed to buy her good things to justify her continued spree. They continued shopping until 6 p.m. Father Du was complaining non-stop. Du Hong was sweating on his forehead, although he didn't have much stuff in his hands, but he was really tired. Mother Du looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was shining with jewels from head to toe. She was finally very satisfied and liked her more and more. "Yuxuan, are you hungry?" Hui Yuxuan smiled and nodded. "I am a bit hungry. I think Ahung and Uncle must be very hungry too." Mother Du looked at Father Du, who rubbed his stomach with a smile. Mother Du rolled her eyes. "Let's go back then. Shui has already prepared the meal. Do you want to have dinner before going home?" "Okay." At 10 p.m., due to Mother Du's strong demands, Hui Yuxuan had no choice but to stay overnight at the villa. Of course, she would share a room with Du Hong. There was nothing to consider. Young people should get some privacy. After showering, Hui Yuxuan, wearing silk pajamas, walked into Du Heng's room. Du Hong, who was playing a mobile game on the sofa, hadn't noticed her, so Mother Du gently patted him. "Son, hurry up and take a shower and go inside. Don't let Yuxuan wait for too long." "Good Lord, weren't you afraid of me taking her life?" Thinking that, Du Hong opened his microphone and said, "Something came up. I'll log off first. You guys carry on." "Huh? We are in the final circle. Why log out so suddenly, boss? Take us to win." "Yeah, boss. There are still 7 people left. Let's finish before you get busy." "No can do. I have a big event that is waiting for me." "What event is it? Why are you in such a rush?" "Yeah, the game is about to end. I finally saw hope of winning this game. Boss, don't leave us. It's a very important matter. Do you know Buzhou Mountain?" "I do. What about it?" "I'm Gonggong." After speaking, Du Hong logged out, leaving his teammates in contemplation. "What do you mean?" He said Buzhou Mountain and then said he is Gonggong. And then what? What happened? I think I might have guessed it. Is boss going to find Buzhou Mountain? Damn, boss is indeed the boss. He can say something like that and be so cool. After logging out of the game, he took a shower and stepped out of the bathroom. Du Hong was startled by Mother Du, who was standing at the door with a smile on her face. She took out a small box from behind her back and handed it to him. "Go for it." "This is super embarrassing." Du Heng's eyes twitched wildly, his lips curved up, looking at the small box in Mother Du's hands. For a moment he didn't know if he should reach out to take it. "Take it already. Quickly go inside. Your dad and I are also about to sleep. Don't worry, we won't eavesdrop." "If you are not going to eavesdrop, then don't smile like that." He took the small box with a serious look, nodded to Mother Du, glanced at Father Du, who had a slightly fearful look. The latter swallowed dryly, because Mother Du had another box in her hand. He went upstairs into the bedroom and gently closed the door, leaving Father Du and Mother Du staring blankly at each other. Father Du lowered his head guiltily, and then suddenly felt a gust of fragrant wind coming towards him. Mother Du directly jumped into his arms and said softly, "Hubby." Father Du stiffened. almost dropping Mother Dew on the floor. He swallowed dryly, his tone stiff. What's up, wife? Tonight, I am Qingming. The next morning, Hui Yuxuan woke up in Du Heng's arms. She gently opened her sleepy eyes. She looked at the room, which didn't have much light because the curtains were drawn. She looked at the bookshelf against the wall, which held a few books, and the rest were all figurines. Du Heng's arm was still around her waist. She gently turned to look at Du Hong, who was still sleeping. His breath hit her face, tickling her. Because they had the air conditioning on, they had been sleeping under the quilt last night. Hui Yuxuan felt that some places on her body were dry. She thought for a moment and decided not to wake up Du Hong. She got out of the quilt, put on her pajamas, and pushed open the bedroom door to go outside. When she came out, she saw that it was already bright outside, and Mother Dew was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the ground floor, basking in the sun, while Father Dew, with a pale complexion, was sitting on the sofa drinking a large bowl of tonic soup Shui had cooked. There was another portion in the pot that was reserved for Du Hong. Mother Dew saw Hui Yuxuan coming out and smiled as she stood up from the recliner. Yuxuan is awake. Where is Xiao Hong? A Hong is still sleeping. I'm going to take a shower first. Oh. Mother Dew nodded with a smile. Hui Yuxuan's face turned red in an instant. She lowered her head and followed the hallway down the stairs to the bathroom, closing the door. She covered her face, looking at her tired face in the mirror, and felt incredibly shy. After taking a shower, she came out and saw that Du Hong had already woken up. He was sitting side by side with Father Dew, slowly drinking the tonic soup, smacking his lips from time to time, looking very funny. Seeing Hui Yuxuan come out after her shower, Mother Dew pointed at the clothes on the sofa and said with a smile, "The clothes I bought for you yesterday were washed last night, but they didn't dry. Shui has helped you iron them. Put them on. After you are done, come and eat breakfast. Shui has made millet porridge." After finishing breakfast, Du Hong took Hui Yuxuan and said goodbye to his parents, heading in the direction of the school. They had been lovey-dovey for 2 days. Most importantly, his friend was coming today. It was not appropriate to meet at home, so they decided to meet at the school. Hong, what does your friend's family do? He's called Wang Ba. His family is also in trading. They have assets of over 1,000 billions too. However, he's different from me. I am a prodigal son who has returned, but he's gone down that path and will never return. Just hearing the name made Hui Yuxuan pause. When she heard the rest of Du Heng's words, she laughed. What were his parents thinking? Why would they give him that name? He changed the name himself. He was originally called Wang Chu Chu. Yes, Chu Chu. He couldn't stand that name, so he changed his name. Because of this, his father even beat him up, but it didn't work. Okay, he sounds interesting. Du Heng shrugged. When you meet him, you will find that he is really interesting. Chapter 109. Friends of a Feather? Hey, where are you? I'm at the west gate of your school. Have you guys arrived yet? We're almost there. Wait a sec. Du Heng hung up the phone and parked the car, then walked with Hui Yuxuan towards the west gate. Perhaps because it was the holiday season and a lot of people were returning, the roads outside the west gate were full of parked cars. Du Heng had no choice but to park the overly large Night 15 near the north gate. His motorcycle was parked inside the school, right next to the dormitory building, where there was no problem finding a parking spot. He arrived at the west gate and looked around, where he saw Wang Ba leaning against a motorcycle. He was wearing sunglasses and had put some wax in his hair. A wry smile was on his lips, which looked like he was just waiting to be punched. He was posing, pretending to be profound. In reality, his personality was more hyperactive than anyone else. He was very similar to Zhang Yang in that regard. He was wearing a studded leather jacket, tight leather pants, and a pair of shiny leather shoes. This bizarre outfit had attracted a lot of attention. Some of the girls were pointing at him, laughing and discussing things. He seemed to be enjoying the attention, so he became even more profound. Du Heng hesitated in his tracks. He suddenly realized that it was a mistake to come see Wang Ba, let alone bring Hui Yuxuan with him. He was definitely a bad influence. While Du Heng was still hesitating, Wang Ba spotted him and laughed loudly as he walked over. His voice was so loud it was impossible not to hear him. Bro, you finally arrived. If I say I was just passing by, would you believe me? This beautiful lady must be the girlfriend my brother found. She's really pretty. Ha 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 ha. So you're not even listening to what I'm saying? Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile and said softly, "Hello, my name is Hui Yuxuan." Hello, I'm Wang Ba. You can call me Bro Ba or the little overlord of Jincheng. Call me whatever you want. Just don't call me Daddy. Hui Yuxuan blinked her large eyes, for a moment not knowing how to respond. Du Heng rubbed his temples, pointing at Wang Ba's clothes and said helplessly, "Can't you wear something more casual? This outfit is too flashy." Huh? Is it? Wang Ba twisted around, looking at his clothes. But this is the most casual outfit I chose. I was too embarrassed to wear the flashy outfits. After all, I have to meet your girlfriend. I can't make my brother look bad, right? You've already embarrassed me. Thank you. Go ride your motorcycle away. Don't leave it parked at the school entrance, or the security will confiscate it. Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder that security guard was glaring at me, saying something with his walkie-talkie. I thought he was saying my clothes were good-looking. Just wait. I'll go and move the bike. As he was saying that, Wang Ba trotted away, got on his motorcycle, and rode to Du Heng's side and asked, "Where do I park it?" "You can't go into the school. I think the security guard wants to come out and beat you up. Luckily, there aren't many people coming. Back to school now, or you definitely would have been asked to leave. Just park it on the side of the road. Find a spot and squeeze it in." "Okay, wait a sec." 10 minutes later, in a newly opened milk tea shop, Du Heng, Hui Yuxuan, and Wang Ba were sitting opposite each other. The latter still had a wry smile, and his sunglasses were still on his face. "Can't you take off your sunglasses? It's not that bright here. Don't you feel like you can't see?" "No way. I just got back from riding the Sichuan-Tibet highway, you know." "So what? What does wearing sunglasses have to do with riding the Sichuan-Tibet highway?" "The altitude there is high, and the sun is very strong." "Spit it out." "Damn. I'm already being so obvious. Why don't you understand? Are we even on the same frequency? Why can't I get your point?" Du Heng was very impressed and, with lightning speed, took off Wang Ba's sunglasses before he could react. X3. Hui Yuxuan laughed when she saw Wang Ba's face. She held her stomach and lowered her head, her shoulders shaking, trying very hard to keep herself from laughing. Du Heng looked at Wang Ba's face, his eye twitching wildly. Wang Ba was also very embarrassed. His small eyes blinked. If he didn't have good eyes, you wouldn't see where his eyes were. He was originally fair-skinned, but now his face was tanned, except for the area around his eyes. That was still white. Most importantly, his eyes were small. The white around his small eyes was very obvious. It made him look very funny. Du Heng's lips twitched. He returned the sunglasses to Wang Ba, who put them on and scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, I warned you. You can't blame me, brother." "Wonderful, haha." Du Heng said something without rhyme or reason, which made Hui Yuxuan laugh so hard that she couldn't even stand up straight. "Damn it, brother. You're being too much. Back then we were the best buddies. How can you laugh at me?" Du Heng waved his hand dismissively. "Did I laugh at you less back then?" "Oh, right, that's true. Ha ha ha, then it's okay. You guys can laugh if you want to." "No." Du Heng felt his blood pressure was rising. He kept looking at the newly bought P50 Pro on the table. He felt the urge to take the phone and smash it on Wang Ba's face. "Now you've met my girlfriend, what's your plan for the future? Maybe try finding a girlfriend?" Wang Ba flicked his hair and shook his head. "Nah, I don't want to. Women will only affect my mood. I don't have the time to make her happy. Only motorcycles understand me." Du Heng was speechless. Hui Yuxuan, on the side, blinked her big eyes. She remained very quiet, because she could tell that Du Heng had no solution for Wang Ba, and she wouldn't poke her nose into it either. "Whatever. It's not like you're afraid of your parents beating you up. Have you ever thought, if you don't find a girlfriend and don't get married, will your parents cut off your allowance?" Gasp! Wang Ba widened his eyes. Of course, Du Heng couldn't see it. Even if he could see it, he wouldn't think he was widening his eyes. "I really haven't thought about it, but I think my parents wouldn't do that." As soon as he said that, he received a phone call. "Hello, Dad. I'm back. I'm at Jincheng University." "What? Didn't I say I don't want a girlfriend? Why are you arranging a blind date? What does it matter that she's pretty?" The call was hung up. Looking at the message he received on his phone, Wang Ba awkwardly shrunk his neck. He said a little embarrassedly, "Well, brother, can you lend me some money? My dad cut off my allowance." Chapter 110. Love at first sight equals being attracted to their looks? You should call them back. Just meet them. If you don't like her, then say so. Du-hong rubbed his temples with a helpless look. That won't do. I said I don't want to, and I shouldn't. Otherwise, I'd be going against my previous vow. Trust me, that was just ignorance. Being a bachelor is just because you haven't met the right person. I don't believe it. Du-hong felt helpless and was too lazy to talk anymore. After thinking for a while, Du-hong took out his phone and transferred 400,000 yuan to Wang Ba. This money is not really lent to you. Just consider it as the money you used to help me buy the motorcycle. You can use it first. As for your dad, I think it would be better if you go back and talk to him face to face. Thank you, brother. Ha ha ha. Let me spend this 400,000 yuan first before I go back to my old man. So what I said was just hot air. 400,000 yuan was probably not even enough for you to spend in a day. Seriously, brother, don't you think school is pointless? A degree is useless for you. Why waste your life? Isn't it better to enjoy yourself? Du-hong exchanged a look with Hui Yuxuan and shook his head with a laugh. University life is very interesting. You like to ride your bike everywhere. I like to live a leisurely life. And being with Yuxuan every day is like Sunday. I'm fine with that. Hui Yuxuan gave a sweet smile, leaning against Du-hong. Wang Ba refused this large amount of dog food, but unfortunately, they were sitting too close, and also opposite him. It was hard not to see them. Seeing you two being lovey-dovey is making me want to try and find a woman. That's great. Your dad found you a blind date. It must be a rich girl who has both looks and education and has a good character. You should go see her. Your dad won't screw you over. Wang Ba was slightly tempted. Then, if I have a girlfriend, can I still go riding? I promised my brothers that I will go island hopping in Taiwan in a few days. Du-hong laughed. Why not bring her along? It's best to find a cycling partner to be your girlfriend. That way you can ride your motorcycle and show off your love. Isn't that great? Huh? That makes sense. Wang Ba slapped his thigh, incredibly excited. Saliva was flying everywhere, and his eyes were sparkling. Why didn't I think of that? This way I can not only continue to hang out with my friends, but I can also appease my old man. That kills two birds with one stone. You're teachable. The more Wang Ba thought about it, the more excited he became. So he immediately took out his phone to call his dad. The first time the phone wasn't picked up, presumably his dad was still angry. The second time, the phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello, Dad. I agree. Yes. I'll go meet this girl right now. But I can't go see the girl without money. What? It's unfrozen? That's great. Okay, that's settled then. I'm going there now. Just wait. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ba raised his eyebrows at Du-hong and chuckled. Brother, I'm leaving first. When I get to Taiwan, I'll take some nice pictures for you. Du-hong smiled and nodded. Go. If you think she's suitable, then be nice to her. Haha, don't worry. I'm leaving. The decisive Wang Ba left right away, leaving Du-hong and Hui Yuxuan chuckling helplessly. Why did you insist that he find a girlfriend? He likes being single and having fun so much. Isn't it good to be single? It's not that simple. Who will he leave his family's wealth to when the time comes? If he doesn't have any heirs, his father will break his legs. Wang Ba is good in everything except he's a stubborn fool. It's also the fault of his first girlfriend. She controlled him too strictly and didn't let him ride his motorcycle, which angered him, so he refused to find a girlfriend until now. Huh? He had a girlfriend before? That happened in middle school. Back then he was riding a bicycle. Can't tell that he's a playboy? Having a girlfriend so early. He liked to play back then, but he fell in love with a gentle girl. After winning her over, he complained that she was too controlling, so they broke up. Hui Yuxuan nodded thoughtfully, looked at Du-hong with her beautiful eyes, and asked softly, What about A-hung? Have you had a girlfriend before? Du-hong smiled and shook his head. There were a lot of girls who went after me in middle school, but because of Wang Ba, I didn't agree to date any of them. Then why are you with me now? You seem to like freedom too. Du-hong smiled and gently scratched the bridge of Hui Yuxuan's nose. Would you believe me if I said it was love at first sight and it was out of my control? Hui Yuxuan covered her small mouth and laughed. Her eyes narrowed into a beautiful crescent shape. I heard people say that love at first sight is just an attraction to one's looks. He smacked his lips and smiled at Hui Yuxuan. Of course, being attracted to one another is definitely a very important reason. I think that seeing someone you like is not just that, but being attracted by the other person's appearance. Hui Yuxuan nodded softly and leaned onto Du Hong. Ahung and I are thinking the same. Actually, I also had a love at first sight with Ahung. Oh. Du Heng's eyes lit up. He pinched Hui Yuxuan's waist and said with a chuckle, "Then why did you reject me that first time?" "Because I wasn't sure if I really liked you. After all, you are my first love, and I wasn't sure if I would regret it after agreeing to be with you, or if I would hurt you. So back then, I wanted you to give me a little more time." Du Hong was touched. He held Hui Yuxuan, feeling her warmth, and said softly, "Regardless, now you are mine, and you will be mine in the future." Hui Yuxuan hummed softly. The sound made Du Heng's bones melt. "Let's go. You've seen Wangba. Weren't you going to the library to study? I'll take you there first. I'll go back to the dorm to grab my books and then go find you." "No need. I made an appointment with Lingling. She's helping me save a spot. If Ahung wants to come, you can, but haven't you not made a video in a while?" Du Hong rubbed his nose. He had almost forgotten he was still a gaming uploader. After thinking for a moment, he realized he had not updated for almost half a month. Without a doubt, his fans were anxiously waiting. "Then I'll go find you at noon. We can go out to eat together?" At noon, Ahung should go to the cafeteria. Lingling and I will eat at the #1 cafeteria. Bring Zhang Yang with you. Du Hong pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. He took Hui Yuxuan to the library, and after watching her go inside, he turned around and walked towards the dormitory building. As for why Hui Yuxuan went to the library to study, Du Hong knew the reason. She planned to take the teacher qualification exam, and now she must be preparing for it. "Yuxuan is working so hard. I can't fall behind. I'll finish the video today." Chapter 111. Signing up for driving school. Back in the dorm, Zhang Yang was still fast asleep in his bed. Han Lei and Wang Chong were both gone, having returned to their hometowns. After all, only a few people would spend the 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival without going home. Du Hong already knew why Zhang Yang wasn't going back. His parents were way too strict. They wouldn't even let him play games or use his phone even after he'd gone to college. It really was a rough situation for him. He vaguely remembered the guy mentioning that his older sister was also a teacher and his family wanted him to become one too, but he wasn't interested. Thinking about it now, the advertising revenue that guy made just by sleeping all day was probably more than what a teacher would make. Du Hong wondered what his parents thought about that. And, on top of everything, this guy even managed to find a girlfriend? It seemed like Hu Ling was serious about marriage. Zhang Yang wasn't the type to toy with emotions, especially since Hu Ling had him wrapped around her finger. Add in his homebuddy tendencies, and if nothing unexpected happened, the two of them would likely make it down the aisle after graduation. After a moment of hesitation, Du Hong decided not to wake him. He went over to his desk, sat down, and turned on both his desktop and laptop. With a series of whirs and hums, he launched the software and began cutting together the game videos he had managed to record in his spare time lately. Zhang Yang's new game was still in the final stages. A big reason for the slow progress was that the guy was just plain lazy. On top of that, he now had a girlfriend to spend time with, so things were moving even slower. Du Hong could only watch with a neutral attitude. After all, Zhang Yang wasn't his employee, and he didn't have the right to order him around. Besides, he thought things were going well for Zhang Yang now that he was with Hu Ling, so there was no need to force him to change. He was busy working until noon when he received a message on his phone. He looked at the time and realized it was already almost 12. Hua. Yuxuan had messaged to say they were coming from the library and heading to the cafeteria, asking Du Hong to bring Zhang Yang along. He glanced back at Zhang Yang, still sleeping like a log, and sighed. He got up, walked over, and tapped on the edge of the bed. Zhang Yang didn't move an inch, as if he couldn't hear a thing. He tapped it again with no reaction. He thought for a moment and then made a video call to Hua Yuxuan. "What's up, Ahong? Put Hu Ling on. I can't wake Yangzi. Maybe she can." "Okay, sure." Hui Yuxuan passed the phone to Hu Ling, who smiled at Du Hong. Du Hong nodded and held the phone in front of Zhang Yang's face. "Zhang Yang, get up." "Huh? What? I wasn't asleep. I was already awake." "Hey." Zhang Yang instantly woke up, threw off the covers, and sat up. His skinny frame and bright yellow shorts were a bit of an eyesore. Du Hong sighed and rubbed his temples. He took the phone back and laughed. "Okay, he's awake now. I'll bring him over." "Thank you, Du Hong." Yuxian and I will be waiting in the cafeteria. All right. Completely awake now, Zhang Yang noticed Du Hong was holding a phone on a video call and scratched his head, still a little dazed. Du Ji, when did you get back? A while ago. Get up quickly. Hu Ling is waiting for you in the cafeteria. Oh. Zhang Yang scratched his head again, paused for a few seconds, and then got out of bed, got dressed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Du Hong couldn't help but nod in approval. Before he was with Hu Ling, this guy would have just thrown on his clothes and splashed some water on his face before heading out. But now he actually knew to brush his teeth and use face wash. His life had definitely become a bit more refined. They went to cafeteria number 1. Since it was the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, many people hadn't come back yet, so the cafeteria wasn't crowded. Du Hong quickly spotted Hui Yuxuan, who was sitting at a table with Hu Ling. They had already gotten their food. After Du Hong and Zhang Yang got their meals, they sat down. As soon as Zhang Yang sat down, he received a glare from Hu Ling. If I hadn't called you out to eat, were you planning on sleeping all day? Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. I don't think so. Du Hong shook his head and looked at Hui Yuxuan's tray. Noticing she only had 2 vegetable dishes, he asked, why did you order so little? Aren't you going to eat any meat? I've been eating way too much at your place and mine these past few days. If I eat too much, I'll gain weight. I need to watch my portions, otherwise Ahong will think I'm unattractive. Du Hong chuckled and shook his head. Why do you always think that if you gain weight, I'll find you unattractive? Hui Yuxuan pouted her little lips. Don't all guys prefer girls with good figures? Du Hong touched his nose. He did like girls with good figures, but that wasn't how she should go about losing weight. Eat more. We can just work out more, you won't get fat. Don't worry. No. Helpless, Du Hong stood up and went to get a steamed egg for Hui Yuxuan. He put it in front of her. Eat this. Otherwise, I'll get upset. Okay. Hui Yuxuan happily took a bite and smiled beautifully. The two across from them were exchanging suggestive glances. Du Hong knew exactly what they were communicating. They were probably planning on doing something inappropriate at the right time and place, or perhaps at the wrong time and place. But it had nothing to do with him. Thinking about it, Du Hong thought Zhang Yang was too much of a homebody and also too skinny. There's a gym near the school. Let's go sign up for memberships this afternoon. You two can also register for driving school with Yuxian and get your licenses. Huh? No way. Why would I go to the gym? Isn't it better to stay in the dorm and play games? Huh. What was I saying? Sorry, I suddenly had temporary amnesia. Lingling, do you think I have a fever? Go away. Okay. Since he'd made up his mind, that's what he'd do. After all, there was still plenty of time in the afternoon. They signed up for annual memberships at a gym not far from the East Gate. A sulking Zhang Yang was then dragged to a driving school nearby, where he and the girls registered as well. Soon, an instructor came over and led them to a dilapidated car. Have you driven before? Both Hu Ling and Hui Yuxuan shook their heads. Zhang Yang hesitantly raised his hand and whispered, Does bumper cars count? The instructor's eyes behind his sunglasses were full of speechlessness. He just assumed this guy was being goofy, trying to impress the girls. He'd seen plenty of that before. After all, as an instructor, he encountered all kinds of students. Some guys were always trying to show off in front of the female students. Shaking his head, the instructor said sternly, No, they don't. And go-karts don't either. Seeing that Zhang Yang was about to say something else, the instructor cut him off. Sure enough, after he said that, Zhang Yang weakly lowered his hand again. Little punk, you think you can play games with me? You're still too green. Since none of you have driven before, we'll start with the steering wheel. Yes, you. Get in and turn the wheel. Let me see how you do. Okay. Chapter 112, Learning to Drive. First, turn the wheel all the way to the left. Zhang Yang did as he was told. Now, turn the wheel all the way to the right. Zhang Yang did that too. Now, straighten the wheel. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. He suddenly had no idea how much to turn it to straighten the wheel. He even forgot which direction to turn it. Then he had a great idea. He stuck his head out the window and looked at the wheels while he turned the steering wheel. After turning it for a while, he finally managed to straighten it, looked at the instructor with a smug grin, acting all proud. You gonna stick your head out the window when you're driving? No way. Then practice properly. Don't stick your head out. Figure it out yourself. Okay. Fortunately, Hu Ling and Hua Yuxuan had some talent. They turned the steering wheel quite well, making the instructor nod in approval. Steering was pretty simple. All three of them learned it in about half an hour. More people were arriving at the driving school. The instructor had 2 other students who had been there since the morning and had been practicing until now. As soon as the instructor went to check on them, they left for the day. The instructor pointed to the practice car and asked the group, "Who wants to go first?" Zhang Yang was immediately pushed forward by Hu Ling. The instructor took a deep breath as he watched Zhang Yang smile sheepishly and scratch his head. He pointed to the driver's seat and said, "Get in the car." "Got it." Zhang Yang pulled open the car door and dove inside. He grabbed the steering wheel excitedly, ready to start the car. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Yang's hand froze in midair. He turned his head to look at the instructor, who had his arms crossed. "Starting the ignition." "Ignition? Did you check the gear? Did you adjust the seat? Did you look at the mirrors? Did you even notice that it's still in gear? Ignition? It looks like you're trying to take off like a rocket." Zhang Yang clumsily fumbled with the gears. It took him a while to finally get it in neutral. By then, he was already covered in sweat. "Can I start the ignition now?" After all that, Zhang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow and asked the instructor tentatively. The instructor nodded slowly. "Start the engine, but remember to keep your foot on the brake." Zhang Yang scratched his head. "Which one's the brake?" The instructor massaged his temples. This guy doesn't know anything. Helpless, the instructor could only teach him little by little, thankfully with patience. Du Heng watched for a while before taking Hui Yuxuan to sit under a nearby awning. Hu Ling also joined them. She watched Zhang Yang make a fool of himself and couldn't help but giggle. "Heng, will I get yelled at like that by the instructor?" Du Heng smiled and playfully pinched her nose. "Don't worry. Instructors are usually very nice to female students, especially someone as beautiful as you. Besides, you're so smart, these simple things will be easy for you to pick up." Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly, causing the nearby guys to go into a daze. One of them who was practicing reversing almost forgot to brake and nearly crashed into the railing. No one laughed at him. Everyone's attention was on Hua Yuxuan. Well, there were a few girls who kept their gaze on Du Heng. "Look forward. Why do you keep looking at me? Are you driving, or am I? Step on the brake. Step on the brake. Step on the brake. Move your right foot a little to the left to hit the brake. Hurry." The instructor finally revealed his short temper, yelling like crazy, which made Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling nervous. People nearby who heard the shouting also looked over curiously. They all began to laugh and gossip, since they had all been yelled at by the instructor at some point. Now that someone else was going through the same thing, they were naturally watching the spectacle with delight. Zhang Yang, with his mind completely blank, heard the instructor and moved his right foot slightly to the left, slamming on the brake. The car stopped abruptly, causing the instructor to break into a cold sweat. He decided to get into the passenger seat, which had a pedal connected to the brake, so that he could help if Zhang Yang couldn't stop the car. In the short 10 minutes that Zhang Yang had been driving, the instructor's back had already become soaked with sweat. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, still feeling a bit shaken as he looked at a sheepishly grinning Zhang Yang. This guy knew that the instructor could help him with the brakes, so he completely let loose. If the throttle hadn't been limited, the instructor suspected he might have crashed the car right through the wall. Luckily, Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling didn't let him down. They both picked things up quickly, especially Hui Yuxuan. She knew the basic operations as soon as she got in the car, so she was soon practicing reversing into the parking spot. Incredibly, she managed to do it successfully 3 times in a row. The instructor was stunned. He looked at the mesmerizing Hui Yuxuan and asked, "Are you sure you've never driven before?" Hui Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and said seriously, "Yeah, I've never driven before. Maybe I picked up a thing or two by watching Aheng drive." The instructor nodded, agreeing with her. After a moment's thought, he pointed to Zhang Yang, sitting on the ground under the awning, staring blankly at Hu Ling. "How about him? Hasn't he watched someone drive?" "Maybe. I'm not sure." The instructor nodded again. "Okay, you're doing well. Go take a break for a while." "Okay." It was 4 p.m. when they finished their practice. They left the driving school. Since Hui Yuxuan and Hu Ling had to go to the library, Du Heng and Zhang Yang returned to their dorm. Back in the dorm, they found Han Lei and Wang Cheng were back. You're all back. Where did you guys go? Wang Chong, who was eating an apple, turned around and asked, smiling. Before Du Hong could say anything, Zhang Yang said with a long face, "We went to the driving school. I got yelled at by the instructor all afternoon. My head is buzzing." "Where did you learn to drive? I want to sign up too." "Not far from the East Gate." Wang Chong nodded and turned to Han Lei, who was sitting at his desk looking at his phone. "Lazy, let's go sign up." Han Lei hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "I'm not going. I don't have the money for the tuition. I'll wait until I make my own money." Du Hong, who was sitting back at his desk, said with a smile, "It's okay. Go sign up. It's 2,600 yuan. I'll lend it to you. You can pay me back when you have the money." Han Lei hesitated for a while before finally nodding. "Thank you, Duji, but I don't have time to work part-time, so it might take a while to pay you back." Du Hong waved it off dismissively. "It's no problem. It's better to get your license early so you don't have to take time off from work to practice later. That'll be more expensive." Wang Chong laughed and walked over, handing an apple to Du Hong. "Duji, have one. It's from my hometown. They are very sweet." "Thanks." Du Hong took the apple and, after a moment of thought, smiled. "Since you've decided to sign up, go now. The sooner the better. Classes start tomorrow." "Lazy, let's go?" "Let's go." Chapter 113. Wang Chong finds love. After Du Hong transferred 2,600 yuan to Han Lei and Wang Chong left the dorm. After they left, the dorm became quiet. Mostly because if Zhang Yang didn't talk, the dorm would be quiet. Unusually, he wasn't playing games, but rather continuing to work on the game that he had been procrastinating on for a long time. Du Hong turned on his computer to continue editing his videos. Occasionally, he would exchange messages with Hor Yuxuan. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. The sky outside had completely darkened. Han Lei and Wang Chong came back to the dorm. As soon as they entered, they began laughing and telling Du Hong about the funny things they had heard at driving school. "Duji, let me tell you, when Lazy and I were practicing at the driving school, we heard an instructor complaining to another instructor that they had 4 students. Today, 2 boys and 2 girls, and one of the boys wasn't practicing at all. Of the other 3, the instructor spent all afternoon yelling at one of the boys." Only Wang Chong and Han Lei were grinning from ear to ear. Du Hong smiled but didn't say anything, while Zhang Yang looked like he was about to cry. The dorm fell into a brief silence. Wang Chong and Han Lei exchanged a look. Han Lei pushed up his glasses and suddenly, his eyes lit up. He said in a low voice, "Those 4 people wouldn't happen to be you guys, would they?" "Yes." "So, you were the one that the instructor spent all afternoon yelling at?" "Why, yes." "Ha ha ha, X2. Wang Chong and Han Lei laughed even harder. They were practically in tears. "Damn it, I'm a beginner. It's normal that I can't drive well." "Ha ha ha, X2. That just made them laugh even harder. Han Lei climbed up to his seat, almost out of breath. "The instructor said that you messed him up. If he hadn't been a professional, he would have been so mad that he wouldn't even know how to brake. The instructor also said you were the most amazing student he has ever taught. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep up with your pace. He said he thought he needed some nitroglycerin pills." Damn it. Although it was a simple word, it perfectly expressed how Zhang Yang was feeling. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind, spitting at him as they went. Just when he thought it was all over, another 10,000 alpacas, along with the first 10,000, would stampede through again, spitting at him once more. How sweet that feeling was. "Are we going to eat? It's been a long time since we've eaten together as a dorm." After a moment of hesitation, Du Hong nodded in agreement. What Wang Chong said was true. Since he and Zhang Yang got girlfriends, most of the time they had been eating with their girlfriends or ordering takeout. It had been a while since the 4 of them ate together. Since the holiday had just ended, the students looked a little tired. The cafeteria lines were already long. The 4 of them lined up, got their meals and sat down at a table. The tables by the windows were all taken. Looking at the lively cafeteria, smelling the faint aroma of the food, they found their appetites were unconsciously getting better. "Duji, did you go to your girlfriend's home during the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Du Hong nodded and took a sip of his soup, smiling. "I even drank alcohol, but I got drunk." "Haha, how are your girlfriend's parents? What did they think of you?" "They are good people. They were very welcoming to me. Yuxian's mother cooks very well. Do they support you being together with your girlfriend? Du Hong was stunned. He pinched his chin and thought of the way his father had almost treated him like a brother and started laughing. They're not against it. That's good. Things are looking good for you, Duji. Have you considered getting your marriage certificate? Get the certificate? I'll ask Yuxian what she thinks. Wang Chang nodded, looking at Zhang Yang, who was buried in his food. How about you? What's the situation with you and Hu Ling? Seeing how quickly things are progressing for you, weren't you going to visit her family during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Pooh. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yang suddenly began coughing violently. He said with a long face, No way. Ling Ling mentioned it to me, but I think it's still too early for me to meet her parents, since we haven't been together for long. Also, she is a year older than me. You know she's a year older than you. Because of that, you should go try to make a good impression on them sooner. Once a girl graduates, her family starts pressuring her to get married. By the time you're still in school and she's out there working, it's easy for her to be tempted by the world. But these things can't be rushed. Besides, just meeting the parents doesn't mean we'll end up getting married. You can't even get a marriage certificate until you're of age. Oh, that's true. Du Heng's eyebrows furrowed slightly. What is the legal age? Han Lei pushed up his glasses and thought for a moment before saying softly, I think the legal age for marriage is 22 for men and 20 for women. Duji, you'll have to wait 2 more years. Du Heng nodded. In that case, I guess we can get engaged first. That's an idea too. Du Heng took another sip of his soup, wiped his mouth, and finished eating. What about you? How are things with that girl? Hearing that, Wang Chang grinned. Well, last night I confessed my feelings to her on WeChat. And? Did she say yes? She didn't say yes last night, but when I asked again on the way back from my hometown today, she said yes. Du Heng chuckled. Nice, nice. Now another one of us in the dorm has gotten a girlfriend, but you're not at the same school, so you can only see each other on the weekends. Will that affect your relationship? Wang Chang smiled confidently. No, we're like soulmates. We're a long-distance couple, but we can still meet each other sometimes. We can work part-time jobs together and support each other. You are really optimistic. Haha, it can't be helped. I'm not particularly good at anything and I don't have any money, so I can't ask for too much. It's good like this. Du Heng nodded, looking at Han Lei who was eating slowly. He didn't seem to care that he was the only single one left in the dorm. Or perhaps he knew but didn't care at all. Why are you looking at me? Aren't you planning on finding a girlfriend? Me? Han Lei shook his head. I'd rather not. I don't have the money, time, or energy to deal with a girlfriend. Studying takes up most of my time. Have you thought about finding a study partner? Han Lei was stunned. He had never thought about that before, or rather, he had never thought of getting a girlfriend. After thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head. I'd rather not. If I get a girlfriend, I'd have to spend money, take her shopping and stuff. I don't have time. Du Heng and Wang Chang looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Han Lei was determined to focus on his studies and didn't want to be distracted by anything. Chapter 114, The Second Driving Test. Oh right, Yangzi, didn't you promise your professor that you would work on a project with him? Why hasn't he contacted you? Zhang Yang looked up from his food and pursed his lips. He did contact me, but it was too easy. I finished the task he gave me in less than a day. Damn it, this guy was showing off. And? What did your professor say after you gave it to him? I haven't given it to him yet. Why should I be in a hurry? The deadline is still a few days away. I'll hand it in on the last day. Doesn't that make you look very lazy? Why do you have to wait until the last day? Zhang Yang said seriously. Of course, it's so I can have more free time in the future. If I hand it in early, the development time will definitely be shortened next time. If that continues, I'll have less and less free time. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. But what Zhang Yang said also made sense. Those in charge of managing the project want it to be done as soon as possible. So if you finish the project early the first time, then the next project will definitely have a shorter deadline. After all, they know what your skill level is and won't let you do nothing all day. I hope your professor won't get mad at your attitude. If he does, you could lose your spot to be recommended for graduate studies. Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively. I'm not very interested in the graduate program anyway. If it wasn't for my parents hoping I'd go to grad school and the fact I wanted to help Du-ji, I wouldn't even want that recommendation spot. Du-hung shook his head. Zhang Yang was the one who chose his path. It wasn't worth trying to force him to change. Also, this guy had probably had a taste of the money he could make from making games. He could make several thousand yuan a month. It made sense why he wasn't so interested in graduate school. You had to know that this guy only worked 1 day a week and lazed around for 6 days. If he put his mind to it, there was no question that he could make money easily. After they finished their meal, the 4 of them went back to their dorm and did their own things. Du-hong sent a message to Hui Yuxuan. Yuxian, I ate dinner with my roommates. You have dinner yourself tonight? Soon, Hui Yuxuan replied, I was just about to tell you to go eat yourself. Lingling and I are going to the library after dinner. If we leave our spots in the study room empty for too long, someone will take them. Okay. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the end of October. Autumn had silently arrived, turning the once lush trees slightly yellow. The air had become dry, and people would often sneeze when walking outside. Everyone who signed up for driving school had already passed their first test. Today was the day for their second driving test. Du-hong drove them to the testing site. The others from the driving school had come by the driving school's bus. The instructor had also driven there. He was still worried about his students, especially a certain Zhang student who thought he was hot stuff but was always getting yelled at. There were quite a few people at the test site. Many of them were hiding in the shade of the trees. Although it was already October, the sun was still harsh and made people feel very uncomfortable, not to mention the sun was quite glaring. Du-hong and the others entered the test site and stood in front of the car park. They carefully examined the test cars. Why are the seats on these cars broken? Are they going to poke me when I sit on them? The steering wheel on this car is completely worn out. Is that all there is, just a stick for the gear shift? What the hell? Only car number 5 is intact. The others have problems in varying degrees. Car number 1 is the worst. The rearview mirror is crooked. How are you supposed to do the reversing? Zhang Yang looked at each car, one after another, and made his comments. After looking at all of them, he couldn't help but say, can't they get some decent cars? It's really unfair to take the second driving test with these cars. Wang Cheng nodded in agreement. Hu Ling also looked speechless. Only Hui Yuxuan smiled softly and said to Du-hong, who was looking calm, Hong, did you also use these cars when you took your second driving test? Du-hong touched his nose and smiled as he shook his head. No, my car was brand new because my dad sent a test car over. But it's not here right now. It should be used as a test car for the third test. As everyone knows, the test cars used for driving tests were all gradually phased out. Cars that were phased out of the third test, if still usable, would be brought in as the test cars for the second test. Only when the car was beyond repair for the second test would it be sent to the junkyard. Then what should I do if I am assigned the first test car? The rearview mirror on that one is broken. Du-hong grinned, leaned closer to Hui Yuxuan's ear, and whispered, don't worry, you won't get assigned car number 1. Car number 5 was specifically brought for you. Haven't you noticed that this car is the newest one? Hui Yuxuan's eyes widened. She looked at car number 5 and after a while, she asked softly, how do you know we're all going to be using car number 5? Du-hong touched his nose. Because you are VIP candidates. Hui Yuxuan blinked her big eyes. She hadn't processed what a VIP candidate was. Du-hong explained it. In order to get your licenses as soon as possible, I contacted the people here when I brought you for the first test. But wouldn't that be unfair? What's unfair? The test should use new cars. Why use these broken cars here? Don't think about it too much. You are just using this car for the test. It doesn't guarantee that you will pass. It still depends on your driving skills. Hui Yuxuan nodded softly and walked over to car number 5 to take a closer look. Zhang Yang, who had overheard Du-hong and Hui Yuxuan's conversation, also went to car number 5 when he saw Hui Yuxuan. Sis, are we all using this car for the test? Hui Yuxuan hesitated and nodded. Yes. Some of the candidates who were also looking at the cars nearby started laughing when they heard that. There's no such luck. These cars are assigned automatically by the system. Whether you get this car or not is completely random. They didn't have this car the last time. Car number 5 is not too bad, but it's not as new as this one. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to get this car. Let's hope so. Based on how it was last time, candidates from the same group were all scattered. So, whether you get this car or not is really up to luck. Zhang Yang and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and wisely chose to remain silent. If what those people had said was true, then it was obvious that Du Hong had done something behind the scenes so that they could use a car that shouldn't have been here. Just then, the doors to the test site opened and all the candidates rushed over and started to line up. Du Hong nodded to the others and gave them a thumbs up. After they had all lined up and entered the test site, he sat down at the edge of the flower bed. Chapter 115. Not convinced? The candidates sitting in the rows of blue seats in the test center were all more or less nervous. Their phones had all been placed in a collection box as they waited for the test to begin. The LED screen in front of them displayed the test rules and instructions, and some bored candidates kept glancing at the content. A uniformed officer stood at the front and explained the rules and instructions before stepping aside. Then, the rolling LED screen displayed the names of the candidates and their corresponding car numbers. Almost instantly, all the candidates looked over. They noticed that none of the names for car number 5 belonged to them. Those guys are so lucky. They actually got assigned to car number 5. I don't recognize any of them. Is there no one from our batch on that list? None. Look, those guys over there are smiling. Could they be the ones assigned to car number 5? Just as they suspected, the people smiling were Zhang Yang and his friends. They couldn't help but laugh when they saw the names of the candidates listed under car number 5 on the LED screen. Duji is awesome. We really all got car number 5, and only we got assigned to car number 5. Sure, keep it down. Haven't you noticed that some people are looking at us strangely? Got it. Can't cause trouble for Duji. We'll just enjoy it ourselves. Zhang Yang nodded, glanced around, and lowered his head, grinning from ear to ear. Damn it. It really is them. There's definitely something fishy going on. Why are there only 5 people for car number 5 while all the other cars have a dozen or more? It doesn't matter. So what if they got assigned to car number 5? Whether they pass or not is still up in the air. Exactly. A skilled driver can pass even if the car isn't good. The man was speechless. Just then, the names on the LED screen began scrolling, and since he was the first one, he could only swallow his words and stand up to walk out the side door to start his test. The first person from car number 5 was Hu Ling. Hui Yuxuan gave her a thumbs up, and Hu Ling nodded, took a deep breath, and stood up to walk out. The test proceeded steadily. The situation for car number 1 was disastrous, with 9 out of 11 people failing. In contrast, everyone in car number 5 passed. Those who failed were naturally displeased, especially the male candidate from earlier. He had failed twice due to the reversing, while car number 5 easily passed. How could he not be angry? If you're unhappy, you complain. So he went directly to the people responsible for registration at the entrance of the test center. Hello, I want to file a complaint. The officer was startled. He looked at the candidate and said with a smile, What do you want to complain about? I think someone cheated. Cheated? Are you talking about this test? Did someone take the test for someone else, or what? Not a stand-in, but, the candidate paused, trying to think of a suitable charge to place on Zhang Yang and his friends. The officer wasn't in a hurry and waited with a smile. The candidates for car number 5 came together. Why do they get to use car number 5 while I have to use car number 1 with a broken rearview mirror? The officer chuckled and shook his head. The car assignments are all automatic. It's just their good luck to get car number 5. 2 people from car number 1 passed, so you should go back and practice more. I'm not convinced. What's going on? Why are you making such a scene here? A middle-aged man in uniform walked over, his brow furrowed as he questioned them. The officer quickly greeted him. Captain Lee, this person says someone cheated. Captain Lee frowned and looked at the candidate, who stood tall, looking unconvinced. Someone cheated. There is something wrong with the car assignments. Car number 5 only had 5 people, while all other cars had a dozen or more. That's not fair. Captain Lee glanced at the officer, who nodded. It's true. Car number 5 only had 5 people using it. All other cars had more than 10 people. Investigate the reason. The officer scratched his head and hesitated before saying carefully, Well, the director gave the order himself, saying that they should use the new cars that were just retired from the 3rd test for some special candidates today. What is so special about them? The officer glanced at the candidate and whispered something into Captain Lee's ear. Captain Lee was startled for a moment before nodding. He walked up to the candidate and said in a low voice, Go back. No one cheated. Car number 5 is for a special purpose today, And those candidates are not from your batch. Why? Why do they get to use new cars and we don't? Captain Lee frowned and scolded him. Quiet! This is the testing center. Behave yourself. You can file a complaint if you have a problem, but I've explained the situation to you. What else do you have to say? If you failed, just go back and practice. Don't blame the car. If others can pass, why can't you? Silence. Looking at Captain Lee's stern expression, the candidate felt guilty. He was only unconvinced because he had failed the test. If he had passed, he wouldn't have cared so much. Since he failed, he needed an excuse. Car number 5 had become the perfect excuse. Captain Lee impatiently waved his hand, signaling for the candidate to leave. The candidate shrank back and left, tail between his legs. After the candidate left, Captain Lee looked at the officer and said in a low voice, "Next time something like this happens, handle it better. You can just arrange those guys first, and then arrange a few more people after that so that there won't be so many issues." "Okay, I'll be careful next time." Everyone passed. The instructor was overjoyed. Actually, he was a little curious as to why these specific people were assigned to car number 5, and only them. But being a veteran, he had seen too much of this kind of favoritism. He knew that if he could avoid asking questions, he would, or he might end up in trouble. He glanced at the Night 15 parked not far away and had a rough idea of the reason. It was nothing more than money or power, or maybe both. Instructor, I passed. Ha 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 ha. I failed the first time, but I passed the second time. 80 points, barely made it. Zhang Yang was ecstatic, waving his arms and dancing, as if he wanted to do the Gangnam style, dance and roll around on the ground. The instructor smiled, which was a rare occurrence. Good. Now you can focus on the third test. Go home and practice and try to pass the third test in one go. Okay. As he spoke, Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Instructor, can we go back with your car? Aren't you guys going with your friend's car? Just go with him. Well, Du Ji is taking his girlfriend to get their photos, and it's not on our way, so... Okay, get in the car. After you guys get in, there won't be any space left. Let's go back. Aha, you're the best, instructor. I love you, instructor. Get lost. I'm straight. Chapter 116. Buying a house for photos? Mr. Doom is while you're here. As soon as they entered the Jean Madame photo studio, a staff member greeted them enthusiastically and led them to a table to sit down. Please wait a moment. Your photos and frames are all packed. Do you want us to help you put them in your car? There are a lot of them. Du-hung nodded with a smile. That would be very helpful. It's no trouble at all. The staff member poured 2 glasses of soda for them and brought a plate of plum candy. Please wait a moment. I'll ask them to bring everything over. Du-hung nodded. He and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and laughed. You won't be mad that I didn't bring you when I picked out the photos last time? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly and gently shook her head. It's okay. You said you didn't pick any, so it didn't matter if I came or not. There was nothing I could do. Yuxian is too beautiful. I wanted all the photos, so I just didn't pick any. There are more than 3,000 of them, and it would be impossible to pick just a few, so I got them all. Won't 3,000 photos be too much? Many must be duplicates, right? It's okay if they are duplicates. They're all good-looking. We can get the digital copies today, so I can show off some love when I get them. Hui Yuxuan's eyes sparkled. Looking at Du Heng's serious face, she nodded with a smile. I'll post something too. It's been so long. I haven't officially announced my relationship. Du Heng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Are you sure? Your last post was last year, right? Yes, that was when I just entered school, so I made a post. So? Hui Yuxuan smiled sweetly. I want to announce to the world that I'm very happy. Du Heng's lips curved upwards. He playfully pinched Hui Yuxuan's nose. The manager who was walking over saw it. You two are so loving. I'm so envious of you. Du Heng smiled at the manager, who sat down opposite them, handing Du Heng a business card. This is my business card. You are our VIP customers. If you want to take more photos in the future, just call me directly. I'll arrange for people to go to you, so you don't have to come over. Du Heng took the business card with a smile, memorized the phone number, and handed it back, waving his phone. It's okay. I just need the number. The manager burst out laughing when he saw the note on Du Heng's phone. Jean Madame boss, what a lame note. Du Hong touched his nose. It's okay. Just knowing it's your number is enough. The manager nodded. When you have your wedding photos taken, please find me. I will bring the best photography team and create the best wedding photos for you. Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Okay. The smile on the manager's face widened. Since Du Hong didn't refuse outright, that meant there was still hope. A customer like this had already made them earn tens of thousands of yuan, not to mention his wedding. At that moment, several staff members each carried 2 big bulging bags. They were clearly struggling to carry them, and each had beads of sweat on their forehead. Of course, it was also because they were all female staff members. The staff members walked over with the bags and nodded with a smile when they saw the manager. Manager, we can't carry everything at once. There are a few more bags in the storeroom. We'll take these to Mr. Du's car first. The manager looked at Du Hong, who nodded, patted Hui Yuxuan's hand, signaling for her to wait there, then stood up and walked outside with the staff members. He came back soon, and the staff members headed to the storeroom again. The manager glanced in the direction that the staff members had gone, and said to Du Hong and Hui Yuxuan as they sat down, "You two have a total of 3,200 photos, 20 frames, 2 posters, and 10 stands. I'm giving you a few large albums and have put all the photos in them." "Thanks. Mr. Du, you're welcome. You are our VIP customer. This is our duty." Imperial Dragon Mansion, Unit 1117. Du Hong wiped the sweat from his brow, looking at the bags that filled the entire living room. He and Hui Yuxuan looked at each other and smiled wryly. There are too many. There is nowhere to put them. Du Hong pinched his chin and began to think. Then, looking at the bags all over the floor, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Yuxian, what do you think about buying a house?" "Huh? Why do you want to buy a house?" "Of course, it's to have a place to put these photos." "Huh?" Hui Yuxuan blinked her big watery eyes. "Isn't it okay to just keep these photos? We can just bring them out when we want to see them." Du Hong grinned and shook his head. He walked over, put his arms around Hui Yuxuan's waist, and said softly, "No, these photos are so beautiful. How can we not hang them up?" "But buying a house just to put up these photos, isn't that a bit too much? Why are you saying we are just buying it for the photos? Do you remember what I told you before?" Hui Yuxuan's face flushed slightly. She nodded gently. "If we're going to get engaged, we need a love nest, right? But your mom seems to want us to live with them. I think your villa is enough. There are so many rooms. We only need one." Du Hong playfully pinched Hui Yuxuan's nose and laughed. "You're so frugal. A house won't depreciate. It's a way to make money, not spend it." "Really?" Hui Yuxuan felt like Du Hong was making up an excuse, but she couldn't think of a reason to refute it. After all, house prices were constantly rising. She did want them to have their own house, but Du Heng's house was so big that it was more than enough for them to live in. Du Hong chuckled and nodded. "Of course it's true. I'll take you to look at some houses tomorrow. It's Saturday, so Yuxian, you're free, right?" That's right. They had taken the day off to go to the driving test. Just as Hui Yuxuan was about to say yes, she suddenly received a phone call. She looked at the caller ID and was startled. She glanced at Du Hong before answering. "Hello, Xiaohao. Sister Yuxian, I'm going to the train station right now, and I'll be in Jincheng tonight. Can you pick me up?" Hui Yuxuan looked at Du Hong helplessly. Du Hong shrugged. He had been planning to do something tonight, and now? "Sure. Do you have anything you want to do this time?" Nothing much. I just wanted to see my brother-in-law." "Oh, well, brother-in-law doesn't need to buy me anything. Don't worry." Du Hong rubbed his temples, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you going to see your brother-in-law?" Nothing. I just wanted to visit Jincheng. Does brother-in-law have time?" "Yes, it's fine if you come." Okay. Chapter 117. Chen Zihao is back again. After hanging up, Hui Yuxuan looked at Du Hong, who was wearing a wry smile. She thought about it and then blushed as she leaned forward, put her arms around Du Heng's neck, and kissed him with her fragrant lips. Du Heng's eyes widened. He looked at the time on his phone and laughed. He laughed out loud as he gave Hui Yuxuan a princess carry and carried her into the bathroom. He needed to wash properly, at least to smell fragrant. He was covered in sweat, and even he thought he stank. Shush, shush, shush. Soon, the sound of water could be heard. "Sister Yuxian, where are you?" We're at the place where we picked you up last time, but we don't see you. Where are you? I'll be there soon. Oh right, Sister Yuxian. Xiaonan also came this time. Can we give her a ride? Hui Yuxuan couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at Du Hong and smiled. Did you bring her? No, Sister Yuxian. She came on her own. She's going to her grandfather's place. Okay, I got it. Hurry over here. Okay. After hanging up, Du Hong looked at Hui Yuxuan, who was suppressing a laugh, and said softly, It's probably a situation between this Xiao Nan and your cousin, like our situation. They both are in love with each other, but neither says anything. Hui Yuxuan wrinkled her cute nose and snorted lightly. Who is in love with you? You were the one who chased me. Oh, really? Who was it that cried in my arms, saying that she wanted to wear a cheongsam to look pretty for me? Hui Yuxuan stuck out her tongue, smiled, and giggled. At that moment, two somewhat familiar figures ran over from not too far away, waving as they ran. Inside the Night 15, Du Hong drove carefully. The traffic near the train station on Friday nights was very heavy and somewhat congested. Some drivers were showing off, cutting in and out of lanes, and making the traffic even worse. It's too congested. Looking at the long line of cars outside, Chun Zaheo couldn't help but complain. They had been stopped in place for at least 10 minutes. Du Hong smiled, turned on his right turn signal, and changed lanes. It can't be helped, it's Friday, and we're near the train station. It's normal to be congested. We haven't moved for more than 10 minutes. We did change lanes, so don't worry. The traffic light is right ahead. It won't be congested after we pass that intersection. The map showed that it was indeed like that. Only that intersection was red and black, while the area after the intersection was yellow, which meant that it wasn't as congested as the 10 minutes where they were completely unmoving. Chin Zaheo glanced at the time, and then at Sun Xiaonan, who was sitting beside him with a smile. Xiaonan, will your grandfather be angry if you are late going to his house? Sun Xiaonan shook her head. No, he won't. That's good. After they passed the intersection, they saw the traffic speeding up, and everyone sighed in relief. Du Hong looked at the time on the dashboard and coughed lightly after a moment of thought. Xiao Hao, I'm taking your sister to look at houses tomorrow. What are you guys planning on doing tomorrow? Do you want me to get you 2 golden tickets to the amusement park? Huh? You're going to look at houses tomorrow, brother-in-law? I want to go look too. Can you take me along? Are you not going to take Xiaonan to play? Why do you want to come look at houses with us? Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaonan said softly with a blush. Can I come look too? See, brother-in-law? Xiaonan also wants to go. Take us along tomorrow, okay? Du Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was looking at houses so interesting? What exactly was going on? He looked at Hui Yuxuan, and she shrugged, her smile showing some helplessness. Since it's like that, I'll come pick you guys up tomorrow morning. Okay. Brother-in-law, what kind of house are you planning to buy? Where are you buying it? Are you going to buy a villa? Du Hong drove carefully and shook his head after a moment of thought. No, this house is just for temporary use. Also, villas are usually a little out of the way, so I'll just buy one in a neighborhood near the school. It'll be nice to be able to go over there and sleep sometimes. Oh, how wonderful. Chen Zaheo was overjoyed. If Du Hong wasn't in the driver's seat, his eyebrows would have been dancing. Hui Yuxuan blushed and glared at Du Hong, not daring to speak. Sun Xiaonan looked thoughtful, glanced at Chin Zaheo, and suddenly lowered her head with a red face. Then, how big a house are you planning on getting, brother-in-law? Are you going to buy a renovated house? I'll look at that tomorrow. There's no rush. Tonight, I'll do some research online to see which neighborhoods near the school are good, and then we'll go and look. After dinner, Du Hong dropped everyone off and returned to the dorm, which was already 9 o'clock. Everyone was there. Han Lei was watching a movie, which seemed to be an art film. Zhang Yang was tormenting his teammates in the game. His hands were moving like crazy as he slammed on the keyboard and mouse. Wang Chong was chatting with his girlfriend from nursing school. Meow meow. When he saw Du Hong come back, he greeted him and turned the phone towards Du Hong. There, that's Duji. Duji, this is Meow Meow. Du Hong looked at the slightly chubby girl on Wang Chong's phone. She was smiling a bit awkwardly. Who would show their girlfriend to others like this? Hello. Du Hong didn't mind. He smiled and nodded. You guys go on and chat. I have something to do. After saying that, Du Hong walked over to his desk and sat down. He first sent a message to Hor Yuxuan to say that he was safe. Then, he turned on his computer, opened a browser, and fell into thought. He didn't know which software or website to use to search for what he wanted. Where should I look for houses to buy? Are there any websites you recommend? I think Anjuk is okay. Du-hung entered Anjuk and nodded with a smile when he saw the words, buying and renting houses. Yeah, I can search on this website. Thanks. After saying that, Du-hung found the search by map function and then directly zoomed in on the school, looking at the surrounding neighborhoods. Wang Chong, who had just hung up the video call, walked over curiously. Du-ji, what are you looking at houses near the school for? Are you planning on renting a house? Du-hung zoomed in on the map, looking at the property information, and filtered the results as he replied, I want to buy a house. Preferably a renovated one that no one has lived in. Yuxian, and I have many things to put in it. Huh? You're buying a house just to put some stuff? Why don't you just put it at your place? Du-hung shook his head. It's for my photos with Yuxian. They're just going to be stored in this house for now. When we buy our wedding home, we'll move them over there. Yuxian's apartment can't fit all of them. No way. Are you going to be so extravagant? Can't you just wait until you get your wedding home and then hang them up? Why are you in such a rush to hang them up now? Because they're good-looking. Chapter 118. A brother who leans on his sister? Sister Yuxian, are these the photos you took with brother-in-law last time? Can I open them and take a look? As soon as he entered the house, Chen Zihao was startled by the Jean Madame bags all over the floor. He pointed at them and asked Hui Yuxuan, who was changing her shoes. Go ahead, but don't break anything. Your brother-in-law really treasures them. Huh? Sister Yuxian, is brother-in-law really buying a house just to put up these photos? How did you know? Hui Yuxuan smiled wryly. Ahung really is buying a house for that reason. Chen Zihao grinned. If I were as rich as brother-in-law, I would do the same. It's a pity I don't have the money. I can only look at brother-in-law buying a house and feel happy for him. Hui Yuxuan shook her head. She went into the bedroom, opened the cabinet, and took out a blanket and pillow, handing them to Chen Zihao. Go wash up and go to sleep. Ahung will definitely be here early tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to make some porridge and fry some eggs to eat with Ahung. Oh, you can fry eggs now, Sister Yuxian? I'm still learning. I'm not very good at it. Ahung hasn't tried them yet. Tomorrow night when I come back, I'll make a few dishes, and I'll ask Ahung to stay for dinner before he goes back. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'll taste your skills too, Sister Yuxian. Ha. Hui Yuxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head and pointed at the bathroom. Go wash up quickly. Okay. Jincheng University, Dormitory Building Number 1, 417. Du-ji, I think this neighborhood is good. It's right outside the west gate of the school, so it's close. Forget it, that neighborhood is a 6-story building. There are too many mosquitoes, and it's noisy on the lower floors. The upper floors don't have elevators, so it's not convenient to go up and down. I think this Jingxiang Huafu neighborhood by the east gate is okay. Du-ji, take a look at this one. Du-ji is buying a house, so he should definitely buy an expensive, high-end one. What about this country garden? It's pretty good, and there's a kindergarten and elementary school nearby, so it's a school district. All the roommates were standing behind Du-hong giving advice and saying their thoughts, and Du-hong would take it into consideration. I'm not getting a house for any school district. I'm rich, but I also need to spend my money wisely. The value of school district houses has already reached its peak, and they're not useful for me at all, so I won't consider that country garden. Then we'll look at this Jingxiang Huafu tomorrow and see if there are any good ones. It's also close to the driving school. Let's keep this neighborhood in mind for now. And let's also look at Vank Phase 1 and Phase 2. Let's keep those in mind too. There are quite a few neighborhoods to look at tomorrow. We're going to be busy all day again. Do you want us to go with you? After all, some real estate agents like to trick people. If they think you have money and are easy to bully, they might overcharge you. Du-hung shook his head with a smile. I have money, but I'm not stupid. It's okay. You guys can just rest in the dorm. There are already 4 of us going tomorrow. Huh? For people? Where are the 4 people coming from? Du-hung sighed and shrugged, smiling wryly. Yuxian's cousin is coming again. His female companion also came with him. Haha, Du-ji, you're so unlucky. You wanted to have some alone time with your girlfriend, but then these 2 super lights come along. It's such a pity. But Xiaohao is a nice guy, and I like him. If it wasn't for him, Yuxian's family wouldn't know about us so soon. Oh, is that a good thing? I don't think that's a good thing. There are a lot of aunties and uncles who gossip. Some will definitely not. Like you, and then they might say a few bad words to your girlfriend's parents, making your girlfriend's parents like you less. Du Heng shook his head with a smile. That's why I have to thank him. He painted a perfect picture of me in front of his parents, a picture of extreme admiration. Then, it spread one by one. And I've become the perfect boyfriend for Yuxian. Is that true? Why is this version different from what I heard? What version did you hear? Tell us. What I heard was that those older brothers and younger brothers were the most difficult to deal with. They always ask you to buy things for them, like clothes, shoes, and phones, and they will always ask you to borrow money, not big amounts, and they'll never pay you back. Du Heng raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Chang's serious expression. He laughed and said, "Where did you hear about these things? It seems like someone you know has met one of these types of older and younger brothers. It sounds so miserable." Wang Chang shrugged. "I have a cousin who's like that. He always complains about his girlfriend's younger brother making him buy basketball shoes and brand name clothes. Although those shoes and clothes aren't very expensive, a few hundred yuan will still hurt when he doesn't even want to buy clothes for himself. That's okay. If money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. Besides, Xiaohao is a good person. He hasn't asked me to buy him anything. That's good. At least it won't affect your relationship with your girlfriend. My cousin is already planning on breaking up with his girlfriend." Du Heng was startled. Why would he break up with her because of her brother? Because every time he would just watch and even help to pick out clothes, picking the more expensive ones. Of course, that's just a small thing. The main thing is that they are always having arguments. Recently, when they talked about getting married and the dowry, the woman wanted 200,000 yuan. That was the last straw. Her family isn't well off? It's not bad, but the woman made it clear that the 200,000 yuan was for her younger brother to get married. It's infuriating. It would have been okay if she hadn't said it. Du Heng nodded. That's true. That really isn't appropriate. So, Duji, you have to be careful of your girlfriend's relatives. They know you are rich. Who knows, they might one day ask your girlfriend to ask you for help, or just ask you for help in the name of your girlfriend's relatives. Then, will you help them or not? Du Heng fell into thought. Han Lei, who was standing on the side, pushed up his glasses and said softly, "Generally, when this kind of situation happens, you should talk to your girlfriend. Write an IOU and set a repayment date, or just borrow a little bit, or don't borrow at all. That way, if they don't repay by the due date, you won't lose too much, and most importantly, it won't affect your relationship with your girlfriend." Huh? Will it be so troublesome? Lingling told me directly that it will never happen. She just wants to live her life well, and she's not thinking about her relatives. Zhang Yang scratched his head and said softly. Obviously, someone close to Hu Ling wanted to borrow money from Zhang Yang because their relationship was out in the open, her parents knew about him, and their relatives knew about this person who was good at making money. That's because Hu Ling's personality is quite strong. But your girlfriend is different from Hu Ling. She's a bit soft-hearted. If she has a relative like that, and she tells her parents, who have soft hearts, they might relay that to Duji. That's true too. Chapter 119. They actually called? Xiao Nan, hurry, quickly go top lane and help out. I'll be there in a minute. In Unit 1117 of the Imperial Dragon Mansion, Qin Zihao, having just showered, was sprawled on the sofa, playing Honor of Kings with Sun Xiao Nan. They were on voice chat, and Sun Xiao Nan was following his instructions, heading toward the top lane. Qin Zihao controlled his character as he also hurried to the top lane. Suddenly, a phone call startled him. It was almost 11 p.m. Anyone who called at this hour either had an emergency or was out of their mind. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was his uncle. He was clearly stunned and hesitated for a few seconds before answering. A somewhat low and raspy voice came from the other end, his uncle greeting him with a heavy local accent. "Hey, Xiaohao, it's your uncle. Are you asleep?" Qin Zihao pursed his lips. He had already called, so what was the point of asking if he was asleep? But he didn't say it out loud. After all, he was his uncle, so he still needed to show some respect. "Not yet, uncle. Why are you calling me so late? Is something the matter?" "Oh, it's like this. I heard from your mother that your sister Yuxian has a boyfriend, right?" "Yeah, it's true. My parents met him last Mid-Autumn Festival. Oh, hee. That's good. Your uncle has something he wants your help with. It's mainly to help your cousin. Chun Zaheo's brow furrowed. He had a rough idea of what this was about. He knew better than anyone what kind of person his uncle's son was. He was a compulsive gambler and liked to drink. He liked to go out and carouse, often not coming home for the night. On top of that, he was married with kids. Chun Zaheo's uncle continued to speak as though Chun Zaheo hadn't been silent. It's like this, you know your cousin is always idle. Recently, he heard about some good investment opportunity with high returns, and he mortgaged the house. But now things are tight on the other end and his money is trapped. He needs money urgently to get his house back. So, go and get the house back then. Why are you looking for me? Xiao Hao, stop acting like you don't know. I'm not looking for you. I'm asking you to speak to your sister Yu Xian. Ask her to have her wealthy boyfriend help out. His family is so rich, right? We don't need much, just 2 million is enough. When we get the house back and receive the money from the investment, we'll pay him back. Hello? Hello, uncle? Hey, I can't hear you. Is the signal bad? It's late, so I won't wait. I'm going to hang up now. Sleep well. Hello. After hanging up the phone, Chun Zaheo snorted softly. In the darkness, his eyes shone with anger. They dare to try to take advantage of my brother-in-law? So what if it's my uncle? Humph. I can't let them get away with this. Investment, my foot. I bet he gambled away the house. He re-entered the game, putting this matter behind him. His uncle didn't call back, thinking that he was probably embarrassed. However, shortly after Chun Zaheo hung up, Wu Yuxuan's mother received a call from her elder brother. Hello, big brother? What are you doing calling me so late? Is something the matter? Little sister, you have to help your nephew. Hua's mother was startled and immediately sat up in bed. Her tone was anxious as she asked, What's wrong, big brother? Take your time. Don't worry. Her uncle repeated the same explanation that he had given Chun Zaheo. After listening, Hua's mother was silent. Hua's father turned on the light and sat up, leaning against the headboard and lighting a cigarette, though he had quit smoking a long time ago. Taking the phone from his silent and conflicted wife, Hua's father took a puff of his cigarette and said softly, Let me talk? Hua's mother nodded gently. Don't say anything too harsh. They are, after all, relatives. Okay. Putting the phone to his ear, Hua's father took another puff of his cigarette and said in a low voice, Big brother-in-law. Aya, brother-in-law, you haven't gone to sleep yet? Yeah, we know about Xiaoneng's situation. We'll try to help him as much as we can. But he needs the money urgently. Can't you just tell Yuxian's boyfriend? It's not a big deal. Big brother-in-law, don't blame me for saying this, but you guys are largely responsible for Xiaoneng's situation. We all know. He's a compulsive gambler. Any investment is just an excuse. As for the real reason, I won't say it out loud. You know it yourself. Aya, you. Let me finish. Okay, brother-in-law. You go on. It's good fortune that Yuxian has a wealthy boyfriend. Her mother and I will just wholeheartedly bless her. But if you think that just because she found a wealthy boyfriend you can try to take advantage, let me make it clear, don't even think about it. Don't blame me for not recognizing you as family then. That's all. It's late. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, without waiting for his uncle to say anything else, Hua's father hung up the phone. He took another deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. You won't blame me, right? Hua's mother smiled gently and leaned on Hua's father's arm. She said softly, You did the right thing. This kind of thing has to be stopped. Otherwise, there will be a second time after the first time. Xiaoheng is well off, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a temper, let alone his parents. Hua's father nodded. He reached out and stubbed out the cigarette in a very clean-as-new ashtray. It had been a while since he last used it. We'll help Xiaoneng as much as we can. We'll do our best, but don't let Yuxian know. And don't let her ask Xiaoheng for help. We can't let this affect their relationship. Hua's mother nodded with a smile, her voice soft. I know. However, unknown to the couple, after Hua's father hung up, his uncle, desperate, called Hu Yuxuan directly. As soon as the call connected, he began to sob, leaving Hu Yuxuan stunned. Uncle, slow down. I don't understand. Yuxian, stop pretending you don't know. Your cousin's matter can't wait. Just help your uncle, okay? Hu Yuxuan looked troubled, and after a moment's thought, she asked, "How much money does my cousin need? Would 50,000 be enough?" "Aya, Yushin, your cousin needs at least 2 million. It's a house, not something else. If they lose their house, where will your cousin and his family live?" "But I don't have 2 million either." "If you don't, can't your wealthy boyfriend take it out? Talk to him and say that we're borrowing it. We can write an IOU. When your cousin makes money again, he can pay him back. Please, just help your uncle, okay?" Hui Yuxuan laughed. There was a knock on the door, and she went to open it. She saw a frowning Chin Zaheo, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, uncle. I only have 50,000. If you think it can help, I'll transfer it to you. If not, forget it." Chapter 120. A Disgusting Uncle. "Yuxian, how can you just stand by and watch us suffer? Is your cousin giving you an IOU not enough?" Even her good temper was starting to wear thin. What exactly her uncle was thinking was clear to everyone. "I sympathize with what my cousin is going through. I'll say it one last time. 50,000 yuan, take it or leave it." Hui Yuxuan's tone had become firmer. She was really disappointed in this uncle and cousin. Yuxian, please, just help your cousin, okay?" Hearing the voice from the other end of the phone, Hui Yuxuan felt a chill. She took a deep breath and gestured for Chin Zaheo to hand over the phone. She tried her best to keep her voice level. "That's all I'm going to say. Do what you will." "You." Beep, beep, beep. Before he could say anything else, Hui Yuxuan hung up. She was too lazy to listen to her uncle's pleas. This kind of person did not deserve sympathy. You reap what you sow. She wanted to help them in a small way, but they were actually trying to take advantage of Du Heng. That was absolutely not allowed. "My uncle is such a scumbag. He's so shameless. He called me earlier and asked me to talk to you, but when I hung up on him, he called you directly. He's so shameless." Hui Yuxuan shook her head. "He's got his reasons, but things haven't reached that point yet. If he loses the house, he can rent a house. If this can change my cousin for the better, that'd be best." "Change for the better? How many times have the elders told him off in these past years? Your cousin's wife has been talking about divorcing him for ages. Don't tell your brother-in-law about this. I'm afraid he'll overthink." "Don't worry, Sister Yuxian. I won't say anything. If anyone dares to try and take advantage of my brother-in-law, I'll be the first to disagree." Hui Yuxuan nodded with a smile. "Go to sleep early. Your brother-in-law is going to come early tomorrow morning." "Okay. You should also go to sleep, Sister Yuxian. Don't overthink about my uncle's family. It has nothing to do with us." "Okay." Chin Zaheo left the bedroom and closed the door. Hui Yuxuan lay down on the bed. She glanced at the time. It was already 11 p.m. Thinking that Du Heng should have already turned off the lights, she sent a message to Du Heng. "I'm not happy." "What's wrong?" Du Heng replied quickly. He was already lying in bed, and his mind was still replaying the questions that Wang Chong and the others had discussed earlier. "Yeah, I'm a rich guy. If Hui Yuxuan's relatives ask me for money, should I give it to them?" But while he had these thoughts, he couldn't reply to Hui Yuxuan's message with those thoughts and emotions. "It's nothing." Du Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did all girls like to do this? They would say they were unhappy out of nowhere and not say the reason? But Du Heng wouldn't be stupid enough not to ask. Generally, when a girl acted this way, they wanted you to ask them so that they would tell you the reason. "Oh, how can I make you happy?" "I don't know." "Are you feeling better?" "No." Okay, Du Heng could only go for his secret weapon. He opened the red envelope function and sent a 1314 and a 520 red envelope. "How about now?" "What are you doing?" "Making you happy." Hui Yuxuan didn't accept the red envelopes. "I don't want them. They'll be returned to your account when the time comes. This is your money. Don't give it to other people casually." Du Heng was stunned, feeling warm inside. But he grinned and tapped on the screen as he replied, "Keep them. Buy some beautiful clothes and look beautiful for me. I'll be happy." "Okay." Hui Yuxuan received both red envelopes and was shocked when she saw the amounts. "That's too much, Heng. It's not a special occasion. Why would you send such big red envelopes?" "My darling isn't happy. Isn't that more important than a festival or anything else?" Heng is always coming up with weird ideas. "Are you feeling better?" "Yeah, much better." Looking at the red lips that Hui Yuxuan had sent, he touched his nose and laughed softly. "So, are you going to tell me why you weren't happy?" I won't tell you. Du-hung didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all this, he still didn't know why Hui Yuxuan was unhappy, but thankfully she was clearly feeling a lot better now. After a moment's thought, Du-hung decided not to ask the question he had been thinking about tonight. They were fine together, so what did it matter? If something hadn't happened, then it wasn't a big deal. Then go to sleep early. Tonight, I searched for a lot of neighborhoods, so I think we'll have to look at a lot of places tomorrow. Okay, good night. Good night. Just as Du-hong was about to put down his phone, it lit up again. He saw that it was a message from Hui Yuxuan. I love you. His lips curved upward, a big smile breaking out on his face. He tapped on the screen as he replied, I love you too. They both didn't send any more messages. They put down their phones and quickly fell asleep with a smile on their faces, while Chen Zihao was telling son Xiao Nan about his uncle on the voice chat. Huh? Your uncle is like that? That's so unreasonable. I know, right? Anyway, I didn't let him get to me, and hung up the phone directly. My sister has a soft heart, so my uncle kept on talking. Did your sister agree in the end? Definitely not. How could we agree to such a thing? 2 million is no small sum of money. What will your cousin do then? Is he going to lose the house? If he loses it, he loses it. Who's he going to blame? Isn't it his own fault that he gambled away the house? He can't expect others to take the consequences of his mistakes, right? That's true. Oh no, the jungler is coming again. Don't worry, I'll help you get revenge. Yeah. Oh, right. Didn't you say that your sister's family is also quite wealthy? Why doesn't your uncle try to borrow money from them? Because he's too embarrassed. My uncle owes my sister's family hundreds of thousands of yuan. He hasn't paid it back for years. My aunt directly lent them 300,000 when my cousin bought that house, which was already as far as they could go, since they still have to live their lives. Then, won't your uncle call your grandpa to complain? Damn, I didn't even think about that. Chen Zihao even forgot about the game as he murmured. That's totally possible. My uncle probably already called my grandpa right now. Huh? Won't that affect your sister and your brother-in-law? Chen Zihao chuckled. If my uncle really did call, that'd make me so happy. He'll be chewed out like crazy. Why? My grandpa is a retired veteran. At the same time, old Master Wu, who was already lying in bed with the lights off, suddenly received a phone call. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was his eldest son, so he answered without thinking. Hello? What is it? What is it that you have to call so late?